Chapter 224. Senior Brother Yu Qian, this person is not easy to deal with, a Biyun Peak disciple said to the leader. Yu Qian revealed a grave expression and said, "There is no need to worry. The Peak Master already said that as long as we can disrupt this person's core disciple exam, he will give each of us 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. With this 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones, even if we cannot pass the core disciple exam, it will not matter. It will be enough for us to cultivate. Furthermore, we still have another chance next year. There is no need to worry. If necessary, we can use a method where both sides suffer." When the other person heard this, he purposely glanced at Xiao Chan and said, "That's true. 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones is enough for me to break through to Martial Saint. I will be able to pass the core disciple exam easily next year." The two of them chatted in front of Xiao Chan like there was no one else around. Xiao Chan had a calm expression as he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. His state of mind did not waver because of their conversation. "Yichen, be careful," Lu Suifeng suddenly said. It turned out that the two people in front were purposely speaking to attract Xiao Chen's attention. The person behind Xiao Chan took advantage of this opportunity to make a move silently. This person smiled coldly in his heart. "Once I get within 3 meters of you, you will have no chance. Go down." Mount Tai suppression. A huge mountain peak appeared behind this person. One could faintly see some faintly discernible birds and beasts circling the mountain peak. Not bad. Using the Mount Tai suppression as a peak martial grandmaster, he was able to materialize such an agile mysterious phenomenon. If it was purely based on mysterious phenomena, he was already as strong as Song Quebec. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was very calm as he evaluated this person's martial technique. His spiritual sense was spread out within a radius of 500 meters. All the actions of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples were under his surveillance. There were no blind spots at all. The mysterious phenomenon was not bad. Unfortunately, a strong martial technique required great strength as a foundation in order to bring out its might. Otherwise, it would just be for show. Kase, kase. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated quickly. The bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off cracking sounds. He placed the lunar shadow saber back into the universe ring and clenched his right fist tightly. Xiao Chen felt a boundless energy as he turned around and punched out. The image of a huge tiger appeared behind Xiao Chen. The tiger let out a long roar, instantly raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak, as if he was the king of all beasts. Bang! With a punch, the mountain shattered. The mysterious phenomenon of the person who sneak attacked Xiao Chen instantly broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air as he fell. Just as he was about to be pierced by a spear, a white figure flew out and grabbed him, landing outside the formation. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art and ferocious tiger leaving the mountains allowed Xiao Chen to gather all the strength and essence in his physical body. His physical body strength was 6,000 kilograms of force. The vast essence of an inferior grade martial saint was equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of force. When the two were added together, this punch contained more than 10,000 kilograms of force. With such horrifying force, the so-called Mount Tai suppression was just a joke. A regular inferior grade martial saint would not dare to receive this punch head-on. "Junior Brother Yao, I'll kill you." Splitting the mountains and splitting the earth. Cloud splitting cross chop. Clouds flipping and breaking the sea. Seeing that their junior brother Yao's sneak attack failed and that his mysterious phenomenon even broke and he was severely injured, the remaining 3 lost their rationality and charged at Xiao Chen. They executed all sorts of moves trying to break Xiao Chen's soul. The 3 peak martial grand masters all executed their best moves. Naturally, their might could not be underestimated. The originally scorching air was now so hot that it made breathing difficult. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. He crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. A flood dragon and a ferocious tiger circled around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at the same time. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Xiao Chen's body. He looked very calm and imposing. Boundless energy quickly accumulated. There was the might of a tiger and a dragon, but it was not released. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Not afraid of the mountains and rivers roar. Bang! The three people's best moves landed on Xiao Chen's body at the same time, giving off loud sounds. However, they were blocked by a formless barrier and could not advance any further. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted, and the energy he accumulated erupted like a volcano. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The air rippled like water, creating countless ripples. In the face of this unceasing torrent of energy, the remaining three people from Biyun Peak were unable to put up any resistance and were sent flying. During this period of time, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art had already reached small perfection, the fourth layer. Thus, he could unleash a portion of this crouching tiger hidden dragon stance. When it reached great perfection, he could unleash all his energy. When he executed the dragon hissing tiger roar fist, its might would be even more horrifying. Mu Heng, who had been resting with his eyes closed like a pine tree in winter, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. What a strong physical body! Dragon and tiger body. This cultivation technique for tempering the body should be of the same rank as my cultivation technique. However, his physical body is not as strong as mine. When my purple jade body tempering art circulates at full power, my physical body is comparable to 100-year-old frost iron. My palms can even cut through metal and break jade. However, these are probably not his trump cards. Mu Heng thought about many things in a short while. It seemed like there was another opponent for the first rank of this core disciple exam. When the Tianyue Peak disciples saw everything in front of them, they were all astonished. It was already very difficult for them to stand on the spear's edge. They did not expect Xiao Chen to be able to bring out such a strong combat prowess. Wu Bing, who was beside Zhang Lai, thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Zhang, should we call over some of our senior brothers? We can make the first move and gain the upper hand. With the strength that he has displayed so far, he will be the biggest obstacle to you obtaining the first rank." At this moment, 10 of the stronger Tianyue Peak inner disciples walked over. They were the same as the Biyun Peak disciples. They could move freely on the spear's edge. Their strength was at the peak of the crowd. The person leading them looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Junior brother Zhang, if you have any ideas, you can tell us directly. Before we came, the Peak Master already instructed us that if there were any sudden incidents during the exam, Junior brother Zhang can dispatch us." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt joy in his heart. He did not expect the Peak Master to trust him so much. However, after muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Lai gave up on this idea. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brothers are too polite. I will not let down the Peak Master's expectations. I will definitely obtain the first rank in this exam. However, that Yi Chen is not our main enemy. If he is only as strong as he is now, I can easily defeat him. Our biggest opponent is him." Zhang Lai changed the topic and pointed at the low-profile Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. When Mu Heng felt Zhang Lai's gaze, he looked over and smiled indifferently. He did not pay too much attention to him. The people at the side were somewhat surprised. He is just an inferior grade martial grandmaster. Is there a need to pay so much attention to him? Zhang Lai did not explain too much. He said, "The situation might change later. Wait for a while. If I guess wrong, we will make our move immediately." The sudden attack of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples caused the disciples of the other peaks to become more cautious. No one knew who would suddenly make a move behind their backs. A cultivator from Qianduan Peak carrying a huge saber on his back stood quietly on the spear tip. The huge saber on his back was close to 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters thick. It was a huge saber worthy of its name. Just its weight alone was 250 kilograms. Even though he was carrying such a heavy saber, he did not move at all while standing on the spear's edge. He was as light as a feather and did not feel any pressure at all. This caused everyone to be astonished. When someone at the side saw the Tianyue Peak disciples discussing something, he whispered to that person, "Senior brother Gao Yang, there seems to be some movement from Tianyue Peak. Should we do something?" Gao Yang's face was very broad. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a heroic feeling. He glanced at Zhang Lai and the others from Tianyue Peak and said indifferently, "Let's just wait and see." Fighting on the spear tip does not give our Qianduan peak disciples any advantage. The same conversation took place in the other peaks as well. Basically, every peak had a disciple they were proud of. They might not be as strong as Zhonglai and the others, but they were strong enough to suppress the crowd. Everyone was discussing countermeasures to protect themselves in case of any mishaps, to prevent anyone from making a move. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiao Qian easily defeated the 4 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him with surging momentum on the spear tip. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were superior-grade martial grand masters, but their strengths were worlds apart. Yichen, are you alright? Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Qian replied, I'm fine, I just exhausted some essence. Be careful, there is still one more person from Biyun Peak who has yet to make a move. After sending the 3 flying, Xiao Qian had been paying attention to the remaining Biyun Peak disciples with his spiritual sense. He felt that one of them had a very strong aura, even stronger than Yu Qian's. However, he hid it very well. Originally, Xiao Qian wanted to rush forward and drag this person out. However, after thinking about it, there was still Zhonglai eyeing him covetously from the side. There was no need to expose too much of his strength, so he gave up on the idea. Time went by second by second. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Half of the time required for the test had already passed. There were still 80-odd disciples from the various peaks remaining. If there were no accidents, these 80-odd people would not have any problems persisting for another hour. Zhonglai frowned. He felt that the test would not be so simple. However, an hour had passed, and there was still no movement. This caused him to feel suspicious. Never mind, I don't care anymore. I will make the first move and gain the advantage. A murderous intent flashed in Zhonglai's eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. A boundless saber intent materialized in the depths of his eyes. Xiu! A few strands of saber chi appeared in the air. They were like sharp blades, easily tearing through the obstruction of the air. They created shockwaves as they shot towards Mu Heng. Mu Heng had expected Zhonglai to suddenly make a move. However, he did not expect Zhonglai's saber intent to be so strong, able to send out saber chi from thin air. Bang! 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 Mu Heng used his palm as a saber and hacked at the saber chi flying at him. There was a metallic clang as the saber chi flying at him was easily shattered by Mu Heng. Chapter 225. Attack! Deal with him first. Zhonglai had expected that Mu Heng would not be defeated so easily by a few strands of saber chi. This was just the appetizer. Following Zhonglai's words, 10 Tianyue Peak disciples who still had some strength left stepped on the sharp spear blades and pounced at Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. I will lure them away. You all do not have to make a move, Mu Heng said to the Beichen Peak disciples behind him who wanted to help. Mu Heng stomped heavily on the spear blade under his feet. Under the force of gravity, the spear blade actually distorted. Then it shot out of the ground with a xiu sound. Mu Heng, who had already used the rebound force of the spear blade to jump into the air, caught the spear blade. He smiled faintly as he looked at the group of people rushing at him. Then he threw the spear blade forward. Bang! The spear blade that was flying in the air suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces of metal. As it spun at high speed, it created a gust of wind, turning into a sharp killing weapon. Cloud Gathering Peak. Zhonglai shouted and executed the first move of the Lingyun saber technique, Cloud Gathering Peak. Suddenly, clouds appeared above the formation. A strange peak rose up and blocked all the metal pieces flying at it. Dang! 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 Countless sounds rang out. When the clouds scattered, the crowd discovered that this strange peak was the saber in Zhonglai's hand. The momentum of the saber was very ferocious, instantly knocking down all the metal pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Heng leaped more than 100 meters away. He casually waved his hand and pulled out another spear. Then he chopped it in half with his palm and tossed it out with a so sound. The two halves of the spear spun rapidly in the air like a flaming wheel. It continuously attracted the surrounding air, forming a 3-meter-long tornado. Zhonglai said, "Help me block this move. I will chase after him." So. 4 inner disciples jumped out from behind Zhonglai, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. They drew their sabers at the same time, and a 10-meter-long saber light soared up and struck the tornado. Zhang Lai did not care about the result of this attack. He did not stop and dodged the gap between the tornadoes, quickly flying towards Mu Heng. Seeing Zhang Lai chasing after him alone, Mu Heng revealed a smile. He pushed off the spear tip and there was an explosion. The spear blade immediately shattered into countless pieces and flew backwards. Bang! Every time Mu Heng took a step, one of the spear blades under his feet would shatter, turning into countless small pieces of metal. As they moved at high speed, they tore through the air and shot towards Zhang Lai like a torrential storm. With a glance, Zhang Lai saw countless lethal pieces of metal covering the sky. If he wanted to continue chasing, he would have to break through the storm formed by these countless pieces of metal. If I do that, I will have to exhaust a lot of essence. I feel like I fell into Mu Heng's trap, Zhang Lai thought to himself. However, he might not know that I cultivate a superior grade earth rank cultivation technique. The amount of essence I can store is definitely more than his. Thinking of this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a trace of mockery as he lightly shouted, "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds." This was the second move of the Lingyun saber technique. A mysterious phenomenon appeared. A mountain peak appeared out of nowhere. To everyone's astonished gazes, that mountain peak actually started to spin continuously. Rumble! As the mountain spun, the ground of the entire drill ground began to shake. Some unlucky inner disciples fell off the spear's edge on the spot. When Xiao Chan saw Zhang Lai execute two moves of the Lingyun saber technique, he was astonished. He did not expect Zhang Lai's talent to be so high. However, being able to produce a mysterious phenomenon does not mean that his comprehension of the Lingyun saber technique is deeper than mine, Xiao Chan thought to himself. The mysterious phenomenon was a kind of supplement to the martial technique. However, before the mysterious phenomenon was completed, if one used it rashly and it was broken, one's essence would be greatly injured. Back then, when Xiao Chan fought against Chu Chaoyun, he suffered greatly. Chu Chaoyun only used half a move to break his moonbright like fire mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen's essence was greatly injured, and he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Thus, in future battles, Xiao Chan was very cautious when he used the mysterious phenomenon. There were only two ways to break the mysterious phenomenon. The first was to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon like what Chu Chaoyun did. The second was to break the mysterious phenomenon with brute force, using absolute strength to shatter the opponent's mysterious phenomenon, like what happened to Xiao Chan earlier. It was unknown what method Mu Heng would choose. The spinning mountain peak was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown width. It stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the sky to darken and the ground to darken. It even covered the blazing sun. The raindrop-like pieces of metal struck the mountain peak with a ding-dang-dang sound. However, they did not have any effect as they all fell to the ground. Mu Heng turned around to take a look. There was no astonishment on his face. He stared at the image of the mountain peak. In his eyes, there was only this mountain peak left. The mountain peak got closer and closer, but Mu Heng still did not have any expression on his face. It was as though he did not know that when this mountain peak got close to him, it would easily crush him to death. I still can't find it. It is too difficult to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon. Mu Heng sighed and shook his head. Although the mysterious phenomenon that Zhang Lai executed was not perfect, it was not easy to find the flaw in it. Since I can't find it, then I'll shatter it. Mu Heng shouted and his body soared into the air. A purple glow appeared on his skin, like a jade-like glazed jade. Break for me. A palm strike without any fancy moves landed on the mountain peak. There was a loud bang, and the spinning mountain peak finally stopped. The instant the mountain peak clashed with the palm strike, it created a surging shockwave. Ripples appeared in the air and spread wildly in all directions, like the surging waves of the sea. The shockwave did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they were struck by it, at least half of them would fall off the spear tip. The pillars of the various peaks could not protect themselves at this moment. They all made a move. Bang! 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 There was an unending string of explosions on the drill grounds. When the crowd in the spectator stand saw this scene, they were all astonished. This exam was more intense and ferocious than any of the previous ones. Hu Qi! Xiao Chan swung his saber and chopped the surging shockwave in half. easily resolving the crisis. He continued to stare at the two people in the air. The image of the mountain peak in the air had already disappeared. Zhang Lai held his saber and blocked Mu Heng's seemingly ordinary strike. However, the force behind this seemingly ordinary palm strike was actually slightly stronger than Zhang Lai's. The mysterious phenomenon did not break. However, he managed to block it. This forced Zhang Lai to not dare to continue creating mysterious phenomena, Xiao Chun muttered. The two of them were not using their full strength in this exchange. After all, it was not the final showdown yet. They were just testing each other out. Of course, if there was an opportunity to knock the other down, they would be happy to do so. Zhang Lai held his saber and retreated a few steps. He jumped a few steps on the spear tip before he slowly stabilized himself. He landed not far from the Qianduan Peak disciple. Seeing Mu Heng land steadily, Zhang Lai was mildly astonished. He was actually at a disadvantage when he tested the waters earlier. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was hard to guarantee that Mu Heng would not hold back. Mu Heng's attacks were not fancy at all. He did not even use any martial techniques. After a few moves, they were all straightforward attacks, relying purely on the strength of his physical body. Do you want to continue fighting? I am willing to accompany you at any time. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and spoke for the first time. Continuing to fight head-on was definitely not a wise decision. This was not the final stage of the arena battle. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. Zhang Heng also considered the crux of the matter. Pu Ci. Before Zhang Lai could speak, the Qianduan Peak disciple Gao Yang, who was carrying a huge saber on his back, drew the huge saber from his back with his right hand. He left an afterimage in the air as he attacked Zhang Lai. There was a loud explosion in the air. This person's speed was actually close to the speed of sound. He crossed a distance of 100 meters in a breath of time. The huge and heavy saber directly chopped at Zhang Lai. Gao Yang had not expected this at all. Earlier, he had not revealed any killing qi. By the time Zhang Lai felt the killing intent and heard the sonic boom, the huge saber was only half a centimeter away from the back of his head. Zhang Lai, who had comprehended saber intent, was much more sensitive than regular cultivators. At this critical moment, he pushed off the tip of the spear with his feet. The spear sank into the ground with a hua-hua sound. Zhang Lai's body also fell. His flying long hair was chopped in the middle, floating in the air. He had narrowly avoided this saber strike. Gao Yang immediately withdrew his saber and retreated, returning to the group of Qianduan Peak disciples. His expression was calm. There were no fluctuations. How dare you sneak attack me? Zhang Lai turned around and shouted angrily at Gao Yang. Junior brother Zhang, are you all right? Wu Bing asked anxiously as he led the other 10 Tianyue Peak disciples over. Zhang Lai landed on another spear and tied up his hair again. He revealed a murderous intent as he looked at Gao Yang and said indifferently, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid some people will be in trouble. Gao Yang did not show any fear or panic. He revealed a crafty smile on his heroic face as he pointed at Xiao Chun and Mu Heng. He said, Your opponent is not me, it is him and him. If you do not want to reveal all your trump cards before the arena battle, you can fight me. Although Gao Yang seemed to have a heroic background, he had a sharp mind. He could see through the stakes before him very clearly. Zhang Lai snorted coldly. Trump cards? Are you even worthy of revealing my trump cards? Xiao. A few strands of saber qi appeared silently in the air. They tore through the air and created shockwaves as they flew towards Gao Yang's face. Dang! Dang! The huge saber spun very quickly, blocking in front of Gao Yang like a door. It blocked all the incoming saber qi. However, he was somewhat familiar with the strength of these saber qi. When the saber qi struck the body of the saber, it trembled continuously. Gao Yang felt his arm go numb and the saber nearly fell off. He quickly held the saber with both hands. When Zhang Lai saw the situation, he laughed coldly. With just this bit of strength, you dare to reveal my trump cards. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 226. In the distance, Lu Suifeng saw the sudden situation. He said suspiciously, Why are the two of them fighting? I know that Gao Yang. This is the third time he is participating in the core disciple exam. He is very strong. but he should not be a match for Zhang Lai. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "This person is very scheming. Earlier he seemed to be acting weak on purpose. There is no reason for him to block those strands of saber chi so forcefully. What is the logic behind this? Is he not afraid that Zhang Lai will really kill him?" Lu Suifeng said suspiciously. Xiao Chun withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, "This is where his brilliance lies. He should have some trump card that can kill him in one move. Maybe he had already planned this from the moment Zhang Lai landed in front of him." Who? Just as Xiao Chun spoke, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. A strong wind blew, kicking up the yellow sand on the ground and causing dust to fly everywhere. Zhang Lai, who was originally preparing to attack Gao Yang, turned serious. An essence barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sand outside. He said suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Is the weather changing?" Gao Yang looked at the sudden strong wind. Zhang Lai had stopped attacking because of it. He could not help but feel disappointed in his heart. What a pity. When the strong wind dissipated, a black flag appeared before everyone's eyes. It flew over from the horizon and soon arrived at the drill ground. The banner had a black background and white words. It was lined with yellow gold. There were 2 large words written on it: Heavenly Saber. There were simple and unadorned patterns and a spiraling golden dragon carved on the black pole. The speed of the banner was very slow. However, the force it carried was very shocking. Everywhere it passed, the air was like a curtain of water, gently rippling. An inner disciple did not understand what was going on. In the end, the flag touched him and he was immediately knocked back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. A Jade Maiden Peak elder immediately caught him. He had completely lost the right to participate in the exam. Scatter. Everyone was startled and quickly scattered. When they saw the black flag, they quickly made way for it. Soon the flag flew to a spot not far from Xiao Chun. At this moment, the chief examiner on the ground suddenly said, "Only by obtaining the black flag can you be considered to have passed the test. Whoever obtains the flag can immediately end the test." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the banner that everyone had been avoiding earlier immediately became a hot commodity. Everyone made a move, using all sorts of methods to snatch it. Lu Suifeng, who was behind Xiao Chun, also wanted to make a move. This was because the flag was the closest to Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. If they made a move, they would have a high chance of obtaining the flag. "Don't make a move yet," Xiao Chun hurriedly stopped him. Lu Suifeng asked confusedly, "Why? After you get it, jump down immediately and you can end the assessment. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Xiao Chun pointed and said, "Take a look. Have any of the truly powerful people from the various sects moved?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, it was indeed as Xiao Chun had said. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Yang and the others did not move. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with them. "I got it," a Gongyu Peak disciple said excitedly as he grabbed the flagpole. Boom! Just as he was about to jump down from the formation, all sorts of saber techniques and fist winds flew at him. All sorts of attacks came like a landslide, airtight. Aside from the Gongyu Peak disciples who did not make a move, the disciples of the other peaks all executed their best moves. With so many attacks, even an inferior grade martial saint would not be able to block it. How could a martial grand master block it? Before that disciple could land on the ground, he was already severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he was dripping with blood. The black banner flew out of his hand and returned to the air. Lu Suifeng watched from the side with fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Chun made a move to stop him. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would be him. How pitiful. This person will need to rest for at least 3 months before he can recover. This is too cruel. He did not hold back when he attacked. What exactly is going on with this core disciple exam? When the inner disciples in the spectator stand saw such a miserable scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment. In the past core disciple exams, they were also very intense. However, this time's exam was simply miserable and incomparably cruel. The exam could only end after one obtained the flag. With so many people present, there would definitely be more than one flag. Thus, there was no need to rush. Whoever obtained the first flag would definitely be attacked by the crowd. This was the principle of the shot hitting the bird that sticks out. In the earlier situation, even if it was Xiao Chun himself, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and followed the direction the flag came from. He extended it continuously until he found the owner of the flag on a tall tower about 1,000 meters away from the drill grounds. A black-clothed man faced the blazing sun at the top of the tall tower. There were 5 flags on his back, fluttering in the wind. The sunlight blurred this person's appearance. His chi and blood were flourishing, rushing to the sky. Together with the flags beside him, his aura was overwhelming. He had the might of 1,000 horses and 1,000 soldiers, as though he could trample through the sky. The distance of close to 2,000 meters was already the limit of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Thus, Xiao Chun could not see the full appearance of this person. He could only see a rough silhouette. This person is at least a peak martial king. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are peak experts everywhere. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected 5 black flags around that person. The flags were spinning continuously, and there was a rotating air current in front of each flag. So, in the next moment, the 5 flags pierced through the obstruction of space and headed for the formation in the drill grounds. At first, they were as fast as lightning. However, when they got closer, they slowed down. When they slowed down, that was only relative to a high-ranked cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people and low-ranked cultivators, they were several times faster than a horse carriage. Xiu! This time, the stronger inner disciples on the spear tips did not hold back. Essence surged around them and they all shot out, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he said, "Yi Chun, are you still not going to make a move? There should be a limit to the number of flags. After shooting out one batch, there will be one less batch." Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Go and snatch them. It is not time for me yet." So. Another 10 flags shot out from the air. A strong wind blew on the formation and dust flew everywhere. This time the crowd was in an uproar. Even those who wanted to hold back made a move at the same time. Yellow sand filled the air above the formation, and a strong wind blew. Figures flashed in the air, chasing after the flags in the air. The battle was incomparably intense. Occasionally there would be people who were caught in the dark and lost the right to take the test. However, even in such a situation, there were still a few people who did not make a move. They stood quietly on the spear tips, not anxious at all. It was as though they had already forgotten the requirements of the test. Aside from Xiao Chun, Zhang Lai, Mu Heng, and Gao Yang, there was one person from each of the other 3 peaks who had not made a move. These 7 people represented one peak. In reality, they were the strongest 7 people in this test. "I finally got it." A Tianyue peak disciple hugged a black flag and landed on the ground. He did not care about the bloody wounds on his body. He revealed a joyful smile on his face. Immediately, a Jade Maiden peak elder came over and checked his wounds. The chief examiner nodded and noted down his number. Finally, someone succeeded in the second stage of the test. So. The intense battle continued. There was an endless stream of people jumping off the formation, successfully passing the test. However, there were even more people who were covered in wounds. They fell down empty-handed, failing the test. Lu Suifeng grabbed a black flag and immediately revealed an excited smile. He executed his movement technique with all his might, doing his best to avoid the attacks around him. He was just one step away from dodging the attacks of these people. A few figures chased after him. At this moment, Lu Suifeng had already used up all his strength. There was no way for him to move around in the air. The situation was dire. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A boundless flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. The flames were like arrows, shooting towards the few people in the air. The speed of the flames was very fast. These people did not have the time to dodge in the air and were struck. They cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to land quickly. Something is strange. These flames are not ordinary. However, now that it is exposed, it will be easier to deal with. The other 7 people who remained on the formation muttered to themselves. When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt Lu Suifeng land safely, he relaxed completely. Although he had exposed one of his trump cards, it was worth it. When the strong wind scattered, the 15 black flags were finally snatched away. The people of Tianyue Peak were indeed strong. Out of the 15 flags, they managed to snatch half of them. When the remaining people saw the 7 people who did not make a move, they knew that the atmosphere was not right. They all tacitly jumped down and gave up on the core disciple exam. The place was extremely quiet. No one would have imagined that just a minute ago this place was in chaos. Only the yellow sand below the formation was dyed red with blood, silently telling the story of the tragic battle earlier. The gazes of the inner disciples in the spectator stands, the inner disciples who did not pass the core disciple exam, the various peak masters and main hall elders were all focused on these 7 people. The first place of this core disciple exam will definitely be given to one of these 7 people. This exam is really extraordinarily intense. This is only the second stage, and more than 200 people have been eliminated. There are actually only 20-odd disciples left. If there were 50 spots like before, these people would have all passed. There will definitely not be 50 spots. With one look, it is clear that this exam is not simple. I think there will only be 10 spots at most. I wonder how many flags will fly over in this round. If there are not 7 flags, how many of these 7 strongest people will be eliminated? The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all had complicated expressions as they looked at the 7 people on the platform. Due to various reasons, they had no chance of becoming a core disciple. However, when they saw this inner disciple exam, they felt lucky in their hearts. The blood below the spear formation was not for nothing. It was left behind by the inner disciples who participated in this exam. There were a few people who nearly died. Aside from those who gave up on their own accord, almost no one came out unscathed. Chapter 227. Although the identity of a core disciple was very tempting, such an intense battle caused fear in everyone. Hu Qi. Suddenly, another strong gust of wind blew. 5 black banners flew towards the spear formation from afar, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. When they felt the number of flags flying towards them, the 7 of them could not help but feel nervous. There were only 5 flags. That meant that 2 of them would have to leave. Gao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was already 19 years old. If he did not succeed this time, he would lose all hope of becoming a core disciple. He could not afford to lose. It was not that he did not want to fight for the first 15 flags. However, he knew that if he made a move early, he would definitely suffer a fierce retaliation. Even if he obtained the flag, he would expose his trump card. It would be very disadvantageous for him in the arena battles. So, the remaining female disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, Wang Mei, made the first move. Her petite body left a white shadow in the air. She instantly grabbed a flag and dropped it. Senior Sister Wang, sorry for the offense. The remaining inner disciple of Gongyu Peak, Zhao Heng, said to Wang Mei. Then he immediately flew forward and grabbed the other side of the flag. The 2 of them did not waste any words. They each grabbed one end of the flag and started fighting in the air. Xiao Chun did not look at the 2 of them, nor did he look at the flags in the air. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the last Biyun Peak disciple, Lu Jun. Rising peak and surging clouds. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber with the Huangdang sound. The snow-white blade contained the state of the Lingyun saber technique. It was like a lone peak piercing through the clouds, pointing angrily at the sky. Although this saber did not give off any mysterious phenomenon, its might was not much weaker than the one Zhang Lai executed. In fact, in terms of pure strength, it was even stronger. There was only a slight difference in aura. Mountain-splitting stone. Out of Xiao Qin's expectations, Lu Jun did not choose to dodge Xiao Qin's powerful saber strike. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Bang! When the sabers clashed, 2 resplendent saber lights exploded in the air. Even the air trembled in the direction where the weapons clashed. A huge force passed through the saber and was transmitted to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each took a step back and switched to another spear tip to stabilize themselves. They were evenly matched. Actually, Xiao Chun was at a slight disadvantage in this saber strike. The grade of rising peaks and surging rocks was higher than that of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. However, it was only a draw. A proud smile appeared on Lu Jun's face. You didn't expect this, did you? I cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique, A peak earth-rank cultivation technique. In terms of the thickness and quality of my essence, no one in the same cultivation realm can surpass me. I will defeat you fair and square. Die 3 flowing cloud shadows. Lu Jun's body trembled and 3 figures appeared in front of Xiao Qian. Each of the 3 figures sent out a saber strike. The saber lights linked together and surged towards Xiao Qian like a gushing river. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. You managed to comprehend something of your own in the 3 flowing cloud shadows. Furthermore, you are able to link them perfectly. You do have the capital to be proud. Rolling peaks destroying clouds. The image of a mountain flashed on Xiao Qian's body and entered his body. Instantly, Xiao Qian's aura changed. He was like a mountain rising from the ground, rushing towards the sky. Xiao Qian spun around and the lunar shadow saber in his hand moved from top to bottom in the air. It created an intense shockwave and sucked in the 3 figures that Lu Jun created. Wuxia. When Xiao Qian's body stopped spinning, a horrifying wound appeared on Lu Jun's chest. Blood spurted out continuously. Lu Jun looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He pointed at Xiao Qian and said in pain, You? Bang! Xiao Qian lashed out with a whip kick, creating an intense wind as he mercilessly kicked him out. Unfortunately, sometimes the amount of essence does not mean everything. Zhang Lai, who was not far away, was like a wooden man. When he saw all this, it was like thunder exploded in his mind. The Lingyun saber technique can actually be used like this. My Lingyun saber technique uses the mysterious phenomenon to complement my martial technique. However, his mysterious phenomenon is reserved and not released, focusing on the inner strength of his body. One is internal and one is external. In the end, they are different paths that lead to the same goal. There is no difference in who is stronger or weaker. The key is still one's comprehension. Zhang Lai thought about many things. However, I have comprehended saber intent. The moves that I executed earlier did not contain saber intent. When I infuse saber intent into my body, its might will definitely be stronger than his. After dealing with the final Biyun Peak inner disciple, Xiao Qian waved his hand, wanting to pull over the black flag that passed by him. Qi! Qi! However, before Xiao Qian could grab the black flag, a few strands of strong saber qi appeared out of nowhere and chopped the black flag into 5 pieces, completely destroying it. Xiao Qian's face sank. He looked at Zhang Lai, who was 200 meters away. He did not expect his opponent to be so decisive. He actually destroyed one of the 5 flags. Zhang Lai felt Xiao Qian's gaze and smiled confidently. I will deal with you in this stage. Let's see whose Lingyun saber technique is stronger. Zhang Lai actually destroyed one of the flags. What is he trying to do? This fellow is too confident. There are 7 people and 5 flags. It is not enough in the first place, and he actually destroyed one. Many of the inner disciples in the spectator stands could not understand Zhang Lai's actions. This was not the finals yet. There was no need to force himself into a dead end. Bang! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Qian and Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. A piercing light suddenly appeared on his 2-meter-long saber. Berserk Dragon burst. With a roar, the soles of his feet began to explode continuously. With each explosion, his speed would increase by a fraction. After 5 explosions, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the target that he wanted to attack was somewhat surprising. It was actually Wang Mei and Zhao Heng, who were fighting intensely. The 2 of them were at the crucial moment of their fight and could not get away. I want this flag. Gao Yang laughed loudly and swept his huge saber. A vast energy knocked Wang Mei and Zhao Heng back without any mercy. The 2 of them vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They looked at Gao Yang with extreme dissatisfaction and cursed. Gao Yang, you are too shameless. So, Gao Yang grabbed the black flag and ignored the curses of the 2. He revealed an excited expression. Everyone, I will make a move first. You all take your time and have fun. Gao Yang leaped a few times on the spear tip. The effect of the Berserk Dragon burst had not worn off yet. In the instant a few explosions occurred, he had already moved several hundred meters. He was just 1 step away from landing. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person revealed a faint smile as he blocked his path and looked at him silently. Mu Heng, what are you trying to do? There are still 3 more flags, 1 for each of you. Why are you blocking me? Gao Yang's expression changed as he spoke in a sullen voice. Mu Heng did not waste any words and directly said, "Put down the flag and you can scram. Dream on." Gao Yang roared ferociously, and there was another explosion under his feet. His speed was so fast that no afterimages could be seen. He was already very close to the speed of sound. Mu Heng's expression did not change. His entire body glowed with a purple light. His skin looked like it was made of jadeite, as though it was transparent. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Mu Heng. His huge saber carried a tremendous force as he hacked at the unresponsive Mu Heng. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. The martial techniques of Qinduan Peak were famous for their berserk nature. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 peak techniques. If this saber strike landed, even if one was not chopped in half, they would be severely injured and unable to get out of bed for half a year. To any cultivator, wasting half a year was something that they could not bear. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The purple light on Mu Heng's back trembled. His body received this saber strike without any damage at all. Gao Yang was stunned. Mu Heng turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand, catching the huge saber that Gao Yang wanted to retreat with. No matter how strong Gao Yang was, he was unable to break through Mu Heng's right hand. The maximum speed of the Berserk Dragon Burst is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you are unable to break through my defense. Everything is for naught, Mu Heng said indifferently as he looked at Gao Yang, who was dripping with sweat. I fell for his trap. If I had attacked him continuously from the start with my speed, he would not be able to catch up to me. I might even be able to break through his defense before the Berserk Dragon Burst ends. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation would result in a completely different outcome. How hateful, Gao Yang said angrily. He released his hand and abandoned his huge saber. While he still had essence, he could support a few more Berserk Dragon Bursts and quickly retreated. Kasie. Mu Heng broke Gao Yang's 2-meter-long and 3-centimeter-thick saber gently. The huge saber was like a fragile blade. It shattered into countless pieces of metal and fell to the ground with a ding-dang-dang sound. Seeing Gao Yang's figure getting further away, Mu Heng smiled faintly. His body disappeared from the air and appeared in front of Gao Yang in the next instant. He said indifferently, "Game over." Mu Heng's right palm glowing with a purple light struck Gao Yang's chest in a ghostly manner. This palm strike did not look fancy, but it contained a horrifying physical strength. It was no weaker than Xiao Qin's full-powered strike. Kasie. The sound of bones breaking came from Gao Yang's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang's face scrunched up in pain. He pointed at Mu Heng angrily and said, "You lied to me." Bang! Mu Heng kicked Gao Yang's shoulder and used this force to return to the formation. He held the banner in his hand and looked at Gao Yang on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I was indeed playing with you." Gao Yang had been smart for a long time, he had calculated everything. Not only did he lose his chance, but he was also played by someone. He was so angry that he trembled. He could not catch his breath and fainted. What Mu Heng used earlier should be the Beichen Peak's secret technique, 7-star transposition. It can achieve the effect of teleportation for a short distance. This Gao Yang is in a bad mood. He sneak attacked others a few times. In the end he was played like a fool. He deserves it. You can't say that. The competition this time is too cruel. There is nothing wrong with using some tricks. He is just not as skilled as others. Chapter 228. However, what's going on with Mu Heng? Why did he jump up after obtaining the banner? The people in the spectator stands did not have much sympathy for Gao Yang. After all, his actions were not good. Shua. Just as everyone was discussing the earlier matter, Mu Heng did something shocking. He broke the banner in his hand as well. Xiu. Zhang Lai and Xiao Chun made a move at the same time. Each of them broke a banner. Of the remaining 5, only one banner remained, floating in the air between the 3 of them. What are they trying to do? If the 3 of them obtained the banner, they could have ended the test. Why do I have a feeling that they are trying to bring forward the decisive battle? I really do not understand this test. It is only the second stage and it is already so intense. What is going on? Now the three of them have been forced into a corner. Only one of them can obtain the banner. The remaining two will be eliminated. Not only did the people on the ground not understand the situation, but the other inner disciples in the spectator stands and the peak masters of the various peaks also did not understand why the decisive battle was brought forward. On the highest seat of the elders in the drill grounds, the second elder beside the first elder, Jiangqi, smiled gently and said, "These three people seem to understand our intentions. I wonder who the first elder thinks more highly of?" With the strength of these three, they could easily get into the top 10 in any of the past core disciple exams. They are all very strong. It does not matter who wins or loses. Jiangqi's deep gaze was like a pool of clear water. No one could guess what he was thinking. The third elder beside him said, "Big brother Jiangqi, if the peak masters knew about what we did, would they have any objections?" The first elder said expressionlessly, "No one is allowed to object to the things that I have decided." When the other elders heard this, their hearts tightened. They all shut their mouths and stopped discussing this issue. On the formation made up of countless spear blades, Xiao Qian, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai each stood in a corner. Their auras gathered continuously. The qi and blood of the three of them were very vigorous. As their auras gathered, the air in the drill grounds became somewhat viscous, making it difficult to breathe. Between the three of them, the force attached to the slowly fluttering flag finally disappeared and it slowly descended to the ground. Their gazes never left the flag, and a strange light flashed in each of their eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 strong gusts of wind appeared in the air, blowing away the sticky air and swirling up countless yellow sand. The three of them moved at the same time, each using their own movement techniques to grab the falling banners. 7-star transposition, traceless water treading, blue dragon tail whip. Mu Heng's figure strangely disappeared from the air. Zhang Lai gently pushed off the ground and there were ripples on the ground, leaving behind afterimages. A blue dragon flowed out of Xiao Qian's body. With a light shout, he streaked across the sky. The three of them executed their best moves and flew towards the descending black banner. In the end, Xiao Qian's blue dragon cloud soaring art was better. A green light descended and grabbed the banner. A heaven-ranked movement technique was indeed a heaven-ranked movement technique. Even though he had only practiced it to small perfection, there were not many cultivators of the same cultivation realm who could surpass Xiao Qian in terms of movement techniques. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Qian grabbed the end of the banner, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng had already descended. They stretched their hands out to grab the banner. Xiao Qian pulled gently, and the banner streaked through the air and landed behind Xiao Qian. The two of them grabbed nothing but air. 100 transformations peak. 1,000 mountains, 10,000 shadows palm. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng did not hesitate and made their moves at the same time. Each of them executed the third move of the Lingyun saber technique, instantly turning into hundreds of layers of mysterious mountains, covering the sky and turning it dark. On the other side, Mu Heng circulated the purple jade body tempering art. Hundreds of purple shadows flashed around him, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. There was no way to make a move. Xiao Qian revealed a grave expression. These two were not ordinary superior grade martial grandmasters. One had comprehended saber intent, and his talent was exceptional. The other had tempered his physical body and turned it into a saber. His pure offensive power was not inferior to Xiao Qian's. No matter where he was, he would be a demonic genius. 100 transformations peak. I think I know it as well. Xiao Qian collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. Hundreds of illusions of mountains appeared behind him as well. However, these illusions disappeared in a flash and instantly entered his body. The snow-white lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a resplendent glow. This was not a saber light. It was the pure mysterious phenomenon of the Lingyun saber technique infused into the saber. The essence in Xiao Qian's body also infused into the saber. The glow became even more dazzling. It was like a miniature sun. The dark sky immediately became incredibly bright. "Break for me!" Xiao Qian shouted and hacked ferociously at the endless mountain range. Rumble, rumble. A series of earth-shattering sounds resounded continuously. The mountain range trembled and the entire drill ground started to tremble. The air current started to compress continuously. Some of the spear blades on the ground could not withstand the pressure and were pulled out of the ground, flying into the air. Bang! The mountain range disappeared and Zhonglai appeared in the air with a pale complexion. He slowly descended. The sunlight from the sky shone down once again, illuminating this space with a fiery heat. Hu Qi! Xiao Qin's movements did not stop. After he knocked back Zhonglai, he quickly turned around and transferred the lunar shadow saber to his left hand. He circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, and the bones in his body started to crackle continuously. The muscles on Xiao Qin's body visibly increased in size. A huge tiger image appeared behind Xiao Qin. The tiger roared continuously, causing Xiao Qin's aura to rise to another level. Ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, 100 beasts charging. When the hundreds of figures around Mu Heng got close to Xiao Qin, they merged together. Their aura also rose to the peak. They did not give way to Xiao Qin's aura, which was like the king of all beasts. Explode for me! Mu Heng roared angrily. His purple jade-like right palm carried the power of the hundreds of figures as it clashed with Xiao Qin's fist without hesitation. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, it was like a thunderclap resounded in the silent drill grounds. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even temporarily went deaf. A shockwave surged out in all directions like a surging wave. Those spear blades flying in the air were directly crushed into powder and scattered by the wind. Who? The two of them were knocked back, and in an instant they retreated a few hundred meters. Xiao Qin's body spun once in the air, and gently landed on the edge of a spear. After that, he slowly grabbed the black banner that he had been protecting behind him. Mu Heng was not as calm. Every time he retreated, he would shatter a spear blade. He broke 100 spear blades before he stopped. One palm and one fist. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. They were basically evenly matched. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it was actually just one exchange of moves between Xiao Qin and the two of them. Everything took only a few breaths of time. The three of them each stood in a corner and started to recuperate their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. The surging formation immediately calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Ha! Indeed, after a while, Zhonglai and Mu Heng both shouted and charged at Xiao Qin. Now, the two of them knew that they were no longer a match for Xiao Qin by themselves. They could only work together to take him down. The corner of Xiao Qin's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. Suddenly, he let out a long roar. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. Since he left the Xiao clan, he had not fought to his heart's content. All the opponents he met were either too strong or too weak. Coincidentally, he met two opponents who were evenly matched today. Then, he might as well fight to his heart's content. After blocking Zhonglai's attack with his saber, Xiao Qin clenched his left fist and clashed with Mu Heng's palm wind. On the formation, the three of them were on the spear tips, moving up and down continuously. The sounds of saber wind, punches, claps, tiger roars, and all sorts of other sounds came out continuously. After a while, the three of them exchanged more than 100 moves on the formation. Everywhere they passed, the spear tips under their feet all shattered. A strong wind blew and yellow sand filled the air. Soon, Xiao Qin managed to last more than 500 moves under the barrage of attacks from the two. He did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Instead, he became more ferocious from a distance and his aura soared. The crowd in the spectator stands could only see the blurry figures of the three through the yellow sand and the sounds of weapons, fists and kicks clashing. It was such an exciting battle, yet they had to watch it through a layer of yellow sand. They felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. It was a pity. This Xiao Qin is really strong. Under the attacks of the two of them, he did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Qingyun Peak's Xiao Qin truly lives up to his reputation. Zhonglai and Mu Heng are not bad either. A regular inferior grade martial saint would not be a match for the two of them. How can they be bad? There is no need to talk about Zhonglai. He is already publicly acknowledged in Tianyue Peak. He is already one of the top 10 core disciples of Tianyue Peak. I heard from the people of Beiqin Peak earlier that Mu Heng is the son of the Beiqin Peak's Peak Master. He spends most of his time cultivating in the back mountains, turning himself into a saber and using his strength to prove his Tao. Every time his cultivation increases, his strength increases exponentially. I wonder how long Xiao Chun can last. I believe he will not be able to last more than 500 moves. Indeed, after all, he is fighting 1 against 2. His essence expenditure is double that of the 2 of them. The longer it goes, the greater the difference will be. However, for him to be able to last for so long, his strength is indeed horrifying. While the people in the arena were fighting, the people outside the arena were not idle either. They all expressed their views and opinions. After this battle, even if Xiao Chun lost, the rumors about him would fall apart. As the saying goes, the laymen watched the excitement, while the insiders watched the ropes. The few peak masters in the spectator stands were completely shocked. They were incomparably astonished by Xiao Chen's strength. His aura is long and drawn out, and he is able to multitask. His saber techniques and fist techniques are perfectly coordinated. This fellow is truly horrifying. The Gongyu Peak's Peak Master sighed. The Jade Maiden Peak's Peak Master, Chu Xiangyun, also had an expression of admiration on her pretty face. The strength of his physical body is comparable to Mu Heng's. His saber techniques can suppress Zhang Lai's. His essence seems to be inexhaustible. I wonder how strong he will become after he becomes a martial saint. The Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Ke, had not said anything since he made a fool of himself earlier. When he saw Xiao Chen's true strength, he thought to himself anxiously, his potential is too horrifying. If he is given time to grow, who knows what horrifying realm he will reach. At that time the consequences would be dire. I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Chapter 229. When the Beichen Peak's Peak Master Mu Feng saw Xiao Chun, he was astonished as well. He originally thought that Mu Heng would be able to obtain the first rank easily. Now, it looked like it would be difficult. However, this was good as well. If he could poke Mu Heng's spirit and make him restrain himself, it would only be beneficial for him in the future. Ling Tianjing saw all this. After a while he sighed and said, Ruya, you really accepted a good disciple this time. Tianyue Peak has dominated the first rank of the core disciples for 10 years. Now it is time to hand it over. Lu Ruyue revealed a cheerful smile on her flirtatious face. Seeing Xiao Chen's growth, she was probably the happiest person. Martial Uncle Lung, you are too polite. Tianyue Peak is filled with talents. This time we still have the most number of people who passed. Haha, let's see. Zhang Lai has not used his saber intent on a large scale. Junior brother Mu's son should still have some trump cards that he has not used yet. The result of this battle has not been determined yet. Ling Tianjing smiled gently and changed the topic. Even if they lost the first rank in this exam, Ling Tianjing would not care too much about it. After all, the overall strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still there. There was an endless supply of new disciples. They would still be able to suppress the other peaks. Bang! Bang! As the crowd discussed, there were 2 more loud sounds coming from the drill grounds. Countless spear blades shook a few times and were pulled into the air. After that, they were burned into powder by the shockwave. The strong wind died down and the yellow sand scattered. The 3 of them moved back and their figures slowly appeared before the crowd. Mu Heng's complexion was pale and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The blazing purple light on his body also slowly dimmed. Zhang Lai's clothes were tattered, and there were many saber wounds all over his body. Some of the wounds were very deep and blood flowed out continuously. He was in a sorry state. Xiao Chun held his saber in one hand and the banner in the other. Sweat flowed down his face continuously. There were also some saber wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal. With his strong physical body, he had mostly recovered. Xiao Chen's long robes fluttered in the wind. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. The snow-white saber gave off a cold light and the banner in his hand fluttered. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as his chi and blood surged into the sky. He felt incredibly delighted and wanted to fight another 800 rounds. You are very strong. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will take the initiative to withdraw from this competition, Mu Heng said indifferently as he gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. Zhang Lai remained silent for a while. He took out some medicine from his space ring and slowly applied it to his wounds. He said indifferently, me too. If you can receive my final move, I will forfeit this core disciple exam. Xiao. Xiao Chun waved the banner in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He said, "It doesn't matter. Whoever comes first wins. The banner in my hand belongs to him." "Me first," Zhang Lai said softly. His aura started to slowly gather. He grasped the saber in his right hand tightly and infused the saber intent he comprehended into his aura. Suddenly, a boundless strong wind blew behind Zhang Lai. Everywhere the strong wind passed, some of the air currents were sliced apart, giving off a ZZ sound. Zhang Lai's saber intent actually merged with the strong wind. With your talent, you should have already comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique. However, my everlasting startling cloud is infused with my small perfection saber intent. Smite is incomparable. I hope you can block it. Just as Zhang Lai finished speaking, wisps of mist appeared above the formation out of nowhere, blocking everyone's line of sight, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. Not only that, this fog could even obscure one's 5 senses and spiritual sense. Xiao Chun thought to himself in shock. Zhang Lai's saber intent must be in the fog as well. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Chun felt a killing intent coming from all directions within the clouds. When the clouds touched his skin, they immediately started to attack his protective essence, giving off a ZZ sound. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly, continuously increasing the strength of his essence. Within the clouds, the 5 senses were blocked. When he extended out his spiritual sense, all he felt was the boundless clouds. Xiao Chun was like a blind man within the clouds. He could not see anything. This move put Xiao Chun in a disadvantageous position. Xiao Chun simply closed his eyes and stopped using his eyes to observe his surroundings. He was going to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. Zhang Lai, who was hidden in the clouds, locked his aura on Xiao Chun. When he felt Xiao Chun's movements, he revealed a faint smile. No matter who it is, after their senses are blocked, they will not be able to receive this attack of mine. Everlasting startling cloud. The surrounding clouds slowly scattered and gathered towards the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. White spots of light leaped about on the black saber blade. Boom! When all the clouds disappeared, the saber in Zhang Lai's hand had already absorbed all the saber intent in the clouds. The light of the entire saber had reached an incredible level. The most important thing was that this saber had already appeared less than a meter in front of Xiao Chun. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiao Chun. The saber gave off a strong wind, blowing Xiao Chun's hair back violently. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was only a few breaths of time. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the clouds surrounded the formation. In the next moment, the clouds disappeared. Zhang Lai had already arrived before Xiao Chun with a stunning saber strike. It was very strange. Among the people present, only a few discovered the secret. The instant the clouds appeared, Zhang Lai used the time when Xiao Chun's senses were blocked to silently fly to a spot 10 meters in front of him. Before the saber blade touched Xiao Chun, that resplendent saber light turned into a tiny saber chi and shot towards Xiao Chun's forehead. So, at the crucial moment, Xiao Chun finally opened his tightly shut eyes. That tiny saber chi was faster than the speed of sound. At such a close distance, by the time Xiao Chun opened his eyes, it had already arrived in front of his eyes. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground with his feet, and his entire body spun rapidly. His spinning body created a shockwave, and tiny cyclones appeared in the surrounding space. The thin saber chi chased after Xiao Chun, quickly extending through the air. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared in the air. The thin thread-like saber chi seemed like it would catch up to Xiao Chun in the next moment. However, it could not catch up. The corner of Zhang Lai's lips curled up. He raised his right hand, which held the saber, and the thin thread started to become thinner. He looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. It's useless. No matter how fast you run, you will not be able to escape from my everlasting startling cloud infused with small perfection saber intent. Xiao Chun's entire body continued to spin. He did not waver because of Zhang Lai's words. The thin thread-like saber chi eventually became so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Then it completely disappeared into the air. Xiao Chun had already learned the everlasting startling cloud. Naturally, he would not think that the everlasting startling cloud had already run out of energy. The next burst of energy was the true essence of the everlasting startling cloud. Xiao Qin's body continued to spin, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. The Lingyun saber technique itself was a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. This was especially so for the final 3 moves. They were close to the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it had infused all of Zhang Lai's saber intent. How strong would this everlasting startling cloud be? Even Xiao Qian himself did not know. If he wanted to block this move, aside from the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak, Xiao Qian had no other way to do so. However, this twisting road around peak did not allow Xiao Qian to make a breakthrough. He only had a flash of inspiration and comprehended something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took the risk and executed it based on his intuition. If he failed, Xiao Qian would be severely injured by the everlasting startling cloud infused with saber intent, wasting half a year of his time. If he succeeded, he would comprehend the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak. From then on, he would have another true killing move. With a 50-50 chance of victory, Xiao Qian did not hesitate to bet on it. With his current comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend the twisting road around peak. It was clear that once he comprehended the twisting road around peak, its might would be extremely horrifying. Now that this opportunity was right in front of him, if he did not use it, he might have to wait another 10 years before he could comprehend it again. Appear! Zhang Lai shouted, and the thin line that originally disappeared in the air became like a laser saber chi. It appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the entire formation, continuing to move forward. Who? Outside the drill grounds, a wall 2,000 meters away from Zhang Lai was pierced by the saber chi. The entire wall immediately cracked and collapsed in the next moment. Fortunately, the attack area of the thin line was only a small area. When it disappeared, Xiao Qin's body started to grow taller. At this moment he was already several hundred meters above the ground. Die! Everlasting startling cloud explode! Zhang Lai roared ferociously, and the saber chi that was as resplendent as a laser suddenly scattered. It turned into countless beams of light and exploded in all directions. Boom! 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 The beams of light were like fireworks exploding. It was like the most beautiful scene in the world. However, the more beautiful something was, the more deadly it was. This beam of light was no exception. Good. Zhang Lai's saber intent is indeed horrifying. Originally, the everlasting startling cloud could only be executed on a flat surface. Now it has no blind spots. Furthermore, its might is very strong. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked martial technique. I guarantee it with my status as the Biyun Peak's Peak Master. Even if Yi Chan does not die, he will be severely injured. He will not be able to dodge it. Song Ke, whose eyes originally had no color in them, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. It was as though he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was shockingly loud. Lu Ruyue also felt conflicted. She did not expect the everlasting startling cloud to be so horrifying. With her strength, she would have to put in a lot of effort to block this move. Could Xiao Qian dodge it? Every strand of the boundless light contained a horrifying force. It could easily pierce through the defense of a martial grandmaster. Furthermore, it did not have any blind spots. There was no way to dodge it. Since he could not dodge it, he might as well break it. Xiao Qian's body stopped spinning and he shouted, "Road Twisting Peak." Chapter 230. So, Xiao Qian, who was high in the sky, pointed his saber at Zhang Lai, who was on the ground. He locked onto Zhang Lai with his spiritual sense and his body moved in a slanted line, moving towards the ground like a meteor. Everywhere Xiao Qian passed, a mountain slowly appeared from the top to the bottom of the mountain along with Xiao Qian's figure. There were strange flowers and plants on the mountain peak. The forest was shady and there were birds and beasts flying around. When Xiao Qian looked carefully, he found that there were actually countless buildings at the waist of the mountain. He could vaguely see countless figures practicing martial techniques in the middle of the mountain. Every time the mountain peak grew, it was clear that Xiao Qian's speed had increased by 1 level. In the spectator stands, all the elders and peak masters were astonished. This is the mysterious phenomenon of the small perfection realm. There are no flaws at all. The lights flying towards Xiao Chun were all submerged in the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chun created, disappearing without a trace. As for the lights in other directions, they all exploded. They were like claps of thunder, resounding through the clouds and roaring continuously. Finally, they merged into one. The air seemed like it was sliced in half like a curtain of water. It only mended after a long time. Unfortunately, it was not in Xiao Chun's direction, so it was useless. Hu Qi. The mountain peak completely formed. Xiao Chun's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. There was a sonic boom in Zhang Lai's ears. In a flash, he landed firmly 200 meters behind Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai stretched out his hand and gently touched his forehead. There was a small wound there. To him, it was negligible. I've lost. Zhang Lai knew that Xiao Chun had shown mercy. Otherwise, the saber would have pierced through his forehead. Although he was dissatisfied, he still jumped off the spear tip. Boom! Zhang Lai staggered and fell to the ground. That last saber strike had used up all of his mental energy. In the end, he still failed and could no longer hold on. Immediately, the Jade Maiden Peak Elders came over and quickly carried Zhang Lai out to treat his injuries. Your turn, Xiao Chun said as he looked at Mu Heng, who was not far away. Mu Heng smiled faintly and jumped down from the spear tip. There's no need. Your final move is a small perfection mysterious phenomenon. I cannot block it. You have expended too much of your essence qi. I will not take advantage of you. In the future, I will defeat you fair and square. Twisting road around peak, so the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique is like this. No one has used it for several hundred years already. That's right. Zhang Lai's 16th move, Everlasting Startling Clouds, was already terrifying enough. I didn't expect it to be nothing in front of the 17th move. Mu Heng is very magnanimous, directly giving up and not taking advantage of others. With such magnanimity, his future accomplishments will not be low. Senior brother Mu has raised a good son. The peak leaders on the platform expressed their opinions regarding the battle from before. Only one person remained silent, with a dark expression on his face. Needless to say, this person was the one who used the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to guarantee Xiao Chun's defeat, Song Quebec. Right after he spoke, Xiao Chun used the twisting road around peak to slap him in the face. The story was truly full of twists and turns. Junior brother Song, it looks like you cannot speak so casually in the future. Haha. The Qianduan Peak's Peak Master joked. Before Song Ke lost an arm, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. He did not have a good relationship with the peak masters of the other peaks. Now that they saw him suffer a few setbacks, they could not help but make fun of him. Song Ke snorted coldly. What ability does he have? Mu Heng just gave up. If Mu Heng did not give up, this brat would have lost the right to take the test. When Lu Ruyue heard this, she immediately retorted. All the Biyun Peak disciples have been eliminated. Why are you still sitting here? Are you trying to make things difficult for yourself? Song Ke's face turned red. He smacked the wooden table violently and said, Since when is it up to you to decide whether I stay or go? So, just as the two of them were arguing, the first elder Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, shot out another black dart at the chief examiner. Did the situation change again? Everyone stopped their discussion and asked suspiciously. On the drill grounds, the chief examiner caught the black dart with a schwa sound. He opened the note on it and after a while, he looked at the crowd and said, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, the Elders' Assembly has decided to make an exception for the three of you to pass the second stage. We will stop the test for now. 3 days from now, we will start the arena battles. Dismissed. Furthermore, I believe everyone has already guessed that the test this time is different. There are only 10 spots for the core disciple test this time. However, the reward will be 5 times that of the previous ones. I hope everyone will work hard when they return. Mu Heng, who was originally preparing to leave, could not help but stop when he heard this. He shook his head and smiled. If I cannot obtain the first rank, the purpose of the test is not that important. On the formation, Xiao Chun held the banner and jumped down gently. He looked at the elders' seats on the high platform. There was a pensive look in his eyes. What are they preparing for these 3 days? Late at night, the moonlight shone through the window into Xiao Chun's courtyard. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged on his bed and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. He slowly recovered the essence, qi, and spirit that he exhausted during the day. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun continuously. Drops of crystalline liquid slowly fell from the qi whirlpool. Xiao Chan felt the speed of the purple thunder divine incantation's circulation. Xiao Chan felt the speed of the purple thunder divine incantation's circulation, and Xiao Chan thought to himself, "It looks like I am about to break through to the fourth layer of the purple thunder divine incantation. Something big will happen after this test. I have to make preparations in advance. If I have the opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, I can go all out and prepare for a rainy day." At midnight, the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest silently flashed with a white light. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Bai's body, which was as smooth as snow, appeared quietly. Then it quickly leaped through the window and headed out of the courtyard. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and looked in the direction Bai left. He smiled faintly and did not bother with it. These days Bai would go out every night. At first Xiao Chan was somewhat worried. However, he discovered that it did not go far. After stealing a bottle of wine from Xiao Yang, it would go to the back of the mountain to cultivate. It would return punctually before daybreak. That was all. Xiao Chan could relax. To the restless Bai, the place it disliked the most was the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chan was happy to let it go out for a breather. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. He was making his final preparations for breaking through to the fourth layer of the purple thunder divine incantation. Bai, who was outside the courtyard, ran out happily. It turned into a white figure and made its way to Xiao Yang's room with great familiarity. It gently opened the window to Xiao Yang's room without making any sound. When it came out, it carried a bottle of wine and drank it happily. After it finished drinking the wine in the bottle, a blush appeared on Bai's face. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very charming and beautiful. Its intelligent eyes were filled with charm. Bai quickly went to the back of the mountain and found a place with dense spiritual energy. Then it sat down cross-legged like a human. The dense essence in its body slowly circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. The mist was hazy and the surrounding spiritual energy was like a torrential storm. Under the moonlight, the raindrops of spiritual energy had an indescribable gentleness and beauty. The rainwater instantly entered Bai's body. Slowly, Bai's body became as transparent as glass. Below its body, there was a blurry white spot of light that was very eye-catching. It jumped around happily, swallowing the spiritual energy that entered its body. As the amount of spiritual energy it absorbed increased, the spot of light slowly grew larger. Amidst the haziness, that spot of light, no, it could no longer be called a spot of light. Instead, it was a small ball of light that gave off a gentle glow. The small ball of light changed continuously, forming all sorts of shapes. Finally, it struggled to form a small human figure. However, before it could maintain this state for a minute, the human figure scattered into countless spots of light and turned back into a ball of light. The mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a high-ranked immortal grade secret manual for demonic cultivators. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, in terms of cultivation speed, it was much faster than the purple thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chan cultivated. If Xiao Chan was here and discovered what Bai was doing, he would be greatly astonished. This was because Bai was actually undergoing transformation. The spirit beasts of the Tianwu continent could only undergo transformation after they reached martial monarch. Furthermore, the process was not only extremely painful, it was also very shocking. The chances of failure were also very high. However, once the transformation succeeded, it would be a qualitative leap for a spirit beast. Not only would their outer appearance change, they would also become no different from humans. Furthermore, their spiritual intelligence would also improve. Their bodies would also be able to cultivate human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. For a spirit beast that could only rely on its instincts to fight, its strength would increase by at least twofold. The path of transformation had a very low success rate. Once it failed, it would turn to dust. Although most spirit beasts yearned for it, very few would choose this path. Furthermore, even though spirit beasts succeeded in transforming, they could not completely integrate into human society. Most of them would join the myriad fiend palace of the fiend race. That was a sect passed down by the ancient fiend race. As long as they were there, they would have a place to stay. The raindrops formed from spiritual energy slowly scattered. Bai stopped cultivating and raised his head to look at the night sky. A trace of melancholy flashed in his intelligent eyes. Under the gentle moonlight, Bai hugged his wine bottle and walked unsteadily towards Xiao Chen's courtyard. 3 days passed very quickly. The purple thunder divine incantation had already stabilized at the 3rd layer. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could break through to the 4th layer at any time. On this night, Xiao Chen practiced the Lingyun saber technique in the courtyard, consolidating the twisting road around peak that he had learned. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard and leaves flew everywhere. All sorts of illusions of mountains appeared and disappeared continuously. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He carefully thought about the scene of that day. The path I walk is different from Zhang Lai's. I want to withdraw the mysterious phenomenon and focus on the energy within. However, the twisting road around peak that day only materialized the mysterious phenomenon but did not merge it perfectly. If I could merge it into my saber technique, its might should be able to improve. Even the small perfection mysterious phenomenon is not without flaws. Before a true bladesman, it could be easily broken. Thus, I have to think of a way to merge the twisting road around peak mysterious phenomenon into my saber. Chapter 231. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking hard, there was a resplendent firework in the dark sky of the Lingyun mountain range. The dazzling firework reached an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. When the firework exploded, it turned into the appearance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder, the Saber Emperor. It gathered in the night sky. In the next instant, the Saber Emperor's figure scattered. Thousands of meteor-like lights flew in all directions. Some of the meteor-like lights flew for thousands of meters before falling. Some flew for tens of thousands of meters, but they did not dissipate. In an instant, they spread throughout the entire Great Qin nation. The Saber Emperor's convening order! Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scattering firework in the sky. This was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second convening order. It was second only to the Heavenly Saber convening order that the sect sent out during a calamity. It covered the entire Great Qin nation. As long as it was a disciple wearing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's identity token, regardless of where they were in the Great Qin nation, they would rush back as soon as they received the convening order. In the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had only used the Saber Emperor's convening order twice. During the demonic calamity 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not use it. What exactly happened this time for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to use the Saber Emperor's convening order? Like Xiao Chen, countless people in the Great Qin nation sank into deep thought. Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Chen rode the green bird to the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. This time, Lu Suifeng did not make the mistake of losing his sense of direction. In less than an hour, they arrived at the drill grounds. Originally, Lu Suifeng thought he was early enough. Who knew, the 18 inner disciples who passed the test had already been waiting for a long time. Not only that, the spectator stands were filled with people. When Lu Suifeng looked around, he saw a dense crowd. A rough count gave at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. Most of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples were present. Aside from the inner disciples, there was also a large group of core disciples and true inheritors. They were all seated in their own pavilions. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xiao Chen did not understand. He asked Lu Suifeng in a soft voice, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here today? There are more than twice as many people as the previous time." Lu Suifeng also whispered, "Did you see the Saber Emperor's summoning order last night?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I saw it. However, the Saber Emperor summoned us. What does this test have to do with us?" The Saber Emperor's convening order was indeed a big matter. To put it in perspective, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Great Qin nation. If they used the Saber Emperor's convening order, it would be a big deal in the Great Qin nation. But what did this have to do with their assessment? The foundational stage had already ended in advance the last time. Today's assessment only consisted of the arena stage. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take first place among the 20 people. Although the fight with Zhang Lai and Mu Heng was delightful, Xiao Qian had yet to bring out his full strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident of ending the fight in 10 moves. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people watching an arena battle with a predetermined outcome. However, not only were there no fewer people today, there were even more people than 3 days ago. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood and said, "That's right, you have been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 days. You have no idea what is happening outside. You will understand after I explain it to you." On the second day after the last test ended, the Heaven Viewing platform made an announcement in advance. The main hall will be recalling all the core disciples undergoing experiential training outside. Today, there will be a ranking battle to choose the 90 strongest core disciples. Hence, we are not the main characters today. What exactly is going on? Why do I have to find all the core disciples? Xiao Qian thought suspiciously. He was not worried that these people would not be able to make it back in one night. In every big city in the Great Qin Nation, there were relay stations that connected directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As long as one spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, they would be able to rush back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion within half a day. However, Xiao Qian could not figure out why the core disciple ranking battle would be on the same day as the ordinary inner disciple exam. Xiao Qian asked, "Did the announcement say why they would be choosing the 90 strongest core disciples?" Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "They did not say. It should be a very important mission. Otherwise, they would not have used the Saber Emperor summoning order to summon them so urgently. Those who did not return within a day after receiving the summoning order would all be severely punished." As they spoke, many black dots appeared in the sky above the drill grounds. As the black dots got closer, everyone discovered that these black dots were actually ferocious flying spirit beasts. The spirit beasts quickly descended. When they were 100 meters in the air, some cultivators jumped down from them. Bang! 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 Their feet landed heavily on the ground. They were not injured at all. After they landed, these people headed for the pavilion specially prepared for the core disciples. The core disciples who had not gone out for experiential training were already waiting there. That is Qinduan Peak's Lin Yun, ranked 18th on the wind cloud list. He cultivates a pure fire-attributed true yang art. His saber techniques are very tyrannical. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength seems to have increased again. He is now a peak superior grade martial saint. Rank 10th is Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursen. I wonder what layer her soft music art is at. Rank 2nd is Tianyue Peak's Yi Lingfeng. He has not returned for more than a year already. Unexpectedly, he is a medial grade martial saint now. I wonder if the first ranked Murongchong will arrive. He was already a peak inferior grade martial saint last year. I wonder how strong he is now. As more and more people jumped off the spirit beasts, someone immediately recognized these people. They were all core disciples in the top 100 of the wind cloud list. When they came out one by one, they all exclaimed in surprise. The 20 people on the drill grounds also focused their attention on this group of people. Xiao Qian casually glanced around and discovered that this group of people was indeed very strong. Every one of them had a very strong aura. Furthermore, most of them were inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, a small number of them were peak inferior grade martial saints. It looked like the top 90 core disciples were most likely chosen from the top 100 of the wind cloud list. The top 10 already have such an aura. In that case, how strong would the first ranked person be? Xiao Qian thought to himself. Hu Qi. Suddenly there was a sonic boom in the air. A black dot flew over quickly from afar. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. As it moved through the air, it gave off sonic booms that reverberated in the air above the drill grounds. Bang! The person who arrived was still 1,000 meters away. The intense sonic booms were still reverberating in the air when the figure landed on the ground. He was dressed in moon-white robes. He had handsome and exquisite facial features. He held a saber in his right hand and his aura was withdrawn. He had an indescribable charm as he slowly walked towards the pavilion. Murongchong. Murongchong is really back. This is a flying martial technique. I can't see through his strength at all. The crowd in the spectator stands cried out in surprise. Many of the female disciples blushed and their eyes lit up. They jumped up cautiously. When Xiao Chan saw this person, he could not help but reveal a grave expression on his previously calm face. Although the top 10 core disciples that Xiao Chan saw earlier were very strong, if they were to fight, Xiao Chan had a 50% chance of victory. If Xiao Chan could go all out, he would even have a 60% chance of victory against the second-ranked Yi Lingfeng. Only this person gave him a feeling that he could not defeat him. Among the younger generation, Xiao Chan had only experienced this feeling from Lu Ruyue back then. Could this person be compared to Lu Ruyue back then? The reason why it was not the current Lu Ruyue was because Lu Ruyue was already very close to becoming a martial king. She was only a step away from reaching the realm that everyone in the younger generation looked up to, unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Although Xiao Chan could not see through this person's cultivation realm from his aura, he could roughly guess that he was a middle-stage superior-grade martial saint. He was still a distance away from peak superior-grade martial saint. Which peak's inner disciple is Murong Chong from? Why have I not heard of him before? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. He said, "He is a free person, he does not belong to any peak." Xiao Chen observed Lu Suifeng's expression, and knew that Lu Suifeng still had something to say. Free person? What do you mean? After anyone entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect, the first thing they had to do was choose a peak. After that, they could customize their identity token and become a true inner disciple. How could there be someone who did not belong to any peak? If he did not belong to any peak, then why did he come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Could it be just for the dense spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range? No one would find it strange. Since he could enter the inner sect naturally, he would place more importance on the high-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the various peaks. An environment with dense spiritual energy would always be secondary. Lu Suifeng paused for a while, as though he had made a decision. He sighed and said, "I'll tell you the truth. Murong Chong used to be a disciple of our Qingyun peak. There is also Wang Rong, whom I met in the library. He used to be a disciple of Qingyun peak as well. Murong Chong and my elder sister are fellow disciples. They grew up together. 2 years ago, after he failed to woo my sister, he left Qingyun Peak in a fit of anger." Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect there to be such a story. He could not help but take a few more glances at Murong Chong, who had already walked up to the pavilion. After all the core disciples arrived, the chief examiner slowly appeared on the drill grounds. He looked at Xiao Chan and the others and said, "Each of you will have to participate in 15 battles. Every victory will give you 1 point. Defeats will not give you any points. The person with the most points after the battles will be the number 1 core disciple. He will be rewarded with 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and an inferior grade earth ranked spirit weapon. The remaining 9 will receive the same rewards. 500 inferior grade spirit stones and a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. At the same time, your ranking in the ranking hall will automatically increase by 100. The rewards were indeed more than 5 times more than the previous years. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan did not care about any of it. Regardless of whether it was a spirit weapon or inferior grade spirit stones, he did not need too many of them. What he needed the most now were rank 6 body-tempering medicinal pills or natural treasures that could temper the physical body. Next were high-ranked cultivation techniques that could temper the physical body. Chapter 232. The arena for the competition was in the middle of the drill grounds. There was nothing special about it. Most of the opponents that met Xiao Chan chose to give up. Out of the 15 matches, Xiao Chan did not fight in 13 of them, obtaining victory. Only Mu Heng and Zhang Lai chose to continue. Unfortunately, even when the two of them worked together for the past 3 days, they could not do anything to Xiao Chan. In a one-on-one fight, Xiao Chan used 60% of his strength and ended the fight within 50 moves. Xiao Chan returned victorious in all 15 matches. Without any suspense, he obtained the first rank. The second rank would be between Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. The two of them were roughly equal in strength. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear victor. In the end, Mu Heng relied on the advantage of his physical body and had a slight advantage in endurance. He defeated Zhang Lai and obtained the second rank. By noon, all the matches had ended. This year's core disciples were finally chosen. Lu Suifeng managed to obtain the 10th rank by a hair's breadth, finally getting his wish. Go and rest first. After the core disciple ranking competition is over, you will have another match with the core disciples ranked in the top 10. The chief examiner reminded everyone. Originally, Xiao Chun was planning to leave after receiving his reward. However, when he heard the chief examiner's words, he stopped. This was not bad. It would be good to see how strong the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list were. In the spectator stands, the chief examiner arranged a row of seats for Xiao Chun, Mu Heng, and the rest of the new core disciples, separating them from the other inner disciples. Following the appearance of the 500 core disciples, the atmosphere in the spectator stands was ignited. It was like the atmosphere of the end-of-the-year ranking war. However, in reality, this sudden match could be seen as the end-of-the-year ranking war from a certain point of view. The top 100 core disciples were basically the same as the top 100 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Compared to the end-of-the-year ranking war, the only thing this ranking war lacked was the number of participants. As for the quality of the participants, it would definitely be higher. Thus it was rather interesting. Yi Chun, I feel that with your strength, if you participate in this core disciple ranking war, you will be able to enter the top 10, Mu Heng suddenly said. Zhang Lai said with some dissatisfaction, you must be joking. Everyone in the top 10 is at least a peak inferior grade martial saint. From martial grandmaster to martial saint is the first big hurdle that cultivators face. Even if there is only a slight difference, the difference in strength will be like the difference between heaven and earth. They can condense their essence and attack outside their body. Furthermore, their attack power will increase by several times. There was indeed a natural difference between a martial grandmaster and a martial saint. Zhang Lai was right. If a peak superior grade martial master defeated an inferior grade martial grandmaster, or even a medial grade martial grandmaster, it would not be strange. However, it would be extremely difficult for a peak martial grandmaster to defeat a newly advanced inferior grade martial saint. Although the martial heaven continent wasn't completely unheard of, these people were all geniuses rarely seen in 100 years. Perhaps they had an innate bloodline or inherited martial spirit. Or perhaps they had a cultivation technique or martial technique that was much stronger than their opponent. Only then could they achieve such an effect. If it was a regular inferior grade martial saint, with Xiao Chen's strength, Zhang Lai felt that he could defeat him. However, the people in the top 10 were all peak inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, all of them had fought hundreds of battles before they could reach the top 10. Compared to the common inferior grade martial saints at the foot of the mountain, they were on a completely different level. Just their cultivation technique alone was much stronger than a regular inferior grade martial saints. Xiao Chun had an indifferent expression towards the discussion of the two. He did not intend to argue with them. No matter what they said, it would not be as convincing as a battle. There would be a battle to prove himself. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Don't be unconvinced. 3 days ago, when the two of us worked together, he could only bring out 60% of his strength. If he attacked without holding anything back, he would be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial saint." Zhang Lai did not believe that Xiao Chun only used 60% of his strength. His and Mu Heng's combined combat prowess would definitely be equal to a medial grade martial saint. If Xiao Chun only used 60% of his strength and was able to hold his own against them, did that not mean that a medial grade martial saint was no match for him? Impossible, he was only a peak martial grandmaster. How could he be compared to a medial grade martial saint? Zhang Lai shook his head and did not continue discussing this issue. There were 10 arenas on the drill grounds. The rules of the competition were the same as Xiao Chen's earlier one. It was also a point system. The top 90 would be determined based on the number of points accumulated. The strength of the core disciples could not be underestimated. Most of them had their own consummate techniques. Furthermore, they were all people who used the saber. Xiao Chun did not find it boring as he watched the matches one by one. Instead, he gained some experience. However, as Xiao Chun continued watching, although the battles were exciting, there was nothing special about them. Facing the scorching sun in the south made him feel bored. Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursen is going up. She was ranked in the top 10 of the previous Wind Cloud list. Her Heavenly Melody saber technique is very hard to defend against. I wonder who her opponent is. Her opponent is the 18th ranked Yin Feng. He is also a ruthless character. However, he should not be a match for Yun Kursin. After watching for so long, the top 10 finally made their appearance. It is getting a little boring. Same. If it were not for these top 10 people making their appearance, I would not even be here today. When Yun Kursin made her appearance, the somewhat dull spectator stands immediately became very lively. There were all sorts of discussions. Xiao Chun looked at the girl slowly walking up the arena. Yun Kursin was dressed in white. She was not considered pretty, but she was delicate and pretty. She looked very simple and natural. A peak inferior grade martial saint. Her cultivation is the lowest among the top 10. The heavenly melody saber technique she practices should have something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, she would not be able to enter the top 10, Xiao Chun analyzed in his heart. Xiao Chun suddenly thought of something. He asked Lu Suifeng, "How come I don't see Chu Xinyun? She is also a core disciple, right?" When Chu Xinyun was mentioned, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Suifeng's face. He explained, "Xinyun, she obtained her core disciple status by relying on her status as an alchemist. Most of the disciples on Jade Maiden Peak are like that. They belong to another organization. There are very few people like Yun Kursin who relied on their combat prowess to become a core disciple. So that was the case. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's method was rather humane. Alchemists contributed greatly to a sect. They could even be said to be a scarce resource. You seem to be very familiar with the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. How many moves do you think Yun Kursin will need to defeat her opponent?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. He said, "Yun Kursin, she basically spends most of her time training outside. All the contribution missions she took were in places far away. I have not spoken much to her." While they were speaking, Yun Kursin and Yen Feng had already walked onto the arena. Under the direction of the referee, they stood still and the crowd stopped chatting. "Senior Sister Yun, sorry for the offense." After the two of them bowed, Yen Feng spoke politely. He drew his saber and instantly sent out 10-odd saber chi. The saber chi tore through the water-like air and flew towards Yun Kursin. Yun Kursin was not an ordinary opponent. Hence, the moment she stepped onto the arena, Yen Feng did not hold back. He sent out 10-odd saber chi with all his might, attacking from all sorts of tricky angles. His figure also instantly rushed forward. There was a flash of white light and Yun Kursin's figure drifted far away. Her body was so soft, it was like she did not have any bones. She easily dodged all the saber chi. Yen Feng smiled gently and happened to appear where Yun Kursin landed. "I already predicted that you would land here. This is my true killing move, spatial tearing cross chop." Yen Feng swung his saber and a cross-shaped saber chi quickly formed in the air. The air was like a curtain of water. Cracks appeared in the cross-shaped chop. It was clear how strong this move was. This attack was very accurate. It was aimed at the angle at which Yun Kursin would land. It was very difficult to change her position in midair. Even if she managed to dodge it, she would be in a passive position for a long time. Yun Kursin's expression was still very calm. Suddenly her body fell straight down. It was like a leaf falling to the ground suddenly turning into a piece of metal. It was very strange. "Who?" The instant Yun Kursin landed, she suddenly increased her speed and managed to catch up to the cross-shaped saber chi. She pushed her feet off the ground and her body instantly shot tens of meters away. She still managed to easily dodge Yen Feng's attack. What a profound movement technique. In one moment she is as light as a swallow, as light as a feather. In the next moment she is as heavy as a mountain. Furthermore, she is very adept at switching between the two states. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he could not help but praise. Lu Suifeng said, "This is the rare peak earth-ranked movement technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Thunder Cloud Art. Normally, only true inheritors or people with outstanding talent are qualified to practice it. However, if one wants to have any achievements, they will need a high comprehension ability." When Yen Feng saw that Yun Kursin dodged his meticulously planned move, he had a slightly disappointed expression on his face. He shouted and his figure left a long trail in the air as he hacked at Yun Kursin with his saber. Dang! This time Yun Kursin did not choose to dodge. She did not draw her saber, instead she raised her right hand. The weapons clashed and gave off a melodious sound. Yun Kursen did not move at all as she blocked this attack. When Yin Feng saw that Yun Kursen did not even draw her saber, he revealed an angry expression. He said, "Senior Sister Yun, we have not met for half a year. Am I not even qualified for you to draw your saber?" Yun Kursen said unhurriedly, "Don't get distracted. If this was a battle to the death, you would already be dead." Yun Kursen's indifferent attitude completely enraged Yin Feng. He shouted and held his saber with both hands. A 2-meter-long saber light rose up from the saber and pushed Yun Kursen back continuously. Chi! Chi! Under the huge pressure, Yun Kursen could not block it with one hand. After a while, her body was pushed to the edge of the arena. If she fell off, she would lose the right to participate in this match. Still not drawing your saber? In that case, get down. Yin Feng shouted loudly and withdrew the 2-meter-long saber light. The aura of his body suddenly rose to its peak and knocked Yun Kursen back in an instant. While Yun Kursen was in the air, her expression was unhurried. She held her saber hilt with her right hand and slowly drew her saber. Chapter 233. Wong! An ear-piercing sonic boom spread from the arena to the entire drill ground. As the sound wave spread in all directions, everyone in the spectator seats felt their eardrums vibrate and their heads spin. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and was astonished in his heart. What a horrifying sonic boom! He was already more than a kilometer away from the arena, yet he could still feel it so strongly. Yin Feng, who was at the center of the sonic boom, was instantly hit. He temporarily lost his hearing and his qi and blood surged. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Boom! With a flip of her right hand, Yun Kursen drew out her saber and sheathed it. The sound wave that had already spread out in all directions created ripples in the air and formed a huge whirlpool. Then it actually returned to the saber. The instant the saber returned to its scabbard, the sound wave that had gathered once again exploded out, giving off a louder and more horrifying sound wave than before. However, although the sound was louder this time, the inner disciples in the spectator stands did not feel anything. This was because the sound wave had gathered into a line and struck Yin Feng's body. Blood leaked out of all the pores in Yin Feng's body. His face was frighteningly pale. He knelt on one knee with a pew tong sound and watched as Yun Kursen slowly descended. Yin Feng smiled bitterly. Yun Kursen, it has only been half a year and you are not even qualified to draw your saber. The next time we meet, will you not even be qualified to draw your saber? Yun Kursen's white clothes fluttered in the wind and her expression did not change. She said, "As a bladesman, it is not important whether I draw my saber or not. Don't bother with these superficial things. Otherwise, it will be difficult to comprehend your saber intent." This round Yun Kursen wins. The referee in the arena said. Seeing Yun Kursen leave, Yin Feng felt a slight bitterness in his heart. A long time ago, he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Now he could only see her back. The Heavenly Melody saber technique is indeed horrifying. She actually defeated Yin Feng with just half a move. Yun Kursen is still the same as before, always surprising people. Yin Feng's defeat was rather unjust. He was too caught up in whether his opponent would draw her saber or not. He still had some trump cards that he had not used yet. This is also because his mental state is not mature enough. After all, Yun Kursen's previous ranking on the Wind Cloud ranking was below his. Now he is somewhat unable to accept this. You can't say that. For a cultivator, mental state is sometimes more important than any cultivation technique or martial technique. It is also a part of a cultivator's strength. Although this duel was short, and everyone felt that it was not enough to watch it, it did not affect the quality of the competition. The discussions in the spectator stands never stopped. As Zhonglai watched Yun Kursen leave, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "This woman is not simple. Her state of the Heavenly Melody saber technique has already reached great perfection." When Xiao Chun heard this, he secretly nodded in his heart. The composition of a martial technique was divided into the route of true qi circulation in the meridians, the angle and footwork of the attack, and the concept contained in the martial technique. For example, the state of the rushing thunder saber technique was purely the state of thunder. The Lingyun saber technique had two states, the state of mountains and the state of clouds. A martial technique could only be considered to have reached great perfection when all three were merged. However, the comprehension of a state required comprehension ability, luck, and patience. It was incomparably difficult to comprehend. If one focused on pursuing a state, they would end up stagnating. They might even regress. Thus, most cultivators would not overly pursue a state before their cultivation reached a certain level. Yoon Kersen was able to comprehend the state of the Heavenly Melody Saber technique to great perfection when she was a peak inferior grade martial saint. This proved that this girl's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were all things that ordinary people could not compare to. Zhang Lai glanced at Mu Heng, then at Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, "Do you still think that he can make it into the top 10 of the core disciples? Not to mention the difference in cultivation realm, those who can make it into the top 10 are all geniuses. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which is filled with talents, it is impossible to enter without some real skills." Mu Heng muttered to himself for a while before saying seriously, "Yoon Kersen is very strong, very strong. However, she is still not a match for Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun looked at Mu Heng in surprise. He did not know where Mu Heng got his confidence from. Although he was not afraid of Yoon Kersen, after watching the earlier match, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating her. Stop talking big. Yoon Kersen only used half a move to defeat the 16th ranked Yen Feng. She still has many trump cards that she has not used yet. How can you be so sure that she is not a match for Xiao Chun? In terms of cultivation realm, Xiao Chun is only a peak martial saint. In terms of states, the Heavenly Melody Saber technique is close to great perfection. It is not weaker than Xiao Chun's Lingyun Saber technique. Is it not easy to tell who is stronger? This time, before Zhang Lai could say anything, the other newly advanced core disciples retorted. Furthermore, there was evidence to back up their claims, making it impossible for them to argue. Mu Heng smiled faintly. "There is no point in saying so much. In the future, you will naturally know if what I said is true or false." Lu Suifeng leaned over and whispered, "Yi-chan, if you really go up against Yoon Kersen, how confident are you of victory?" Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, 50%. If that is all she has, I can increase it by another 10%. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was incomparably shocked. He was very clear about Xiao Chun's character. When he said 50%, it would only be higher and not lower. It would definitely not be lower than 50%. The matches in the arena continued. The top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list all went up. Their strength did not disappoint the crowd. The 5th-ranked Li Yuza used only 3 moves to deal with the 15th-ranked Lien Yun. His speed is abnormally fast. The 4th-ranked Yun Feima defeated the 20th-ranked opponent with 1 saber strike. It looks like his tearing blood technique has already reached the 10th layer. The 8th-ranked Ling Aoshuang also used only 3 moves to deal with his opponent. It was as Zhang Lai said. None of the top 10 core disciples were weak. They were much stronger than the others. They basically dealt with their opponents within 5 moves. Up until now, aside from the first-ranked Murong Chong, who had yet to fight, the other 9 core disciples in the top 10 had already fought, displaying their strength. There was one more thing that attracted Xiao Chun's attention. He did not know if it was the Elders' Assembly's arrangement or something else, but the top 10 core disciples did not fight against each other. In Xiao Chun's opinion, the top 10 core disciples had already surpassed the others. It was almost impossible for the others to defeat them. Their opponents were only themselves. It is Murong Chong's turn. His opponent is Yan Qihua, who is ranked 11th on the Wind Cloud list. He was also one of the top 10 core disciples in the previous Wind Cloud list. None of his opponents could last more than 10 moves. Yan Qihua is indeed strong. Unfortunately, he ran into Murong Chong. He will definitely lose. Let's see how many moves he can last. I have not seen Murong Chong make a move for a long time. This is exciting. Last year, Murong Chong only appeared for a while at the end of the year. He rarely returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after that. This is a bladesman who spends all his time cultivating bitterly. If it were not for the Saber Emperor's summon, he would not have returned. Up in the arena, Yan Qihua's expression changed when he heard the discussions around him. He felt upset in his heart. He looked at the blue-clothed Murong Chong standing proudly and said, Regardless of what the others say, I only have one purpose standing here. It is not to last a few moves against you but to defeat you. Murongchong smiled coldly and said, Before you speak, consider your own strength first. Both sides bow and stand still. The match begins. Who? Right after the referee spoke, a cool breeze blew in the arena. There was a melodious sound coming from the wind. This was the sound of a saber being drawn. Yan Qihua was startled. He had not expected Murongchong to ignore his status and make the first move. He felt flustered. Fortunately, Yan Qihua had a good mental state. After a while, he calmed himself and prepared to receive Murongchong's attack. However, when he looked to the front, he did not see Murongchong. Yan Qihua quickly looked around. Aside from the cool breeze, there was no one else in the arena. Where is he? This time, Yan Qihua was completely flustered. How could a living person disappear right under his eyes? It was too strange. Don't panic, he cannot possibly leave this arena. Since he made the first move, he will definitely reveal his killing intent. As long as I grasp the direction of the killing intent, I will be able to block his attack. Yan Qihua repeated in his heart. He extended his perception and moved his feet continuously. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Wuxia. Suddenly, a long wound appeared on Yan Qihua's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes were wide open. He had an incredulous expression. How did I get injured? Chi. The cool breeze in the arena suddenly stopped. The air currents in the air froze. Murongchong's handsome face appeared before Yan Qihua. He revealed a cruel smile. Murongchong's eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent. Suddenly, he pounced over like a gushing river. Scram! Murongchong sheathed his saber and kicked Yan Qihua's chest, sending him off the arena. Why can't I feel such a surging killing intent? What's going on? Yan Qihua, who was struggling on the ground, could not figure it out. When the referee saw the situation, he immediately announced, Murongchong victory. Yan Qihua's pale face recovered his wits. He shouted, That's impossible. How could I lose? I have not used the trump card that I practiced for a year. Murongchong, do you dare to receive an attack from me fair and square? Do you dare or not? Murongchong did not even look at Yan Qihua, who was on the ground. He said coldly, Idiot, you have to be able to use a killing move for it to be considered a killing move. You can't even use it, yet you are not embarrassed to shout so loudly. Looking at Murongchong's back, Xiaochan sank into deep thought. What a horrifying clear wind chop. I originally thought that my great perfection clear wind chop was sufficient as a trump card. It looks like I am still far from it. Chapter 234. Wang Qinyan, a direct disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, frowned when he saw Lin Feng's matches. What is Lin Feng doing? He has lost 9 out of 15 matches. Is he doing this on purpose? Luo Kadi, who was at the side, also felt a little strange when he heard this. In the previous match, he would have easily defeated an opponent ranked in the top 100. Wang Qinyan said, When you go down later, ask him what's going on. Tell him to try his best to get the 90 spots. I have a feeling that this mission will be very helpful to us. After the mission, our strength should increase by a level. The duels in the arena continued. The gap between the top 10 on the wind and cloud list and the people behind them grew larger and larger. They were not on the same level at all. As the sun set in the west, the battles in the arena were nearing the final round. The top 10 on the honor roll had yet to meet. Now, it was certain that this was deliberately arranged by the elders. He just didn't know how they would be ranked if they had the same number of points. As expected, none of the top 10 are mediocre. They are much stronger than I imagined. Zhang Lai sighed after pondering for a while. Seeing that Zhang Lai was still conflicted on this issue, Mu Heng did not say anything more. The strength of the top 10 had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, he still believed that Xiaochen had the strength to fight for the top 10. There was no reason for it. It was just an intuition. Lu Suifeng suddenly said in a low voice, Have you noticed that Lin Feng, the quick blade of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, has already lost 10 matches in a row? What is he thinking? Is there such a thing? Xiaochen really didn't notice, but no matter what he wanted to do, he couldn't do anything. In the past, when Xiaochen fought against him, He might have had to resort to electric tricks to win quickly. However, after consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability increased greatly. His strength was much stronger than when he first came out of the underground world. It was a qualitative leap. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. If he wants to challenge me, I will give him a pleasant surprise." When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire western sky red, the battles on the drill ground finally came to an end. The top 10 core disciples on the leaderboard had won all 15 battles and were tied for first place. The result was somewhat regrettable. After all, what everyone wanted to see the most was an evenly matched high-level battle. Under the direction of the chief examiner, Xiao Chen and the other 10 newly promoted inner core disciples slowly walked to the center of the drill ground to welcome the challenges of the last 10 core disciples. Although the level of this battle wasn't high, it was still worth watching. For the sake of maintaining their status as core disciples, those people would use all sorts of methods to fight with all their might. As for Xiao Chen's group of 10, if they were to lose, although they wouldn't lose their qualifications as core disciples, they would lose the rewards they had previously received. The purpose of this was to prevent them from cheating. Such a rule ensured that both sides would have to fight with all their might and not hold anything back. Otherwise, both sides would suffer great losses. That's strange. Why is Lin Feng from the 10,000 Fathoms Peak also up there? He is the second strongest core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. Even if he can't get one of the 90 spots, he shouldn't be at the bottom. You can't even understand this? You are too stupid. The 10th ranked core disciple can choose his own opponent. He lost to Yuchan previously, so he must be feeling unsatisfied. This time he is here to get back at him. That is interesting. Lin Feng is also an inferior grade martial saint. His quick saber is quite famous in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He should be evenly matched with Xiao Chan. That should be the case. I heard that Yuchan used some tricks to win the last battle. That's why Lin Feng is very unconvinced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily admitted defeat this time, and dropped his ranking to around 300. The crowd was somewhat surprised at Lin Feng's appearance. However, when they thought about the reasons behind it, they were not too surprised. After all, every cultivator had their own pride. The 10 newly promoted core disciples and the 10 last ranked core disciples were separated by a few meters, standing in a row facing each other. Lin Feng's hand was on his saber hilt. His black eyes revealed a murderous intent as he stared at Xiao Chan. He withdrew his aura, accumulating it continuously. If looks could kill, Xiao Chan would have died 100 times already. The chief examiner walked to the center and looked at both sides. Then he pointed to the person on the right and said, "If you are defeated this time, you will lose your qualifications to be a core disciple. I hope you will grasp this opportunity and do your best. Now, from left to right, choose your opponent one by one." When the first person from the left, Zhang Yu, heard this, he revealed a joyful expression. To be able to choose his opponent first, the advantage was self-evident. The expressions of the 3 people on the right were much more unsightly. It was easy to imagine that their opponents would be Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Chan, who no one was willing to fight. Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward and pointed at Lu Suifeng. "I choose him as my opponent." Lu Suifeng was indeed the weakest of the 10. However, Xiao Chan did not think that Lu Suifeng would definitely lose. His chances of victory were 50-50. Don't hold anything back. The opponent might use his full power the moment he starts, Xiao Chan said in a soft voice as he walked past Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng nodded gently. The fact that the other party chose him first made him feel unsightly. Everyone was a hot-blooded person. They were not willing to be looked down upon in front of everyone. Zhang Yu was only a superior grade martial grandmaster. Compared to Lu Suifeng, he did not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. He was more experienced in combat. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chan said. After Zhang Yu went up, he immediately executed his trump card, wanting to catch Lu Suifeng off guard. Lu Suifeng was prepared for this long ago. He fought back tit for tat, not letting Zhang Yu gain any advantage. The two of them had similar cultivation realms. Neither of them had a clear advantage. In the end, it would be a battle of mental states. The one who could maintain his composure and not reveal any openings too early would be the one to obtain the final victory. After the two of them exchanged 200 moves, there was still no chance of victory. Zhang Yu started to feel anxious. The pressure on him was much greater than Lu Suifeng's. Lu Suifeng's moves became increasingly ferocious. His gaze was calm and his heart was as calm as still water. He withstood Zhang Yu's storm-like attacks and finally found an opening. He immediately executed Qingyun Peak's secret technique, Profound Wind Chop. He knocked his opponent off the arena in one fell swoop, obtaining victory. The chief examiner walked over to Zhang Yu. Under Zhang Yu's unresigned gaze, he removed the golden core disciple identity token from his waist. Next, continue. The duels continued. With Zhang Yu as an example, the remaining core disciples were more cautious. The duels were in a stalemate. Both sides had their wins and losses. I choose him. When it was Lin Feng's turn to choose his opponent, he immediately picked Xiao Qian after he went up the arena. There were no surprises. Xiao Qian leaped up gently and landed firmly on the arena. When Xiao Qian went up the arena, the rage in Lin Feng's eyes calmed down. He gathered his aura and raised it continuously, holding it back. If I cannot defeat you within 5 moves, I will admit defeat, Lin Feng said word by word when he saw Xiao Qian's indifferent expression. Xiao Qian found it funny. He said indifferently, defeating me in 5 moves gives you a sense of accomplishment? Seeing that you have prepared so much, even dropping to the bottom 10 to fight me, I will give you this opportunity. Duel begin. The moment the referee spoke, Lin Feng's aura, which he had been suppressing, exploded out. The aura of an inferior-grade martial saint surged towards Xiao Qian like a torrential flood. Torrential storm. After learning from his previous experience, Lin Feng did not give his opponent the chance to make the first move. After he suppressed his aura, he immediately executed the martial technique that he was proud of. Xiao Qian swung his saber and a 6-meter-long saber chi flew towards Xiao Qian like a torrential storm. A strong wind blew in the arena. One could faintly hear the sound of a torrential storm. Lin Feng had underestimated this person. He had already comprehended the state of wind and the state of rain in this saber strike to small perfection. The horrifying saber chi had the speed of the wind and the density of the rain. The wind and rain intertwined, and the torrential rain poured down. The rain made use of the wind to become even more ferocious. The berserk saber chi did not give Xiao Qian any time to think. It arrived before him in an instant. Before the saber chi got close, the ferocious saber wind caused Xiao Qian's clothes and hair to flutter. When it landed on his face, he felt a slight pain. Dang! Xiao Qian did not dare to be careless. He drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber and released a surging saber light, shattering the first saber chi. Saber chi was the biggest difference between a martial saint and a martial grandmaster. A martial grandmaster could only condense saber light. However, a martial saint could condense saber light again and launch a long-distance attack. In terms of essence quality and quantity, there was not much of a difference between Xiao Qian and Lin Feng. In fact, the quality of Xiao Qian's essence might even be slightly stronger. However, there was a difference between saber light and saber chi. When his opponent condensed saber chi with 50% of his strength, Xiao Qian needed to condense 60% of his strength to block it. However, Xiao Qian's essence recovery speed was much faster than his opponent's. Thus, he did not care about the consumption of essence. He smiled gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Qian's figure flickered on the arena, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was hard to tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. In the arena, strands of saber chi were shattered by Xiao Qian, scattering in all directions. Although Lin Feng knew that this move would not be able to cause any substantial damage to Xiao Qian, he did not expect that Xiao Qian would break it so easily. Swallowing wind, drinking rain. Lin Feng shouted and the torrential rain and wind suddenly stopped. The remaining saber chi returned to Lin Feng's body with a schwa sound. Xiao Qian appeared and looked at Lin Feng leaping over. He said softly, "For more moves. Less nonsense, I will deal with you with this move." Lin Feng said ruthlessly, veins bulging on his face. The moment Lin Feng spoke, his saber had already landed on Xiao Qian's head. Xiao Qian did not dare to be careless. The chi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. 6 drops of pure essence liquid were extracted and instantly turned into surging essence. They flowed into the meridians in his arms and into the saber. Chapter 235. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off a bright light, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The instant the sabers clashed, an intense whirlwind appeared with Ling Feng's saber as the center. The torrential storm that was swallowed by the whirlwind earlier gushed out with an even more ferocious aura. Dida! Dida! The sound of torrential rain started to resound in Xiao Qian's ears. With every drop of rain, the energy contained in Lin Feng's saber became stronger. Eventually, the sound of the rain became louder and louder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it actually started to rain heavily. The energy in Ling Feng's saber had also reached a horrifying level. Xiao Qian had some difficulty blocking the energy in the saber, and he could not help but move back. The torrential rain quickly soaked Xiao Qian's clothes and hair. Lin Feng revealed a cocky expression. "You are very honored. You are the first opponent of my torrential storm saber technique, since I mastered it to great perfection. For you, I even gave up on the 90 spots. The might of this swallowing wind drinking rain can grow infinitely. The longer you resist, the more pressure you will have to endure. In the end, your injuries will only worsen. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible." In the midst of the torrential storm, Xiao Qian slowly moved back. However, his expression did not change. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he revealed a faint smile. "Infinitely grow. Like I said, I will give you 5 moves. I will not attack you with this move. Unless it was a great perfection mysterious phenomenon, no one would dare to say that their strength could grow infinitely. Furthermore, even a great perfection mysterious phenomenon could be broken by force. To be able to draw out such a realistic mysterious phenomenon, Lin Feng's move was indeed shocking. However, in Xiao Qian's eyes, it was full of openings. It would be easy for him to break it. However, Xiao Qian did not intend to do so. He placed his left hand on the saber hilt and switched to a two-handed grip. He immediately stopped moving back and shouted, "Solitary Peak appreciating self." The image of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain flashed behind Xiao Qian. Clouds surrounded the peak, and it pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Then it entered Xiao Qian's body. Bang! The instant the mountain entered Xiao Qian's body, a majestic aura spread out from within. Xiao Qian stood upright on the arena like a towering mountain. "Let the wind howl, let the rain pour down, I will not move. Who cares about your unlimited growth? I will not be afraid. I will admire myself on the lonely peak." This move was the strongest defensive move of the Lingyun saber technique. Once he used it, Lin Feng felt a huge pressure. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move Xiao Qian at all. In his eyes, it was as if his saber had really struck a majestic mountain peak, and it had no effect at all. Retreat! Lin Feng sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. The mysterious phenomenon in the sky immediately disappeared. Swallowing wind drinking rain could indeed grow infinitely, but it also required sufficient essence to support it. Covering the entire arena with the mysterious phenomenon was already Lin Feng's limit. If he persisted for a long time, even without Xiao Qian making a move, he would automatically lose due to his essence being exhausted. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and dispersed the aura of the lonely peak. He looked at the retreating Lin Feng and said, 3 more moves. Let's see what other abilities you have." When Lin Feng saw that Xiao Qian had a card up his sleeve, he roared angrily. The qi and blood in his heart surged. He did not use any martial techniques and directly rushed over. So. Lin Feng did not use any martial techniques. Instead, his speed became even faster. A strand of saber qi flashed in front of Xiao Qian at lightning speed, making him somewhat surprised. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qian's body moved back, and 2 strands of hair on his forehead were cut off. He narrowly avoided this saber strike. 2 more moves. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and retreated more than 100 meters, putting a distance between him and Lin Feng. Xiao Qian's words were like a nightmare that haunted Lin Feng, causing him to feel extremely frustrated. He was at a loss as to what to do. He was in a state of confusion and did not know how to make his move. When Wang Qinian, who was on 10,000 fathoms peak, saw Lin Feng on the arena, he revealed an extremely disappointed expression. He said to Luo Kadi, who was beside him, "Let's go, I don't want to watch anymore." Luo Kadi also secretly shook his head. He followed behind Wang Qinian and slowly left the pavilion. The result was already decided. There was indeed nothing to see. 5 moves are over. You can go down now, Xiao Chun said softly as he dodged Lin Feng's saber chi again. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Don't speak as if you can defeat me at any time. This is just an excuse for you to be suppressed by me. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not argue. He used the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Incantation, the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. On the arena, 9 illusory figures appeared. Hu Qi. The 9 illusory figures moved at the same time, turning into 9 cool breezes that blew towards Lin Feng from all directions. The cool breezes were gentle, bringing with them a refreshing feeling. Not only did Lin Feng not feel any killing qi or pressure, he even felt comfortable. When he felt that something was wrong, he suddenly felt pain in the 9 acupoints on his chest. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. The 9 figures merged back together and the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Xiao Chun stood behind Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can indeed defeat you at any time, be it in the past or now." Putong. Lin Feng immediately knelt on the ground and muttered, "Clear wind chop," only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Qingyun Peak's 7 great secret techniques. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. The referee removed Lin Feng's identity medallion and waved his hand. Immediately, someone carried Lin Feng off the arena and treated his injuries. The huge crowd did not make a sound when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Lin Feng might not be a match for Xiao Chun, they did not expect Xiao Chun to be able to toy with Lin Feng in the palm of his hand. He only used 1 saber strike to defeat the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. His strength was equivalent to the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Thinking about how Xiao Chun was currently only a peak martial grandmaster, if he advanced to martial saint one day, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. Mu Heng stood beside Zhang Lai and said softly, "Do you still think that Yi Chan does not have the strength to fight for the top 10? Zhang Lai revealed a bitter smile. He discovered that he could not see through Yi Chan anymore. It seemed like he had an endless supply of trump cards. Previously it was the 17th move of the Lingyun Saber technique. This time it was Qingyun Peak's secret technique. I take back what I said earlier. He does indeed have the strength to fight for the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. However, I will personally defeat him in the true battle for points at the end of the year." Mu Heng smiled faintly and did not say anything. He felt that Zhang Lai was too naive. In this world, there were some people who would only leave you further and further behind after they surpassed you. No matter how hard you worked, you would not even be able to see their backs in the end. In Mu Heng's opinion, Xiao Chun was such a person. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He did not reveal himself. However, once he revealed himself, he would be able to shake the heavens and shock everyone. At the highest point of the pavilion, the top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list each stood in their own position. Murongchang's calm expression could not help but change slightly when he saw Xiao Chun execute the clear wind chop. He looked at Lu Riyue in the distance and muttered, "Clear wind chop. Riyue, have you not given up yet? No matter what, I will let you know that aside from me, no one can help you revitalize Qingyun Peak." After Mu Heng and Zhang Lai easily defeated their opponents, this duel finally came to an end. Including Lin Feng, 7 people had lost their qualifications to become core disciples forever. The chief examiner looked at the crowd and said, "Let's disperse first. Mu Heng, Yi Chan and Zhang Lai, the 3 of you stay behind." After the crowd dispersed, the chief examiner said, "According to the higher-ups, the 3 of you have the qualifications to participate in this mission. Don't ask me what the mission is, you will know after 3 days. What you need to do is to work hard on your cultivation within these 3 days, and strive to improve further." The 3 of them exchanged glances. They could see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The moon hung high in the sky like a round plate, quietly emitting a tranquil light. The light scattered around every inch of Qingyun Peak. In the independent courtyard that Xiao Chun was in, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed. It is time to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chun thought to himself. There were still 3 days. He had to strive to improve his cultivation and cultivation technique. The qi whirlpool in his body spun very quickly. The essence flowed slowly along his meridians, following the circulation route of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly gathered in Xiao Qin's body. As the spiritual energy poured in continuously, the essence in Xiao Qin's meridian slowly turned from a transparent color to a crystalline purple. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had 3 thresholds. Every 3 layers would result in a qualitative change. The first 3 layers were the foundation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only by reaching the 4th layer could one be considered to have barely reached the next level. When one reached the 4th layer, not only would one be able to cultivate higher-ranked immortal techniques, but the Purple Thunder True Fire origin would also improve. The most important thing was that the essence in one's body would produce a trace of lightning energy. In the future, every move one made would produce a strong lightning-attributed electricity. Cultivating lightning-attributed martial techniques would also allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The rushing thunder saber technique that lacked an opportunity might be able to advance because of this, allowing him to practice the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique, the rushing thunder triple chop. Thus, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer was more difficult than breaking through from the 3rd layer. Fortunately, Xiao Qin had made ample preparations for this. Be it the 20 auspicious signs in the underground world or the immortal grade flowing light marigold, they all made it much easier for him to break through to the 4th layer. Time slowly went by. After an hour, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in Xiao Qin's body finally completed a great cycle. The crystalline and crystalline purple essence slowly returned to the Qi whirlpool. Xiao Qin sank his consciousness into it, and saw a tiny purple electric light at the bottom of the spiraling Qi whirlpool. Although the electric light was small, the energy it contained made Xiao Qin slightly startled. After a while, the electric light condensed into a drop of purple liquid and slowly dripped down. When I condense 361 purple electric lights, this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation should be able to reach the 4th layer, Xiao Qin thought to himself. Chapter 236. Xiao Qin sank his consciousness and cleared his mind. He continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation unhurriedly. The speed at which the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured in also increased. Xiao Qin's room was filled with electricity. Occasionally, electricity could be seen in the air, crackling as it flickered. Then it vanished into nothing. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated for another great cycle. This time, the purple electricity in the Qi whirlpool condensed into 2 drops of purple liquid. The instant the liquid fell, Xiao Qin felt that every inch of his body was filled with a boundless energy. It made his mind surge and his Qi and blood surge endlessly. As time went by, the speed at which the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated was no longer under Xiao Qin's control. It circulated at a frightening speed. The electricity in the Qi whirlpool crackled endlessly. Dee-da! 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 The purple liquid fell quickly. Xiao Qin still managed to condense 100 drops of crystalline and translucent purple liquid. Xiao Qin's hair and skin started to glow with a purple light. This was especially so for his hair. His originally black hair was now crystalline and translucent, giving off a strange glow. The gentle moonlight shone through the window screens, giving Xiao Qin a faint yellow glow. The purple and yellow colors mixed together, forming an enchanting glow. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated for 200 great cycles, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire courtyard could no longer satisfy Xiao Qin's needs. The range of the spiritual energy slowly expanded. In the end, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun Peak surged towards Xiao Qin's room. The spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range was many times denser than that of the ground. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire peak was comparable to the spiritual energy in a medium-sized city on the surface. Suddenly, the surging lightning-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge whirlpool on the roof of Xiao Qin's room. This whirlpool was connected to the Qi whirlpool in his body. Every time the cyclone in Xiao Qin's dantian rotated once, a large amount of surging and powerful lightning-attributed spiritual energy would enter Xiao Qin's body. Within the whirlpool, thunder and lightning roared. From time to time, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire mountaintop. The huge commotion immediately startled everyone on Qingyun Peak. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen guarding the library revealed grave expressions. The leader did not know what was going on and wanted to send someone to check it out. "Don't be anxious," Someone's cultivation technique is advancing. There is no need to be too shocked. Lu Qing walked out of the library and stopped the people from the Divine Saber camp. Xiao Qian looked at the huge lightning whirlpool in the distance at the bottom of the mountain. Occasionally, the horrifying lightning within the whirlpool tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky. The grave expression on Lu Qing's face was no less than that of the Divine Saber camp's bladesmen. He thought to himself, such a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. Could it be that a heaven-ranked cultivation technique is about to advance? In Xiao Qian's independent courtyard, Lu Ruyue and Lu Suifeng stood outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment as well. The two of them were less than 500 meters away from the whirlpool. They could clearly feel the horrifying might within it. The thunder was like a flood dragon roaring angrily. The lightning was like a tongue of fire spitting out. All that was left in the air was pure lightning attributed spiritual energy. All the other attributed spiritual energy had been cleanly expelled. Everywhere was crackling lightning. Under the illumination of the electricity, it was as dazzling as a solar eclipse. Lu Suifeng squinted his eyes and said worriedly, "Sis, will Yi-chan be fine?" "Jinx." Lu Ruyue knocked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. She said, "I have only seen such a phenomenon in ancient books. It is a strong cultivation technique advancing. Yi-chan has always been cautious. If he is not completely prepared, he will not advance rashly." Although Lu Ruyue said that, the anxiety in her eyes did not lessen at all. It was also written in the ancient books that if a cultivator failed to advance, their cultivation technique would flow in reverse. Their meridians would break and they would die. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky turned into countless tiny bolts of lightning. They entered Xiao Qian's room. Immediately, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared, and everything became calm. Boom! After a moment of silence, a huge force exploded in Xiao Qian's room. The room suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Xiao Qian's figure leaped out from the cloud of dust. A purple light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. It was like two beams of purple light suddenly disappearing in the dark night. It was as resplendent as a pillar soul-stirring. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Qian. He discovered that he could no longer see through Xiao Qian. In the past, he could still guess his cultivation realm. Now he only had one feeling, unfathomable. Xiao Qian had noticed the two of them long ago. He smiled faintly and pushed off the ground with his feet, landing beside the two of them. He left behind a purple afterimage in the air. After a long time it slowly thinned until it disappeared. The anxiety in Lu Ruyue's eyes vanished. Her pretty face revealed a joyful expression. Congratulations on crossing the first great hurdle of a cultivator and successfully advancing to Martial Saint. This was not the first time that Xiao Qian advanced his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and Cultivation Realm at the same time. It was the same when he advanced to Martial Grandmaster. Thus, he did not find it strange. He just treated it as a pleasant surprise. Xiao Qian smiled. This is all thanks to the dense spiritual energy in Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, I would have needed at least a month to advance. These words were not exaggerated at all. The spirit vein's origin under the Lingyun mountain range could very well be the core spirit vein's origin of the entire Shihe province. If Xiao Qian advanced at some other place, the overly thin spiritual energy would not allow him to advance so smoothly. When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Qian being so humble, her impression of him improved greatly. She smiled and said, "I shall not disturb you anymore. Your cultivation technique and cultivation realm have both advanced. You should now carefully comprehend them. If there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will find someone to fix this room tomorrow." Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Qian. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. When Xiao Qian first came to Qingyun Peak, he was only an inferior grade martial grandmaster. His cultivation was not even as high as his. However, in less than half a year, Xiao Qian had crossed 2 hurdles in one go. Then, he crossed the first great hurdle in front of cultivators and entered the Martial Saint realm. With such talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng thought about himself. A year ago, he was already a peak martial grandmaster. However, he could not touch the door to Martial Saint. It was only after he consumed the flowing light flower that he managed to comprehend it. However, Lu Suifeng had a calm temperament. The fact that Xiao Qian was able to advance to Martial Saint only gave him some pressure. He smiled gently and said, "Do you admit it or not? Now I can no longer catch up to you." Xiao Qian smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Suifeng's talent was not low. Unfortunately, his temperament was not resolute enough. If he could get rid of these distracting thoughts, his cultivation would improve significantly. After the two of them left, Xiao Qian started to inspect the condition of his body. He sank his consciousness into it. The formless qi whirlpool in his dantian had turned completely purple. With a thought, a strand of purple essence immediately came out from the purple qi whirlpool. It flowed through his meridians and entered Xiao Qian's right hand. Shua! Without any obstruction, the purple energy left Xiao Qian's body and formed a small saber qi in the air as it flew forward. A small tree about 10 meters in front of Xiao Qian was easily chopped in half at the waist. There were traces of electricity leaping around the gap in the small tree, lingering for a long time. Xiao Qian revealed a complicated expression. He said, "The essence in my body has already turned into pure lightning-attributed essence. In the future, if I were to learn lightning-attributed martial techniques, I would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, if the attribute was too pure, there would be some obstruction to the comprehension of other martial techniques. For example, the Lingyun saber technique that Xiao Qian was currently researching. The Lingyun saber technique did not have any requirements on the attribute. However, in terms of states, it was the state of mountains and the state of clouds. If Xiao Qian wanted to comprehend it further, he would have to overcome the instinctive state of thunder in his body. It would be much more difficult for him to comprehend it compared to others." Xiao Qian collected his thoughts and said, "Never mind, let's not care about this for now. I should take a look at the progress of the purple thunder true fire first." With a thought, a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Xiao Qian shouted, "Withdraw!" The purple flame immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Xiao Qian opened his right hand and a ball-sized flame immediately floated in his hand. In the center of the flame, there was a strand of dazzling electricity leaping around. It gave the purple flame a strange hue. The dazzling electricity was the origin flame of the purple thunder true fire. The purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 4th layer. Xiao Qian could finally successfully draw out the origin flame. In the Tianwu continent, flames were also divided into different attributes. There was the extreme cold flame, which could instantly freeze the target into a pillar of ice, shattering it into countless ice shards. There was also the nurturing flame, which could treat injuries and expel the cold. It nourished the body and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There was also the ghost flame, which had a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it could easily corrode them. There was also the incomparably tyrannical dragon flame, which was indestructible and unblockable. There were all sorts of flames, and it was not as simple as burning. As for Xiao Qian's purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed flame. Its origin flame was a strand of lightning soul. The flame contained boundless electricity. "Shoot!" Xiao Qian shouted, and the purple flame in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting into the pitch-black night sky. The purple arrow had a long flaming tail behind it. It cut the night sky in half like a piece of black cloth. In an instant, it flew for more than a kilometer. Its speed surpassed the speed of sound. It was unknown how far it flew. In the night sky, only a spot of light could be seen moving continuously like a meteor. After a long time, the distant night sky suddenly gave off a resplendent light. It illuminated the night sky like it was daytime. However, countless bolts of electricity tore the sky apart. Hualala! The instant the arrow exploded, Xiao Qian clearly felt the essence in his body drain away like water. Xiao Qian looked at the sky, at the direction the purple arrow flew in. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "What a fast speed! With such a sudden attack, no one would be able to block it." However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Xiao Qian leaped up gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading for a desolate forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qian scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there was no one around, Xiao Qian took out the broken sword he obtained in the ancient remnant from the universe ring. Chapter 237. This broken sword was the same as the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. Aside from its sharpness, there was nothing special about it. However, when it was placed next to the lunar shadow saber, there would be an intense reaction. They were attracted to each other. Xiao Qian had wanted to burn it for a long time. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the purple thunder true fire that could burn the Thunderwood sword could not do anything to this broken sword. Coincidentally, the purple thunder true fire's grade had increased again. Xiao Qian was prepared to give it another try. He wanted to see what reaction there would be after he burned it. Summoning the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Qian gently placed the broken sword in his hand in the middle of the flames. His spiritual sense wrapped around the broken sword as it floated steadily in the middle of the flames. Pu-ci. The moment the flames touched the broken sword, it immediately gave off a dazzling electric light, crackling non-stop. Black smoke came out from the surface of the broken sword. The entire broken sword changed its appearance. The dust on its surface was removed, and it gave off a bright light once again. Wang! Wang! The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Qian's left hand could not help but tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Xiao Qian almost could not hold it anymore. Could this broken sword really contain a portion of the Battle Sage origin? Xiao Qian thought to himself. The Battle Sage origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. Because it was too strong, it was split into 6 portions. Each portion was embedded in a subdivine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King spent the latter half of his life searching for the remaining 5 portions of the Battle Sage origin. No one knew how many portions he found and what the final result was. No one knew who was it that injured the Thunder King and broke the Thunderwood sword in his hand, forcing him to seal the broken sword in the Moonlight Stone for 1,000 years. Later generations did not know. Back then, the Thunder King was a peerless genius. With the Thunderwood sword in his hand, he was unrivaled in the entire Great Qin nation. He was a peak expert in the entire Qianwu continent. There were not many people who could force him to use his full strength. Who could force him to a dead end? Aside from Ao Jiao, no one knew the answer. However, Ao Jiao did not answer this question. She had been avoiding the topic, not telling Xiao Qian the answer. Clearly, she was extremely wary of the matter of 1,000 years ago. Xiao Qian had a guess about this. The Thunder King might have already found the other 5 subdivine weapons containing the Battle Sage origin. However, just as he was about to fuse the divine weapons, he was severely injured by someone. His 5 subdivine weapons were separated, and the Thunderwood sword in his hand was chopped into 2. Why was he so afraid of the Thunderwood sword that was about to become a divine weapon? The answer was obvious. It had to be the owner of a divine weapons master. From the day the divine weapons were born, there were only 10 divine weapons in the world. It was as if even the heavens were afraid of the divine weapons. King from the sage, the thunder dragon, sword from the wood from dragon. From sword. Wood, from wood. The owner of a divine weapon was afraid that his divine weapon would fall. Hence he chose to make a move early. He used the might of the divine weapon to defeat the Thunder King Sang Mu. Xiao Qian's guess was very reasonable. However, he did not have any evidence. Hence, Xiao Qian did not dare to be too sure that the events of the past were as he expected. The purple thunder true fire that released its origin energy was several times hotter than before. It reached a horrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. Under Xiao Qian's fervent gaze, that broken sword slowly melted. It turned into liquid and slowly dripped down. Hu-chi. The instant the liquid fell, it floated to the lunar shadow saber scabbard in Xiao Qian's left hand. It seemed like it had a life of its own as it flowed towards the gap between the scabbard and the hilt. It wanted to enter the scabbard and merge with the saber. Pooh! The simple and unadorned scabbard gave off a horrifying force, knocking away all the liquid flying over. Xiao Qian sent out a strand of his spiritual sense and gathered all the molten metal in the air. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. What is going on? When that broken sword completely melted, all the molten metal gathered together and moved around continuously. It was like jelly on earth. It was very strange. Who? Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the gathered molten metal, heading for Xiao Qian's face. Xiao Qian was prepared for this long ago. He instantly used his spiritual sense to form a thick wall in front of him. It was impregnable. When the figure crashed into it, it bounced back. Ayo! Ayo! The figure let out a pained cry. Xiaochen finally saw what it looked like. It looked exactly like a human. There was no difference at all. However, it was clearly much weaker. It gave off an extremely sinister aura, making others feel disgusted. So, it is the item spirit of the subdivine weapon. Because the broken sword did not receive proper maintenance, it has turned into an evil spirit. Now that Xiaochen knew what it was, he was no longer surprised. No wonder the scabbard was disgusted by these things and merged with the lunar shadow saber. So this was the reason. After the item spirit turned into an evil spirit, it would lose its consciousness. It would become a monster that only knew how to kill. If it was merged into a spirit weapon, it would turn the spirit weapon into an evil weapon, bringing disaster to the world. In the Tianwu continent, there were many evil cultivators who collected these evil spirits to refine evil weapons and used them to increase their strength. If this evil spirit, which was once the item spirit of a subdivine weapon, completely occupied the lunar shadow saber, it would immediately turn into an extremely evil weapon. Even Xiaochen would be affected. However, this evil spirit had been tempered by the purple thunder true fire, so its strength was significantly weaker. It could not pierce through the wall that Xiaochen laid down. Instead, it even injured itself. The evil spirit seemed to know how powerful Xiaochen was. It roared and immediately flew into the distance, trying to escape this place. Trying to run? Can you run? Purple thunder true fire. Shoot! When Xiaochen saw that the evil spirit was trying to escape, he smiled faintly. The purple thunder true fire turned into a sharp arrow and shot out with a long flaming tail. It was like a resplendent bolt of lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound and instantly caught up to the black evil spirit, piercing through it. Boom! The purple flame exploded. The might of the origin energy was completely unleashed. The brilliant electric light lit up the forest like it was daytime. The black evil spirit cried out in grief and turned into nothing, completely disappearing from this world. When Xiaochen felt his essence flowing out like water, he sighed and said, I only used it twice and my essence is already mostly depleted. Looks like this move can only be used as a trump card. After the evil spirit died, the broken sword turned into molten metal and flew back to the lunar shadow saber. This time, the strange scabbard did not stop it. It released the lunar shadow saber that wanted to escape. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber trembled in the air. It was like the molten metal had melted into his skin. There were no ripples as it completely seeped in. When the last drop of molten metal completely seeped in, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber became even more dazzling. Xiaochen stretched his hand out and grasped the lunar shadow saber. He immediately felt the energy in the saber become stronger. The lunar shadow saber advanced from inferior grade earth, ranked to medial grade earth ranked. Unfortunately, he did not see the so-called battle sage origins. Xiaochen was slightly disappointed. Since there is no battle sage origins, why did Ao Jiao tell me to refine this broken sword in such a hurry? If there was a problem that he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiaochen's usual way of doing things. He would not waste time on it. When the time came, he would straighten things out. It was already very late. After advancing to Martial Saint, he had improved in other areas. It was not convenient for Xiaochen to check them one by one. There were still 3 days. It was sufficient for him to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xiaochen stabilized his cultivation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would ask Lu Ruyue for guidance. Lu Ruyue had been a martial saint for much longer than Xiaochen. Hence, she had a lot of experience in this area. She imparted it to Xiaochen without holding anything back. For example, the speed at which saber qi could be condensed faster. How to use the least amount of essence to maximize the lethality. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was high in the first place. After consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability became even higher. He was able to understand Lu Ruyue's explanation after hearing it once. He could even deduce many things from one example. Xiaochen had benefited greatly in many aspects. His strength had increased significantly. It was night. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of kilometers. He could clearly see the countless stars dotting the night sky. With one glance, the night scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Tomorrow was the day the missions would be issued. Xiao Chun did not intend to cultivate tonight. He intended to have a good sleep to replenish his mental energy. For cultivators, the effects of meditating was comparable to sleeping. Hence, many cultivators would use cultivation to replace sleep. Doing so would not affect their mental energy. However, they would not be able to relax their minds. After all, when cultivating, the mind would still be awake. If there was even the slightest movement, one would be able to feel it immediately. Hence, only by sleeping could one truly relax their entire body. This would allow the cultivator's mental energy to recover to its peak state. Lying on the bed, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After 10 minutes, his breathing stabilized. His chest rose and fell as he breathed, and he slowly entered dreamland. In a daze, Xiao Chun did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. However, what he saw was not the room he was familiar with. Clouds surrounded him, and the sun shone brightly above him. When he looked around, many people and houses appeared before him like ants. This was one of the peaks of the Lingyun mountain range. Is this in my dream? Xiao Chun thought hazily. This was because time and space did not match his perception. The most important thing was that he could not get rid of that haziness. When Xiao Chun turned his head back, he saw the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryua's father, Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged on a rock. Lu Tianyu's weathered, wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Xiao Chun quietly. You do not seem to find this strange. Xiao Chun had already guessed that this person had invaded his dream. He did not find it strange. After all, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with such strong mental energy that could easily break through his defenses. Aside from him, Xiao Chun could not think of anyone else. He said indifferently, "There is nothing strange about it. It is just that I am not used to people invading my dreams for no reason. Sorry." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The entire space was like glass shattering. Chapter 238. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was unfathomable as he muttered, "This brat's mental energy is actually so strong. If I do not use the divine weapon, I will not be able to stop him." Under the night sky, Xiao Chun's figure flickered continuously as he quickly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chun paused for a while on the precipice and used the gravity spell to climb up. When Xiao Chun landed on the summit again, it was exactly the same as in his dream. He looked at the old man on the rock and said, "The next time you look for me, I hope you do not intrude into my dreams." In the depths of everyone's dreams, there were secrets. If this secret was discovered by others, it could be used by the opponent to attack the weakness of one's state of mind in battle. Although it was extremely difficult to enter the depths of a dream, especially for a cultivator with strong mental energy like Xiao Chun, it was even more difficult to enter. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu did not do so. However, Xiao Chun felt that it was dangerous and felt somewhat displeased. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly and did not answer Xiao Chun's question directly. "Do you remember what you promised me?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I remember. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not go against my heart, I can do it." "Do you know what mission you will be going on tomorrow?" Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Have you ever thought about why there is a limit on the number and age, and the Saber Emperor convening order?" Naturally, Xiao Chun had thought about this before. However, the higher-ups did not want to talk about it. The clues were limited, so there was no way for him to figure it out. He just had to face it calmly. Xiao Chun did not think too much about this. Now that Lu Tianyu asked this, could it be that the mission he arranged for Xiao Chun had something to do with this mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Chun could not help but ask, "Could the mission you arranged for me be related to this mission?" "That's right. I won't beat around the bush. Since it's already the last day, there's no need to keep it a secret." Lu Tianyu paused for a moment as his expression turned serious. "You should have heard about the demonic calamity 20 years ago, right? What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's losses in that calamity were far greater than what the rumors said. An inferior grade martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings. The biggest loss is that the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, who had the highest chance of advancing to Emperor Wu, died. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but be startled. 1 martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings had died. Such a strong force was sufficient to sweep through the entire Great Qin nation. How horrifying was this force to be able to annihilate all these people? When Lu Tianyu saw the astonished expression on Xiao Chen's face, he continued, "The strength of the demons in the deep abyss demonic world is much more terrifying than you imagine. The boundless deep abyss demonic world has a total of 18 realms. Each realm is a world of its own. Even the smallest realm, the first realm, is several times larger than the entire Tianwu continent. Each realm is ruled by a realm master. As for how strong this realm master is, it is impossible to measure it based on the strength of the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only encountered one of the 18 demon generals under the first realm master. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did their best, but they could not kill this demon general. They could only seal it temporarily." Lu Tianyu spoke tirelessly, telling Xiao Chun about the secret history of the past. His words were somewhat vague, but Xiao Chun could already imagine what kind of horrifying power it was. If Emperor Wu did not appear, even a demon general under the first realm master would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Chun raised his head and asked, "Are you saying that our mission this time has something to do with the deep abyss demonic world?" Lu Tianyu nodded and said, "That's right. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only temporarily sealed that spatial crack. Until now it has not been mended." "Until now it has not been mended." Xiao Chun felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't the people of the 3 holy masters send someone to mend it every 20 years? Could it be that they have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already?" Lu Tianyu nodded and said, "It is as you said. The 3 holy masters have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already. Why? Isn't sealing the spatial crack the responsibility of the 3 holy masters?" Xiao Chun asked, feeling confused. "Responsibility?" Lu Tianyu smiled self-mockingly. "You are too naive. Do you think there are such noble people in this world? Do you think they would help others out of goodwill without asking for anything in return? In the eyes of the 3 holy masters, an insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion is nothing. They are the true rulers of this continent. Things have to be prioritized. Even if they want to deal with it, they have to start with the bigger picture. What you think is extremely urgent might not be much in their eyes. Naturally, they have to deal with the more important things first. In the past, the reason why the 3 holy masters would send someone over every 20 years was because there was an absolute genius in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was able to enter the realm of Emperor Wu before the age of 50. Now that this genius is dead, they might have forgotten that there is a Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Great Qin nation. Xiao Chun frowned heavily and entered deep thought. He had not expected such a simple matter to have so many dark sides to it that no one knew about. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Chun said, "Based on what you said, how can I, an insignificant martial saint, do something that even martial sages and martial monarchs are unable to do?" Martial sages and martial monarchs are indeed unable to do it. However, you forgot your other identity. The inheritor of the Thunder King. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chun and said sullenly, 1,000 years ago, the seal was originally complete. If not for the Thunder King making a move, the seal would not have been broken. 1,000 years later, you have the responsibility, the ability, and the obligation to deal with the mess that the Thunder King left behind. Xiao Chun's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "You don't have to keep using the name of the Thunder King to pressure me. Although I am the inheritor of the Thunder King, I am not him. I hope you understand this clearly. I am helping you out of my own will. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will choose another method to return it to you. Your decision is clearly beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I cannot accept it. Goodbye." Even a martial sage could not deal with it. How could he deal with it if he went? Lu Tianyu was clearly using his identity as the inheritor of the Thunder King to threaten him to his death. Do you really think that I gave that scabbard to you casually? Or do you think that the pure lightning-attributed essence in your body without any impurities is just a coincidence? Do you really know why you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just as Xiao Chun was about to jump off the cliff, Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind him unhurriedly. Xiao Chun could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Lu Tianyu. He asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tianyu did not answer Xiao Chun's question directly. He waved his hand and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chun's hand over. Huang dang! A snow-white saber light flashed in the dark night. Suddenly it shone on Xiao Chun's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyu looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber and muttered, "This is a pretty good saber. After merging with the second broken sword, its might is much stronger than the last time I saw it. Unfortunately, the owner of the saber does not know how to use it." Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, he tossed the saber in his hand into the dark sky. The saber suddenly released a boundless lightning. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dazzling electric light tore through the sky, leaving a space that was even darker than the night sky. Finally, the electric light condensed and the saber's light was withdrawn. Everywhere it passed, the night sky was split in half like a piece of black cloth, falling to the sides. Xiao Chun stared dumbfoundedly at all this. This saber could even split the sky. Kasie! Lu Tianyu held the scabbard and waved his hand at the sky. The lunar shadow saber drew an arc in the air and returned to the scabbard with a schwa sound. After a long time, the two halves of the night sky slowly merged back together. Lu Tianyu tossed the lunar shadow saber back to Xiao Chun and said, "You can also use this kind of power. However, there is only one chance. Remember, there is only one chance." Ignoring Xiao Chun's astonished expression, Lu Tianyu continued, "What I am asking you to do is naturally within your capabilities. You don't have to worry about this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Why don't the strong elders go? Why only the young disciples can enter? Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people. This is because once one's bone age exceeds 24, they will not be able to enter that space. What you will be facing is not the true demons, but just the projection of these demons." Xiao Chun received the lunar shadow saber and his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? How can I swing that saber earlier?" That saber earlier had given Xiao Chun a huge shock. He had never expected the lunar shadow saber to be able to display such a strong force. Xiao Chun's heart was filled with questions. Back then, when he was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, he already had this feeling. The true strength of the lunar shadow saber was not as simple as what he had seen. Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "What you need to do is very simple. You just have to kill the projection of the 18 demon generals at the crucial moment. When you open your eyes, you will know how to execute this saber. In the end, this mission is still very dangerous. After you complete it, I will tell you where the third broken sword is. What does it mean when I open my eyes?" Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, his figure slowly turned blurry in front of Xiao Chun. After a while, this space started to shatter and eventually turned into nothingness. "Who?" Xiao Chun opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. He looked at his surroundings. It was the room he slept in. He looked out the window and saw that the sky had just brightened. It was still blurry. Getting up, Xiao Chun tossed aside the blanket and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He looked at his familiar surroundings. Cold sweat poured down his back as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He muttered, "So I did not break it at all. That dream was really a joke." After a long time, Xiao Chun recovered his wits. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The snow-white saber gave off a bright light. It was incredibly sharp. Chapter 239. The instant the saber was drawn, Xiao Chun immediately felt an extremely complicated formation appear within the lunar shadow saber. The formation lines were densely packed, like a spider web. There was a resplendent light at the center of the formation. It looked like it would explode at any moment. Xiao Chun immediately understood what Lu Tianyu meant. As long as he opened his eyes, he would know how to execute that move. The secret was in the center of the formation. As long as he detonated the light, he would be able to execute that move. Xiao Chun tested it out. He extended his spiritual sense into the formation and gently touched that light. Chi! Chi! A horrifying energy immediately rushed into the center of the formation and spread out in all directions. The spiderweb-like formation lines started to light up. Xiao Chan was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The energy of the formation lines immediately receded like a receding tide. So this is how it is used. Just using my spiritual sense is like igniting a spark of dynamite. It will explode with just a spark. Xiao Chan sheathed the lunar shadow saber. The strange formation in the saber immediately cut off the connection with his spiritual sense. Xiao Chan looked at the scabbard and shook his head. I should change to a new scabbard in the future. When the sky was bright, Lu Ruyue arrived at Xiao Chen's courtyard. She looked for him and explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Chan was somewhat astonished as he said, "Elder Sister Rue, you are going to participate in this mission as well?" Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "The rules of this mission state that all the experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion below the age of 24 must participate. I happen to be at the tail end. I am getting old. This mission is for youths like you, 18 or 19 years old." Xiao Chan rubbed his nose and said, "Elder Sister Rue, actually, you still look like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, you have a certain temperament that those little girls do not have." Lu Ruyue blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Chan in surprise. She said, "This is really surprising. I don't think I have ever seen you praise a girl before. You seem to spend all your time on Qingyun Peak cultivating. Normally, you do not even speak a few words. Cultivation is all about relaxation and speed. Don't let yourself get too engrossed in it, or you'll develop inner demons in the future." Xiao Chan paused for a moment. He had always been introverted. In his original world, he was not good at conversing. After coming to this cruel world, his personality became even more obvious. Not saying anything unnecessary, not doing anything unnecessary. This had always been Xiao Chen's basic principle. Today, for the first time, he opened his mouth and praised Lu Ruyue's appearance so boldly. Even he was surprised. Not wanting to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiao Chan changed the topic. "Elder Sister Rue, what are the details of this mission? Have you received the news yet?" Lu Ruyue shook her head and said, "I am not sure either. I only know that the person in charge of this operation is Lu Chan. The Lu Chan you met in the returning Cloud Hall." Lu Chan? Xiao Chan had a deep impression of this person. Is he only 24 years old? Don't tell me he's stronger than you, Sister Yu. Since he was the person in charge, his cultivation would definitely be the highest. Lu Ruyue's cultivation was already horrifying enough. Could it be that Lu Chan was even more horrifying than her? Lu Ruyue nodded and said, "His cultivation is about the same as mine. However, the martial technique he cultivates is rather special. So, his combat prowess is slightly stronger than mine. However, he is 1 year younger than me." Xiao Chan felt ashamed in his heart. He is only 23 years old, and his cultivation is already very close to becoming a martial king. Originally, he thought that aside from Lu Ruyue, there was no other genius like him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It looked like it was as the Hall of Contributions said. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, geniuses were the most worthless thing. When Lu Ruyue saw that Xiao Chan was somewhat dispirited, she consoled him. "Don't be too discouraged. Lu Chan is being nurtured as the next leader of the Divine Saber Camp. It can be said that he has the best conditions in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, secret manuals, and there are even death-sworn soldiers specially trained in killing qi. These are far from what you can compare to." Xiao Chan had long understood the terror of the Divine Saber Camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the final protectors. It made sense that their future leader could have such a powerful cultivation base. Gee! A green bird circled in the sky as it flew down. Lu Ruyue called Xiao Chen over and jumped onto it. They flew towards the heaven viewing platform. Lu Ruyue's piloting skills were many times better than Lu Suifeng's. They only spent a quarter of the time before arriving at the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The people on the drill grounds had not all arrived yet. There was no one in the spectator stands. It seemed very empty. Not long after the two of them landed, an elder led Lu Ruyue away. Xiao Chan looked at Lu Ruyue's departing figure and thought to himself, "It seems like Lu Ruyue knows some insider information." "Yichen, how long have you been here?" Not long after Lu Ruyue left, two familiar people walked over to Xiao Chan. They were Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, who had collapsed a long time ago. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised when the two of them walked together. I have not been here for long. What did you find out about this mission? It is useless. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Chun had revealed too little information. Xiao Chun was not very confident. These two people's identities were not simple. They should have some insider information. Mu Heng's expression was somewhat grave as he said, "My father did not reveal much to me. He only used 4 words to describe this mission. 90% chance of survival." There was no useful information. Xiao Chun was somewhat disappointed. He did not know as much as he did. Since there is a 90% chance of survival, why would your father dare to send you out? When Mu Heng heard this, he took out a talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. It can instantly teleport. Zhang Lai has one as well." Xiao Chun had heard of the divine flame talisman before. It was extremely expensive. It was in short supply in the Great Jin Nation, where it originated from. Once it appeared in the Great Jin Nation, it would be gone. He did not expect the two of them to have one. With the divine flame talisman, they could save their lives at a crucial moment. No wonder they dared to risk their lives. They had already prepared a path of retreat. Mu Heng continued, "From the news I received, there is a limited number of divine flame talismans. Aside from the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Elders Assembly did not give out any divine flame talismans." Xiao Chun could understand this. It was the survival of the fittest. Outstanding people had superior conditions. It was the same everywhere. With Lu Tianyu's position, he should be able to obtain a divine flame talisman. However, it was not hard to guess why he did not give it to Xiao Chun. Zhang Lai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Yi Chan, you broke through to Martial Saint?" Xiao Chun nodded and smiled gently. "Aren't you the same?" When Zhang Lai heard this, he smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that after I became a Martial Saint, I would be able to surpass you. Who knew that you would become a Martial Saint as well?" The people on the drill grounds arrived one after another. The moment the top 10 people on the Wind Cloud list landed, they were immediately taken away by the Elders' Assembly. It was probably to give them the divine flame talisman. The 3 of them chatted for a long time, exchanging their experiences and comprehensions of martial techniques. The 3 of them had pretty good talent. They all had their own unique understanding of saber techniques. After chatting for a long time, the 3 of them felt that they had gained a lot. Some of the questions that they could not figure out were answered. This was especially so for Xiao Chun and Zhang Lai. The 2 of them had practiced the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. However, their methods were different. After exchanging their experiences, they gained some comprehensions. "Yichen, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." Lu Riyue's melodious voice came from the front. Xiao Chun said goodbye to the 2 of them and quickly walked over. Lu Riyue's expression was exceptionally grave. She brought Xiao Chun to a place where there was no one around. She took out a divine flame talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. At a crucial moment it can save your life. Take it." Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Riyue to give her divine flame talisman to him. However, since Lu Tianyu did not give him a divine flame talisman, he probably had his own plans. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun did not take it. He said, "You should only have one divine flame talisman. You should keep it and use it. It should be more than enough for me to use my movement technique to escape." Lu Riyue frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily, "Are you saying that your movement technique is better than mine? Now that your strength has improved, you look down on me, your master?" Xiao Chun was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I mean, don't say no. I told you to take it, so take it. If you don't take it, I will really get angry." Lu Riyue seemed to be really angry. Xiao Chun felt helpless. He could only take the divine flame talisman that Lu Riyue handed to him. He said, "Thank you, elder sister Rue." Seeing Xiao Chun take the divine flame talisman, Lu Riyue's expression immediately turned warm. She said, "That's right. I will not be able to accompany you on this mission. I just received news that there are a total of 100 people participating in this mission. You will be split into 10 groups. Each group will have 10 people. The top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list will lead the group. This mission is very dangerous. Be careful. After Lu Riyue spoke, she left Xiao Chen in a hurry. She seemed to be in a rush. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like Lu Riyue already knows the details of this mission. Since she is in such a hurry, this mission should be much more dangerous than I thought. When Xiao Chen returned to the drill grounds, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai immediately waved at Xiao Chen, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Chen nodded and quickly walked over. The 100 people participating in the mission had already arrived on the drill grounds. The people from the Elders' Assembly were discussing something anxiously on the tall platform in front. Suddenly Zhang Lai asked in a soft voice, Yi Chen, did your master reveal anything to you? I saw her standing in the elders' seats. She should know something. When Mu Heng heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen shook his head. She did not say anything. She only gave me a divine flame talisman. Anyway, we are about to depart. The answer will be revealed soon. Mu Heng nodded. That's true. If we continue to let our imaginations run wild, we will not be able to guess the answer. We might as well wait patiently. After waiting for a long time, there was still no news. The people present started to get impatient. All sorts of discussions gathered together. It was very chaotic. Xiao Chen cocked his head and listened for a while. They were all guesses about this mission. What surprised him was that many people had already guessed the general direction. The discussion on the tall platform finally stopped. When the first elder of the main hall's elders' assembly, Zhang Qi, heard the noise below, he frowned slightly. Silence. Chapter 240. The moment Zhang Qi spoke, it was just 2 simple words. However, there was a sense of majesty lingering in everyone's ears. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Zhang Qi used his mental energy when he spoke. His spiritual sense was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that Zhang Qi had combined his vast mental energy with the word silence. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. If there was a chance, I should give it a try. Zhang Qi's 2 simple words caused Xiao Chen to comprehend something. Zhang Qi was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, The mission this time is about to begin. I believe you all have already guessed the importance of this mission. There are not many missions that can make the Heavenly Saber Pavilion use the Saber Emperor convening order. This mission concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I hope you all will do your best. After the mission is completed, everyone will receive 100 medial grade spirit stones. You can choose a peak earth rank cultivation technique, a peak earth rank spirit weapon, or battle armor. After Zhang Qi spoke, the crowd was flabbergasted. They did not expect the rewards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so bountiful. 100 medial grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to exchange medial grade spirit stones for inferior grade spirit stones. This was just an example. For cultivators who had advanced to Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could no longer satisfy their needs. They would use up an inferior grade spirit stone in a day. Furthermore, the effects would not be as good as before. When one advanced to medial grade Martial Saint, the effects of inferior grade spirit stones would be even weaker. When one advanced to superior grade Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could only be used to recover spiritual energy. They would no longer be of any help to cultivation. This was because the density of essence in inferior grade spirit stones was already too thin. At this moment, only medial grade spirit stones would have an effect on his cultivation. If these 100 people all came out successfully, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have to fork out 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen guessed that this would be at least a fifth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's reserves. After all, the spirit veins in the entire Great Qin nation were not of high grades. It was too difficult to obtain medial grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, exclaimed, How extravagant! My Zhang clan has been in Yunyang City for hundreds of years, and we have only obtained a few dozen medial grade spirit stones. We are still reluctant to use them. Xiao Chen frowned. He was thinking even further. The reward of a mission was usually linked to the difficulty of the mission. The higher the reward, the more difficult the mission would be. Zhang Qi pointed to Lu Chan and Lu Riyue, who were standing beside him. He continued. Lu Chun and Lu Riyue will be in charge of this operation. Later you will be split into 10 teams. The team leaders are the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. If you have any questions, you can ask the team leaders directly. The mission leaders have absolute authority in the missions. No. No of Shao of. No. None of you all to you he give. He. Of. Shao of Yun of. But he said Chun of Shao was. Of Yun was. Long of Shao of Yun of. Mu Heng Zhonglai and Shao Chun were assigned to the same team. Aside from them, there were 6 other unknown core disciples. The team leader was the only female disciple in the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list, Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen looked at everyone and swept her gaze across the faces of the 9 people. She said, "State your name, cultivation realm, what you are good at, and the attribute of your martial spirit. You will go first." She pointed in the direction of Shao Chun. Shao Chun thought for a while and said, "Qingyun Pixi Chun, inferior grade martial saint. I am good at movement techniques and Lingyun saber technique. The attribute of my martial spirit is lightning." When Yun Kursen heard Shao Chun say that his attribute was lightning, a strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. Her gaze lingered on Shao Chun's face for a while longer. After that, everyone continued. Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. I am good at defense. The attribute of my martial spirit is wood. Tianyue Peaks Zhonglai, inferior grade martial saint. I am not good at anything. The attribute of my martial spirit is wind. Qianduan Peaks Gaoxiang, medial grade martial saint. I am good at offense. The attribute of my martial spirit is fire. After the 9 people finished explaining themselves, they had a general impression of each other. Yun Kursen nodded slightly and pointed at Shao Chun. She said, "From now on, you will be the vice captain of this team. Aside from me, his words are the loudest." The moment Yun Kursen said this, not only was Shao Chun surprised, but the other 8 were astonished as well. This was especially so for Qianduan Peaks Gao Xiang. Among the 10 of them, his cultivation was higher than Yun Kursen's peak inferior grade martial saint cultivation. Gao Xiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yun Kursen being the vice captain. However, she was, after all, one of the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Her strength was clear for all to see. Gao Xiang could not help but be convinced. However, now, an early-stage inferior grade martial saint had to be the vice captain. Gao Xiang could not accept this. Gao Xiang snorted coldly. "Why should he be the vice captain? Don't you understand that in the martial saint realm, even a small advantage in cultivation would be reflected 100-fold in strength?" Yun Kursen's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, "The reason is that he is stronger than you. The lightning attribute will have a strong advantage in this mission." Gao Xiang revealed a mocking expression. "Are you joking? A person who just advanced to inferior grade martial saint is stronger than me, a medial grade martial saint?" Chi. Right after Gao Xiang spoke, he heard a piercing sound resounding in his ears. It reverberated in his ears and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered his wits, he had only raised the huge saber on his back halfway. Suddenly, he discovered that a 2-finger-wide, 20-foot-long saber had appeared at his chest. The tip of the saber tore through his clothes and pressed against his chest, leaving behind a small wound. Dong! Dong! Gao Xiang's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A horrifying killing chi surrounded his chest. It felt like the tip of the saber would pierce through his skin and crush his heart in the next moment. The expression on Yun Kursen's face did not change at all. She was extremely calm, as though she was doing something insignificant. She said softly in a gentle voice, "Cultivation is very important, but sometimes it is not omnipotent. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. Are you doubting my judgment?" "No, I just have some doubts," Gao Xiang said with a trembling voice as he raised the huge saber in his hand. "Pu ci." Yun Kursen controlled the saber in her hand and pushed it forward a little more. Now it was just above the ribs in front of his chest. She said indifferently, "Do you still have any doubts?" Gao Xiang had never felt death so close to him before. He said in a fluster, "No, I really don't." "Huang Dang." Yun Kursen sheathed her saber with a schwa sound. Gao Xiang's tensed heart immediately relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, panting without any grace. Xiao Chan, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai exchanged glances. It went without saying that this woman was too horrifying. The experience of a few seconds would probably become Gao Xiang's nightmare for the rest of his life. Yun Kursen turned her gaze to Xiao Chan and asked softly, "Do you have any doubts?" Xiao Chan said very decisively, "No." Yun Kursen's way of doing things was very direct, quick, and decisive. Honestly speaking, such a character suited Xiao Chen's taste very well. She did not have many rules and regulations, just a set of rules. Although Xiao Chan was not afraid of Yun Kursen, there was no need to get into a conflict with her over this matter. There was nothing wrong with being the vice captain. As long as she did not threaten his safety, it was fine. Yun Kursen did not have any obvious expression on her face. She nodded and said, "Now is the time to ask questions. We only have 5 minutes. Try to simplify your questions." The same scene happened in other places as well. The 10 core disciples explained the contents of this mission to the others. Perhaps Yun Kursen's earlier actions had frightened the others, resulting in a period of awkward silence. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts before asking, "What are the details of the mission? Where is the location? What do we need to do?" Yun Kursen did not think for long before she replied, "The details of the mission are very simple. Enter a subspace between the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Tianwu continent and kill all the demons there. The location of the mission is that subspace. The subspace is 50 kilometers south of the Lingyun mountain range. There is a seal blocking it, so the exact location is unknown. I need you all to bring out your strength and kill all the demons in the subspace to prevent the seal from being damaged." This was a very formulaic answer. When everyone heard it, they felt ashamed in their hearts. Killing all the demons in the subspace? This mission was very simple. When Zhang Lai saw that Yun Kursen was easy to talk to, he quickly asked, "Then how are the rewards for this mission calculated? What do I have to do to complete the mission?" The reward of 200 medial-grade spirit stones was not only very tempting to Zhang Lai, it was very tempting to the others as well. When Zhang Lai asked this question, even Gao Xiang listened carefully. After all, everyone knew that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be so foolish as to let you walk around the subspace and then give you spirit stones, secret manuals, or spirit weapons. There would definitely be a standard. Yun Kursen did not disappoint everyone. She continued, "The details of the mission are personal. Everyone has to kill at least 20 demons. After killing the demons, there will be demon cores. All you have to do is hand over 20 demon cores. If you exceed that, there will be additional rewards." A female disciple of Gongyu Peak asked, "When will the mission end? How long will it last? Will we not be able to come out if we do not succeed?" Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. Then she lowered her head and said, 5 minutes are up. I will not be accepting any answers for now." Her timing was really accurate. Xiao Chun calculated in his heart. It was exactly 5 minutes, no more no less. After that, the atmosphere was rather heavy. With Yun Kursen's aura, no one dared to bring up other topics. The Elders' Assembly's arrangement was actually pretty good. They arranged for a team leader for every 10 people. The team leader would explain the details of the mission to the 10 people. This would save a lot of time. Otherwise, if the first elder had to explain them one by one, they might not even be able to finish in half a day. Furthermore, the results would not be good. Chapter 241. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the drill grounds turned dark. Rumbling sounds came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a few huge bird-type spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts spread their wings, they were 100 meters long. When the spirit beasts flew together, they covered the entire sky. These are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guardian spirit beasts, Heavenly Wind Vultures. They are the tyrants of rank 6 flying spirit beasts. I did not expect all of them to come out. Someone below recognized the spirit beasts and exclaimed in astonishment. The huge Heavenly Wind Vultures created an intense gust of wind as they circled around in the air before landing on the drill grounds. Yun Kursen called out to the crowd and quickly headed for one of the Heavenly Wind Vultures. Everyone quickly followed. The huge Heavenly Wind Vulture looked similar to the red-tailed eagles of Earth. The feathers on its back were light brown, its abdomen was lighter, and its tail was reddish-brown. However, there was a pair of sharp claws on both ends of its wings. They were strangely sharp like hooks. When the huge wings spread out, they formed a space of a few hundred meters. A dark-skinned old man stood on the neck of the heavenly wind vulture. He was the driver of the heavenly wind vulture. Xiao Chun and the others all walked up. The old man stepped on the heavenly wind vulture's back. The heavenly wind vulture immediately cried out and created an intense gust of wind as it rushed into the sky. A strong wind blew from both sides. A few core disciples with weak willpower were nearly blown off the vulture. They were startled. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder saw the many heavenly wind vultures flying away, he turned to Jiangqi and said, "First elder, are you really at ease letting these youths go?" Jiangqi said indifferently, "What else? Do you want me to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation? Back then I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he was unwilling to sacrifice these youths. He wanted to fight personally. What happened in the end? Since ancient times, only those who survive are considered geniuses. No matter how talented you are no longer a genius if you die young." The third elder said, "Back then Tianhe underestimated the strength of those demons. He was too confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there would not have been such a tragedy." Jiangqi continued, "That's right. As long as we get rid of these projections, the subspace that connects to the Tianwu continent will naturally shatter. Even if the three holy masters do not come, we can deal with it ourselves. I am confident in Lu Chen's strength." Above the clouds, the wind vulture was flying faster and faster. The fierce airflow caused by the vulture forced everyone to use all of their powers to keep themselves from being blown down. Soon, the Lingyun mountain range was left far behind them. Xiao Chun observed for a while and found that there were 11 wind eagles in total. 10 of them were led by a core disciple, Lu Chun, Lu Ruyue, and the others were on the last heavenly wind eagle. Using his spiritual sense, he counted 10 people. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "It looks like these are all the candidates for this mission. 100 core disciples and 10 hidden geniuses like Lu Chun and Lu Ruyue." After flying for an unknown period of time, the wind vulture's speed started to slow down. A desolate land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a vast flat land with no end in sight. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only rocks of various sizes. There was no sign of life. It was completely lifeless. The 11 windy eagles let out a series of caws, then quickly landed on the ground. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the top and looked at their surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Lu Chun had a faint smile on his face as he gathered everyone. He said, "The seal is in front. Everyone, please check if you are wearing your identity medallion. If you are not, come to me to get a backup identity medallion. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by the barrier outside." Everyone always carried their identity medallions on them. After everyone checked, no one forgot to bring their identity medallion. And very good. In that case, follow me under the leader's lead. Don't run around. The atmosphere here was very strange. Even without Lu Chen's instructions, no one would run around. Everyone followed behind Lu Chun and slowly walked forward. Not long later, Lu Chun, who was leading the group, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The people behind him disappeared as well. Yun Kursen explained, "There is no need to worry. They are all fine after passing the barrier." After the explanations of their respective leaders, they did not panic and continued walking forward. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though they had passed through a formless barrier. The scene before them suddenly changed. An ancient well appeared in front of everyone. The people who had disappeared earlier were all here, gathered beside the ancient well. The height of the ancient well was no more than 1 meter. However, its diameter was very large, about 3 meters. The clear water in the well was like a smooth mirror, without any ripples. Even when the wind blew, there were no ripples on the surface of the water. It looked very strange, as though there was a horrifying monster hidden in the ancient well. 4 old men dressed in black clothes stood around the ancient well. They were like wooden stakes standing at 4 different angles. Even further away, there was a group of bladesmen from the Divine Saber camp. They all stood there expressionlessly. When Lu Chun saw that everyone was present, he nodded to one of the old men in black clothes. Only then did that old man, who was like a wooden stake, slowly raise his head. His face was as skinny as a tree trunk, looking very frightening. He said in a hoarse voice, "This well is called reincarnation. You must be above 24 years old. Leave immediately. Otherwise you will be sent to an unknown space." Lu Chan said, "Senior, we have already checked the age of these people. The number of people is also correct. Please rest assured." The old man looked at Lu Chan and revealed a bitter smile on his skinny face. He said, "I recognize your father. They are really timid. They do not even have the guts to make a trip here. I wish you all good luck. I am going to open the seal. Remember, only 10 people can enter at a time." The 4 old men, who were like wooden stakes, turned around and faced the ancient well. They each took out a jade strip and quickly formed all sorts of hand seals. This is a sealing formation from the ancient era, Xiao Chan thought to himself. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 holy masters, the specific method of laying formations had already been lost in the Tianwu continent. Zizi. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the calm surface of the water. The calm surface of the water started to churn non-stop. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. In the middle of the whirlpool was a boundless black hole. It was unknown where it led to. When Lu Chan saw the situation, he immediately said anxiously, "Murong Chong, bring your people down first. The rest will follow the rankings on the wind cloud list, one at a time." Murong Chong had a calm expression on his face. He did not hesitate and took the lead to jump into the whirlpool. The 10 of them jumped in one after another. There was no movement at all. They were instantly sucked in by the black hole. As the elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's core disciples, everyone here had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators. When faced with such an unknown situation, they did not hesitate. Soon Xiao Chen's group fell. Yun Kursen took the lead and jumped in. Xiao Chun looked at the bottomless, spinning black hole and followed suit. The instant Xiao Chun was sucked in by the black hole, his body was sliced into countless pieces. However, he did not feel anything. His consciousness was a blur. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an eternity, perhaps it was just an instant, Xiao Chun felt his body regathering and he landed firmly on the ground. This was a strange space. The ground was covered in black soil. When they looked up, there was a scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. It was scarlet. It was very strange. Occasionally, there would be strange black birds the size of crows circling in the air. They gave off yi sounds. It was very disturbing. After Xiao Chun landed, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others slowly appeared. All 9 of them were present. They looked around but could not find Yun Kursen. Zhang Lai looked around and felt it was strange. He said, "Why do I not see Yun Kursen? Why are the other teams gone as well? Stop looking, I'm here." Yun Kursen's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. "I just went out and took a look at the surroundings." The other female disciple of the 10, Lu Jia, asked worriedly, "Where are the others? Did we get separated from them? Or what's going on?" Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on her calm face. She said, "You can ask questions later. Now prepare to fight." Xiao Chen's right hand was already on his saber hilt. The strange birds in the sky had a very heavy evil aura. They were circling above everyone's heads and had not left. Yun Kursen quickly said, "These are blood crows, rank for demonic beasts. They live by sucking blood. In the demonic world, they should be of a higher rank. The most important thing is that before they die, they will self-destruct. Xiao Chun, I'll leave these blood crows to you. Infuse them with electric attacks. This can prevent them from self-destructing before they die. Mu Heng, you are mainly in charge of defense. If Xiao Chun cannot kill them all, just block them. There is no need to kill them. The rest of you don't act rashly for now." Pusiai. Right after Yun Kursen spoke, the 3 blood crows circling in the sky swooped down. From a distance, they looked like 3 scarlet arrows falling from the sky. Kase. Xiao Chun did not wait for the blood crows to arrive before him. He immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. A snow-white saber light appeared in the dark space. He chopped down 3 times. 3 strands of pure lightning-attributed saber chi flashed by. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere in the air. The 3 blood crows were split in half and fell from the sky. A black aura flowed out from the wounds. It merged with the electric light that Xiao Chun left behind, giving off a ZZ sound. Before Xiao Chun could catch his breath, hundreds of blood crows flew over from the dark sky. The sound of their wings flapping merged into one, creating a wild wind. Xiao Chun's expression was calm. The instant the blood crows arrived, he shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Wuxia, Wuxia." Xiao Chun's figure flashed in the air. Saber lights danced around. Boundless saber chi danced among the flock of blood crows. Every time Xiao Chun changed his position, he would send out 12 strands of saber chi. Xiao Chun changed his position a total of 81 times, sending out 1,620 strands of saber chi. Every strand of saber chi would chop down a large number of blood crows. When Xiao Chun landed, the ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of the blood crows. Due to the pure state of thunder, the electric light lingered on the wounds for a long time. Chapter 242. When Xiao Chun saw the destructive power of this move, he was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that after comprehending saber chi, the attacks of the disordered dance of 1,000 years would reach such a level. In the past, when he was a martial master, he could only use saber light. At that time, he could not even bring out a tenth of this move's might. Even though he was a martial grand master and comprehended saber light, he could only bring out less than half of his strength. Only when one reached martial saint could one bring out the true might of the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A dense stench of blood permeated the entire space, causing people to feel nauseous when they smelled it. Even more blood crows in the distance smelled the blood and flew over. The entire sky seemed to be filled with blood crows. The originally dark space was now completely dark, and everyone's vision was greatly affected. Xiao Chun looked at Yun Kursen beside him and said, "What should I do? I cannot use that move often. It exhausts a lot of essence. There are at least 10,000 of these blood crows." Behind the two of them, the expressions of the other 8 people were somewhat unsightly. They had just arrived at this strange place, and before they had even met the demons, they had already encountered such trouble. The blood crows were only level for demonic beasts. In front of everyone, they were nothing. Any one of them could easily kill dozens of blood crows. However, when there were a certain number of them, it would be horrifying. The most crucial thing was that the blood crows could self-destruct. The might of a rank 4 demonic beast's self-destruction was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a medial-grade martial saint. Yun Kursen pointed to a huge blood crow in the sky and said, "Look over there. That blood crow should be the king of this group of blood crows. As long as we kill it, the rest of the blood crows will automatically scatter." Xiao Chun looked up. Indeed, he saw a huge blood crow that was as large as an eagle. It was ingeniously hidden behind several hundred blood crows. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "If it doesn't come down, we won't be able to do anything to it unless someone knows a flying martial technique. Only when a cultivator reached the martial king realm would they be able to fly, or if their martial spirit was of the wind attribute, they would be able to fly as long as they reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Apart from that, if one wanted to fly without the help of external objects, one had to master a flying martial skill. However, flying martial techniques were extremely rare. In terms of value, they could rival peak Earth-ranked martial techniques. Of course, if Xiao Chun was alone, he could summon silver. However, the silver worship could easily expose Xiao Chun's identity. He could not use it unless he had no other choice. Yun Kursen thought for a while and said, "Blood Crow King, leave it to me later. With so many blood crows, the next wave of attacks will definitely come from more than one direction." The two of them retreated, shielding the other 8 behind them as they waited for the next wave of attacks from the blood crows. Crunch! The strange cries of the blood crows in the sky didn't stop. Tens of thousands of blood crows cawed at the same time. Their voices were ear-piercing and sharp. They hadn't even attacked yet, but they were already disturbing everyone's minds. For some reason, the blood crows in the sky had become extremely patient and were constantly making strange cries. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the crowd, but they didn't attack. Instead, they were wearing down their fighting spirit bit by bit. "Damn it! Can't you be more straightforward?" Gao Xiang could not help but curse out loud. The martial techniques of Qianduan Peak were very particular about being open and direct. They were famous for their might and ferocity. Gao Xiang was very much in line with this character. When he met with a demonic beast like the blood crows that could self-destruct, it was very painful for him to not be able to use his strength. Just as everyone's patience was about to run out, the blood crows in the sky suddenly stopped making strange cries. The noisy space suddenly turned quiet. Only the sound of wind could be heard in the air. It was extremely quiet. The intense contrast made everyone nervous. They could not help but tighten their grip on their sabers. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Hu Qi. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn resounded in the quiet sky. In the next moment, the blood crows gave off a strange red light. They were like the lights of 10,000 households. Suddenly, they lit up the sky, turning it scarlet. The layers of blood crows in the sky were like countless scarlet arrows. They tore through the dark sky and flew towards the crowd. Yun Kursen quickly said, "Aside from Xiao Chun, the others are not allowed to draw their sabers. Zhang Lai, come to my side. Later we will attack together. The others can only use their scabbards to attack the blood crows." Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun executed the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring art, and quickly drew a circle around the crowd, killing all the blood crows in the first layer. However, there were simply too many blood crows. Soon the second layer of blood crows flew over. The others did not dare to draw their sabers due to Yun Kursen's instructions. They could only use their scabbards to knock down the blood crows flying at them. They did not even dare to use too much force. They were afraid of killing the blood crows and self-destructing. With their hands and feet tied, they were surrounded by danger. Among the crowd, only Mu Heng had it easy. He circulated the purple jade body tempering art, and his body glowed with a purple light. These were only rank 4 demonic beasts. They could not break through his defense. When the blood crow's beaks, which could pierce through steel, struck Mu Heng's body, they gave off a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. He was not injured at all. Instead, some of the blood crows pecked off their own beaks. Hu Qi. Yun Kursen, who had been dodging, suddenly drew her saber. There was a flash of saber light and a blood crow's heart was pierced. It did not even have the time to self-destruct before it turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Yun Kursen said to Zhang Lai, "The reaction speed of the blood crows is very fast. They only need half a second to self-destruct. If you are confident that you can kill them in half a second, you can make your move." Zhang Lai's expression was calm. He was not in a rush to make a move. As he dodged the blood crows, he carefully observed Yun Kursen's actions. So, after a while, Zhang Lai had an idea. He drew his saber and an indistinct cloud appeared. In the next moment, the cloud scattered and a tiny strand of saber chi soared into the air. Everywhere the saber chi passed, it instantly pierced through all the blood crows. In an instant, hundreds of blood crows died. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the strand of saber chi disappeared. He shouted, "Everlasting startling cloud, explode!" The everlasting startling cloud, which contained Zhang Lai's small perfection saber intent, suddenly exploded. The strand of saber chi reformed and turned into countless beams of light scattering in all directions. Every strand of light was actually saber chi containing saber intent. Its speed and strength had reached the peak of inferior grade martial saint. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a flock of blood crows fell like rain. This saber strike had killed thousands of blood crows, allowing everyone to relax. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, her expression did not relax at all. Instead, her crescent-shaped eyebrows knitted together tightly. She tossed a medicinal pill to Zhang Lai to replenish his essence quickly. "Stop trying to be brave. Quickly recover your essence. This is not the time to use your trump card yet. Mu Heng, protect him first." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt slightly embarrassed. This move had indeed exhausted a lot of essence. It had exhausted almost 2/3 of his essence. However, its lethality was obvious. Originally, he thought that even if Yun Kursen did not praise him, she would not criticize him. Who knew that he would receive such an evaluation? When Zhang Lai placed the medicinal pill in his mouth, he immediately felt a cooling sensation in his mouth. After a while, the essence in his dantian quickly recovered. In a short while, he had recovered 1/3 of his essence. This was a rank 6 medicinal pill, the White Cloud pill. It could instantly recover 1/3 of a cultivator's essence. After that, It would replenish the cultivator's essence within 10 minutes. It was worth 500 inferior-grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai did not expect Yun Kursen to be so generous. His impression of her changed greatly. Jiji, Jiji. The huge blood crow king in the air let out two strange cries. Immediately, all the blood crows stopped their attacks. They flapped their wings a few times and flew back into the sky. Yun Kursen looked at Zhang Lai and said, "In this space, unless you have no other choice, do not exhaust too much essence. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Lai did not dare to retort. He knew that he had been somewhat rash. He did his best to circulate his energy to recover his exhausted essence. The attacks of the blood crows only lasted for 5 minutes. However, the density of the attacks was too high. Everyone was exhausted. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, the blood crow king let out a drawn-out cry. Under the red moon in the distant sky, a large group of black dots heard the cry and flew over densely. After a while, more than 10,000 blood crows gathered in the sky. It was a black mass causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Xiao Chun had a calm expression as he looked at the sky. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "We have to kill that blood crow king. Otherwise it will not end. Everyone will be exhausted to death by it." Yun Kursen said indifferently, "After this wave of attacks, I will deal with it. Every time it summons a blood crow, its strength will decrease." The group did not have much time before the attacks of the blood crows arrived again. This time Zhang Lai did not use the everlasting startling cloud. He infused his saber intent into his saber chi. His saber danced around continuously. Each saber chi would quickly kill a blood crow. Xiao Chun and the other two did their best to kill the blood crows. The rest of the group used their scabbards to block. Occasionally, when someone was in danger, Mu Heng would immediately rush forward and use his body to block the blood crow's attacks. For a while there were no openings. As time passed, the corpses of the blood crows piled up densely on the ground. "I can't take it anymore. This group of little things is too troublesome." Gao Xiang suddenly roared angrily and drew the huge saber in his hand. "I'll smack you all to death." Shua. Under the horrifying huge saber, the hundreds of blood crows circling above Gao Xiang's head were all struck. They were chopped in half at the waist and blood sprayed out like rain. When Gao Xiang saw all this, he laughed loudly. "They are just insignificant rank for demonic beasts. Why are you all so afraid? I can kill them all by myself." When Xiao Chun turned his head and saw all this, he was greatly astonished. He wished he could chop this fellow to death with his saber. The expression on Yun Kursen's calm face changed greatly. She shouted loudly, "Leave quickly!" Zizi. The blood crows that were chopped in half did not have the suppression of electricity on their wounds. The black aura sizzled continuously. Boom! The 100-odd blood crows' corpses exploded in the air, creating an intense shockwave. Gao Xiang was the first to be blasted away. He vomited 6 mouthfuls of blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 243. In the end, Yun Kursen's words were too slow. Before the others could react, they were instantly blasted away as well. More than 100 blood crows exploded at the same time. The might of the explosion was equivalent to the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial king. Almost no one could escape unscathed. After the explosion, aside from Xiao Chun, Zhang Lai, and Yun Kursen who were further away and barely managed to dodge, only Mu Heng did not seem to be in a serious condition. The remaining people had all lost the ability to continue fighting. They lay on the ground in pain. It was difficult for them to even stand up. As for the main culprit, Gao Xiang, he had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This was the horror of the blood crows. A martial grandmaster could easily kill a lone blood crow. Even if they were injured by its explosion, they would not suffer any serious injuries. However, once there were many of these demonic beasts and they exploded together, even a martial king would find it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, these blood crows would not explode for no reason. They would only explode before they died. Otherwise, if these tens of thousands of blood crows exploded together, even a martial king would not be able to survive. Even if a martial king came, he would be blasted to smithereens. Of course, martial kings could already fly, so it was relatively easy for them to dodge. The 6 of them had already lost all their combat prowess. However, the blood crows above them continued to attack. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, she said, "Xiao Chan Zhonglai, there is no need to hold back. Kill this batch first." With the help of the rank 6 white cloud pill, Zhonglai's essence had already recovered to its peak state. When he heard Yun Kursen's words, he immediately did as she said. Xiao Chan brought out his small perfection saber intent and infused it into the aura of the Lingyun saber technique. He shouted and executed the 16th move, Everlasting Startling Cloud. Explode! Countless strands of saber chi shot out in all directions in the air. The horrifying scene appeared once again. In an instant, thousands of blood crows did not have the time to explode. The saber chi pierced through their bodies and turned them into pools of blood. A large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chan pushed off the ground and soared into the air with a schwa sound. This time Xiao Chan did not hold back. The essence in his body flowed endlessly into the saber through his meridians. The pure lightning-attributed energy contained in the saber chi moved as fast as lightning. As the berserk saber chi swept across, it swept through the blood crow corpses. By the time Xiao Chan landed, the number of dead blood crows on the ground was no less than Zhonglai's everlasting startling cloud. Heavenly note explosion. Yun Kursen shouted and the slender saber in her hand trembled continuously. At first, the trembling sound was almost inaudible, but it slowly grew louder. Eventually it was like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens. One by one the blood crows fell from the sky. But if you cut open their wings, you would find that every blood crow's heart had been shattered into pieces. He died of a broken heart. What a horrifying killing move. Xiao Chan thought to himself in astonishment. If this move was used against human cultivators, it would be equally effective. It used sound waves to attack the heart, making it hard for people to defend against it. The three of them executed their best moves and killed tens of thousands of blood crows in an instant. The blood crow king above them did not give up and started to summon again. Yun Kursen took advantage of this moment to take out a map and handed it to Xiao Chan. She said, "There is a forest on the map. Bring them there. I will lure away this blood crow king and meet up with you later." Xiao Chan was not in a rush to receive the map. He looked at the calm Yun Kursen and said, "I will lure away this blood crow king. I have a 70% chance of killing it. I will meet up with you after that. I know you can kill the blood crow king. However, you cannot lure it away." Yun Kursen directly stuffed the map into Xiao Chen's hands. Only the purest blood of virgins can make these blood crows go crazy. Indeed, even if they could kill the blood crow king, it did not mean that they could lure it away. If they could not lure away the blood crow king and had to fight here, it would be hard to guarantee the lives of the other 6. He did not expect Yun Kursen to have such a kind heart despite her cold exterior. When he figured out what was going on, Xiao Chan could not help but feel surprised. Xiao Chan kept the map and said sincerely, "In that case, be careful. Remember to meet up with us." Yun Kursen nodded and said, "When I was out on experiential training, I met this kind of demonic beast before. I am very familiar with its habits. I will be fine. I'll be leaving first." Wuxia. After Yun Kursen spoke, she placed her left hand on the sharp saber and pushed off the ground. Her petite figure leaped high into the air. The saber made a so sound and cut open her left palm, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood in the air. Amidst the heavy stench of blood, the trail of blood that Yun Kursen left behind seemed to have a special magical power. Crunch! Crunch! The remaining blood crows in the sky immediately went berserk. They flew frantically towards the source of the blood. Even the blood crow king stopped summoning. It flapped its wings and kicked up a strong wind. It left a scarlet trail in the air as it chased after Yun Kursen. The densely packed blood crows all flew away and the scarlet moon reappeared above everyone's heads. Everyone was temporarily out of danger. Xiao Chan took out the blood replenishing pill and gave one to everyone who was injured. The blood replenishing pill was very effective in treating internal injuries. Furthermore, the effects of the medicinal pill were very fast. Xiao Chan had specially refined it for use in battle. Although the rank of the medicinal pill was not high, it was more than enough for a martial king. After these people consumed the medicinal pill, they would be able to recover their basic mobility in a short period of time. After the medicinal pills were distributed, Xiao Chan looked at the unconscious Gao Xiang. Anger immediately rose in his heart. If it were not for this fellow acting like a retard, everyone would not be injured. Yun Kursen would not have to take such a risk. Given the current situation, they would not be in such a passive position. Based on Yun Kursen's tone, this strange space was filled with danger. Every step was filled with danger. The blood crows were probably just the appetizer. The later parts would be even more dangerous. Only by being steady and sure, maintaining sufficient strength at all times, would they be able to walk to the end. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts. Although he did not like this person, he was, after all, a companion. He could not just abandon him. He said to Mu Heng, "Carry this fellow, you will carry him." Mu Heng said in dissatisfaction, "I am not carrying him. I feel unhappy just looking at him. There is no way I can carry him." "If you are not carrying him, who will?" Before Xiao Chan could say anything, Zhang Lai spoke up. He smiled and said, "I exhausted too much of my essence earlier. The others are all injured. Xiao Chan is the vice captain. Aside from you, who else can lead the way? Furthermore, you are the strongest." Mu Heng was helpless. He could not find a reason to refute, so he could only agree to this difficult task. Xiao Chan did not say anything more. He called the injured people to treat their injuries quickly. Then he took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was very detailed. It included the entire space. Xiao Chan first found the location of the group. Then he started to search for the forest that Yun Kursen mentioned. The Black Forest occupied a large area on the map. It was about half of the map. Behind the forest was a mountain range. There was a palace built on a cliff. It was specially marked with a red dot. Xiao Chan looked at the map and muttered, "Looks like the final destination is this palace. However, to get to the palace we have to go through this forest. Let's go to the forest first. Hopefully, Yun Kursen can return safely." After putting away the map, Xiao Chan got everyone to get up. After they found the right direction, they rushed towards the forest at full speed. After they walked for a long distance, a strange black chi suddenly rose up from the ground where they were earlier. The black chi slowly gathered and eventually formed a human figure. It was a man with an extremely pale complexion. He looked in the direction that Yun Kursen left in and stuck out his tongue greedily. He smiled sinisterly. "I have not smelled such a fragrant virgin blood in a long time. No wonder even the blood crows that I reared are disobedient." At the same time, the same thing happened to the other teams. Every team was attacked by a large group of blood crows. Murong Chong shouted and his figure flashed in the air, dodging a red arrow of blood that the Blood Crow King spat out. With the aid of a flying martial technique, Murong Chong could fly freely in the air. Every time he dodged, the intense speed created a piercing sonic boom in the air. Pu Ci. Murong Chong casually swung his saber and chopped dozens of blood crows flying over in half. The Blood Crow King knew how terrifying Murong Chong was. It controlled the blood crows to harass Murong Chong continuously. This created a lot of obstacles for him and prevented him from making a move. Chapter 244. This is never ending. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong lost his patience with the unceasing flight of blood crows. He executed one of Qingyun Peak's 7 great secret techniques, Peerless Lunar Shadow. 2 crescent moons appeared in front of Murong Chong. The crescent moons formed a cross in the air and streaked across silently. In the next moment, countless drops of blood appeared, dyeing the 2 crescent moons scarlet. The densely packed blood crows in the surroundings fell down like rain. The 2 scarlet crescent moons flew back with a schwa sound, one in front and one behind. They sandwiched Murong Chong's body in the middle, forming a true full moon. Hu Qi. The instant the crescent moons merged, Murong Chong's body flashed in the air. Blood spurted out from the center of the Blood Crow King's huge body, splitting it in half. Murong Chong's grave and stern figure appeared behind the Blood Crow King. He held a blood-stained demonic core in his hand. Behind him, a scarlet full moon slowly rose, dyeing the sky scarlet. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Murong Chong stood upright while holding his saber. He looked strangely beautiful. The Blood Crow King's corpse fell from the sky with a piu tong sound. The remaining blood crows immediately scattered. The other disciples on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. He is already very close to a peak consummation mysterious phenomenon. Murongchong is indeed worthy of being the top core disciple on the Wind Cloud list. I'm afraid a regular inferior grade martial king would not be a match for him. A Baichen peak core disciple on the ground sighed as he looked at Murongchong in the air. Another person beside him added, "That is indeed so. The greatest advantage a martial king has over a martial saint is the ability to fly. Murongchong grasps a flying martial technique. This advantage is useless against him. He would even be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial king. Don't be envious. He is not on the same level as us. Among the younger generation of the great Qin nation, his strength is firmly within the top 10. We can only fight for the top 10 spots in the Shiha province." The full moon slowly disappeared and Murongchong landed on the ground expressionlessly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the other 9 people. Immediately, everyone felt a trace of pressure and stopped their discussions. A Qianhuan peak disciple walked over to Murongchong and asked, "Senior brother Murong, are you alright?" Murongchong sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "It is just a peak rank 4 demonic beast. What can happen to it? Where do we go next?" The man took 2 steps forward and asked with a puzzled expression. Bang! When this person was only 1 step away from Murongchong, Murongchong suddenly attacked at lightning speed. His palm struck this person's chest. That person's body trembled violently as a black shadow drilled out of his body. The black figure revealed himself, revealing an extremely pale face. Suddenly, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became even paler. The black figure looked at Murongchong incredulously. "How did you discover me?" Murongchong said indifferently, "In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no core disciple has ever dared to get within 3 steps of me." Poochie! The black figure vomited another mouthful of blood and looked at Murongchong in horror. Then he quickly turned around and fled into the distance. He was as fast as lightning and in an instant, he had moved 1,000 meters. Murongchong watched as the black figure fled, but he did not give chase. After a while the black figure, who was still fleeing, suddenly exploded into pieces. A core disciple revealed a horrified expression. He asked, "What is this? How can it enter our bodies?" "Shadow demon," Murongchong said indifferently. "The Deep Abyss demonic world. A subsidiary race of the blood demons of the 9 royal clans. It can only enter the bodies of dead people. Just be careful." "What about senior brother Chang?" That person pointed to the Qianhuan peak core disciple lying on the ground and asked with a trembling voice. Murongchong turned around and said indifferently, "Dead." The moment Murongchong spoke, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they felt the aura of death so close. Some people rejoiced, some people were worried. Not all the teams were as lucky as Murongchong and Yun Kursen. They did not have many casualties. In the sky, a huge blood crow carried the corpses of 10 Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciples. A shadow demon was on its head. He muttered to himself, 10 fresh corpses. Master will definitely be happy. On another battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of the blood crows. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. The huge body of the blood crow king lay on the ground, torn to pieces. Not far away from the blood crow king, there was a person inspecting the shadow demon's corpse. The other 9 people were all emitting a dense killing chi. Some were cleaning their sabers, some were meditating, and some were looking around at the scenery. Everyone seemed to be very casual. A man in black walked over to the shadow demon's side. He said to the person inspecting the corpse, "Senior brother Lu, can we set off now?" This team was the elite team of 10 led by Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled at the person behind him. "Big brother Pang, there is no need to be anxious. This is our first time meeting a shadow demon. It is better to study it first." Lu Riyue slowly walked over and said worriedly, "I suspect that the moment we entered this subspace, the blood demon general already sensed us. I believe that every team met with an ambush." Lu Chen's handsome face did not reveal any astonishment. He said, "This subspace is the incarnation of the blood demon general. There is no need to guess. Everyone must have been attacked." Lu Riyue frowned slightly. "You do not seem worried at all. The blood crows are not ordinary rank for demonic beasts. Furthermore, there is the shadow demon controlling them." Lu Chan muttered to himself for a while before slowly taking out a piece of metal from the shadow demon's heart. The piece of metal was covered in black incantations. A black aura lingered around it. Lu Chan did not reply to Lu Ruyue's question. He revealed a surprised smile and said, "Interesting, so this is how the blood demons control their subordinates." Lu Chan put away the piece of metal and stood up. He said, "Senior Sister Rue, your disciple has the divine flame talisman you gave him. He will be fine. The others are meant to be cannon fodder. There is no need to worry." When Lu Chan said this, his expression was incomparably calm. It was as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. The hundreds of core disciples were like ants in his eyes. Originally, it was only a few dozen kilometers before they could reach the forest. However, Xiao Chan and the others had to walk for half a day before they arrived at the entrance of the forest with great difficulty. Everyone finally understood what Yun Kursen meant when she said they could not exhaust their essence at any time. Along the way, they bumped into a group of demonic beasts every 10 minutes. These demonic beasts were at least rank 5, which was equivalent to a peak martial saint. Furthermore, in this strange space, the strength of the demonic beasts were at least 1 or 2 times stronger than in the Tianwu continent. It was very troublesome to deal with them. However, these were not the most important things. The most troublesome thing was that there were 6 injured people who had just regained their mobility. For the sake of taking care of these injured people, Xiao Chan and the other 2 nearly died along the way. Mu Heng tossed Gao Xiang, who was on his back, to the ground. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We finally arrived at this lousy forest. I really do not want to carry this rotten person anymore." "Yichun, thank you," the 6 injured people said in embarrassment. Along the way, the 6 of them could be said to be a burden. They knew this in their hearts. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. "We are all from the same sect. Now we are companions. There is no need to thank us for helping each other." To Xiao Chan, there was indeed no need to thank them. Although he was not a good person, he would not abandon this group of people if it was within his capabilities. Looking at Zhang Lai, who was recovering his essence, Xiao Chan did not disturb him. He said to Mu Heng, "You keep an eye on them first. I'll go check out the forest first." Mu Heng nodded. "Go on then. Be careful." There was no one walking in the dark forest. There were all sorts of shrubs and weeds everywhere. There was not a single complete path. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out. Then he looked around carefully. As his cultivation of the Purple Thunder divine incantation deepened, Xiao Chan had gained some insight into the usage of his spiritual sense. In an instant, Xiao Chan saw everything within 1,000 meters. There was not a single demonic beast within 1,000 meters. He could not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no movement in the air at all. Xiao Chan withdrew his spiritual sense and jumped down from a tree. He muttered, "Strange, why is it so quiet?" Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chan decided to take a look personally. There were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel them. Xiao Chen's figure turned into a flood dragon, tearing through the water like air. Xiao Chan charged through the forest, swinging the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Strands of saber chi shattered the shrubs in front of him, forcibly carving out a path. Xiao Chan did not care about the commotion he caused. He paced back and forth in the quiet forest. However, there was no reaction from any demonic beasts. Xiao Chan stopped and looked at his surroundings again. Like before, there was no movement at all. "Never mind, I'll leave it as it is. It is good that there are no demonic beasts. The others should recover their combat prowess after resting for a night." After making up his mind, Xiao Chan executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance of the forest. Seeing Xiao Chan walk out of the forest, Zhang Lai, who had already recovered most of his essence, got up and asked, "How was it? What's the situation in there?" Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "It is a little strange. I did not see any demonic beasts. It is too quiet. Everyone be careful when you enter." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "It is good that it is quiet. I am here to kill demons. In the end, I did not even see any demons. Now, when I see demonic beasts, I get a headache." Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group was led into the forest. After they settled down, they anxiously treated their injuries. After a long time, according to real time, it was already midnight. However, in this strange space, the scarlet full moon hung in the sky. Chapter 245. The sky was always gloomy. They were not used to it. After running around for an entire day, the injured group fell asleep early in the morning. Xiao Chun and the others did not dare to sleep. They found some wood and started a bonfire, chatting from time to time. The flickering light of the fire shone on the faces of the three. Zhonglai looked at the red full moon in the distance and suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the moon is a little brighter than when we arrived?" When Xiao Chun and Mu Heng heard this, they looked up. Indeed, the moon that was initially scarlet was now scarlet. The scarlet light looked very frightening. Mu Heng withdrew his gaze and curled his lips. He said indifferently, "Whether the moon is red or not, what does it have to do with you? How boring." Zhonglai smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Isn't this boring? Give me a demon to practice with. It would be better than sitting here doing nothing." However, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the scarlet moon in the sky. This was the first time he looked at the scarlet moon so clearly. He finally felt something strange about it. That scarlet moon seemed to have a life of its own. However, it was too far away. This feeling was too vague. Xiao Chun did not dare to be sure. Sha! Sha! Suddenly, a soft sound entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chun quickly withdrew his gaze. "There's a situation. The two of you don't leave first. I'll go take a look." By the time Mu Heng and Zhonglai heard Xiao Chen's words, he had already disappeared without a trace. Zhonglai sighed. "It is getting harder to see through him. His speed is probably not much slower than your Big Dipper transposition." Mu Heng shook his head. "The difference is that this is a movement technique. Strictly speaking, the 7-star transposition cannot be considered a movement technique. It should be a martial technique. Hence, I cannot compare to him." In a few breaths of time, Xiao Chun arrived at the place where the sound came from. He saw a familiar white figure. It was Yun Kursen. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Blood Crow King was no threat to her. He gently leaped in front of Yun Kursen. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Kursen's body fell towards him. Slightly startled, Xiao Chun quickly supported Yun Kursen. He discovered a ghastly wound on her back. It was a long line of blood, dyeing her white clothes red. Yun Kursen had already fainted. Xiao Chun had no choice but to carry her and rush back. When Zhonglai saw the unconscious Yun Kursen, he said in astonishment, "Yun Kursen is actually so severely injured. A peak rank 4 demonic beast should not be able to deal with her like this." Everyone had seen Yun Kursen's strength for themselves. Furthermore, what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Even Xiao Chun did not dare say that he could defeat Yun Kursen. If it was a demonic beast that Yun Kursen could not deal with, then Xiao Chun would not have any advantage. Mu Heng muttered, "What should we do now? Aside from her, none of us know the details of the mission. Don't tell me we are trapped here?" Xiao Chun was currently treating Yun Kursen's wounds. When he heard this question, he felt a headache coming on. He had promised Lu Tianyu that he would find an opportunity to kill the Blood Demon General. He could not accomplish that if he was trapped here. Xiao Chun crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly rubbed it on Yun Kursen's wounds. Then he took out another blood-replenishing pill and was about to place it in Yun Kursen's mouth. Suddenly Yun Kursen, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, moved. She opened her eyes and said weakly, "Thank you." Seeing that she had woken up, Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "You should treat your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." After 4 hours, Yun Kursen stopped circulating her energy. Her face regained some color. Without waiting for the others to ask, she said, "After I killed the Blood Crow King, I was sneak attacked by a demon." A strange light flashed in Zhonglai's eyes. He quickly asked, "What happened to that demon?" "I killed him." After Yun Kursen spoke, she took out the corpse of a shadow demon from her universe ring. This is a shadow demon, a subordinate race of the blood demons of the first layer of the demonic world. Following that, Yun Kursen introduced the combat characteristics of the shadow demons to the others. After answering some of Zhonglai's questions about the demons, Yun Kursen took the map from Xiao Chen's hands. She pointed to the foot of the mountain behind the forest and said, "We will do it tomorrow night. We have to pass through the forest and coordinate with the other teams at the foot of the mountain." Zhonglai felt it was strange and asked, "Senior Sister Yun, how did you get this map? Could it be that someone else entered this subspace before us?" Yun Kursen put away the map and said indifferently, "From the reincarnation well, we can see the situation in this subspace. However, we can only see the outline of it. We are not sure what kind of demonic beasts there are in this forest." The night passed silently. When the sky brightened the next day, it was only the same as the sky on the surface. In this subspace, the sky was always scarlet. It made people's sense of time very blurry. After resting for a night, everyone's injuries had mostly recovered with the help of the blood-replenishing pill. Gao Xiang had just opened his eyes when he saw Yun Kursen looking at him expressionlessly. He was startled and muttered, "Senior Sister Yun, Yun Kursen interrupted him and said coldly, "If there is a next time, I will kill you personally." At this moment the others also got up. When they saw this scene, they did not feel any pity for Gao Xiang. If it were not for Gao Xiang's rashness yesterday, they would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Chun stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He said to Yun Kursen, "I'll go scout ahead. You all wait here for a while." Yun Kursen stopped him, "Don't go out alone. Let's move together. This forest is very strange. It is better for everyone to be together." That seemed to make sense. If they met with any sudden incidents, Xiao Chun might not be able to deal with it alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun did not argue further. Under Yun Kursen's lead, everyone carefully made their way through the dark forest. After recovering their combat prowess, they moved very quickly. In an hour, they reached the end of the path that Xiao Chun opened yesterday. Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber and sent out a few strands of saber chi. Electric light flickered in the dark forest. The large patch of shrubs in front was immediately turned into dust by the saber chi. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect a few casual strands of saber chi from Xiao Chun to have such might. It was no weaker than a regular peak inferior grade martial saints. Xiao Chun said, "I reached this place yesterday. As for the situation in front, I am not sure." Yun Kursen nodded. "This should be the boundary between the core region of the forest and the periphery. We cannot be careless." Xiao Chun continued to open the path. Rumble. The shrubs and thorns blocking the way were all crushed by Xiao Chun's saber chi. Just like that, Xiao Chun forcefully opened up a path for everyone. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they still did not meet with any danger. Zhang Lai and the others could not help but relax. However, Yun Kursen's expression became increasingly grave. "Be careful, don't be careless. Otherwise, you might lose your life at any moment," Yun Kursen reminded when she saw that everyone had relaxed their guard. However, they did not meet with any danger along the way. They did not pay too much attention to Yun Kursen's words. They only raised their guard slightly. Pu Ci. After walking for a few more kilometers, just as everyone's guard was at its lowest, countless scarlet tree branches tore through the air like sharp swords, flying at them at an extremely fast speed. Yun Kursen, who had been maintaining her guard, immediately drew her saber. The tree branches flying at her were chopped in half with a ka sound and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. 2 of them were pierced through the heart by the glowing red tree branches and died on the spot. The instant the tree branches appeared, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a black figure flash behind a tree 500 meters away. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun focused his gaze on the crowd. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and drew an arc in the air. A purple saber chi blocked most of the surrounding tree branches with a schwa sound. Yun Kursen was not slow either. Her saber trembled in the air and the tree branches flying at her seemed to be pulled down by a formless force. They fell to the ground with a hualala sound. Xiao Chun was no stranger to these strange tree branches. He moved closer to Yun Kursen and said, "There are tree spirits in this forest. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them." "I know," Yun Kursen said calmly. "We have to find the location of the tree spirits. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them." The tree spirits were plant-type demonic beasts that were hard to deal with. They hid in the forest. If they did not attack, There was no way to distinguish them from ordinary trees. Gao Xiang revealed an anxious expression. Damn it! There is no way to find the tree spirits. We are going to be trapped here until we die. Bang! Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. A dazzling saber light condensed on the snow-white saber. With a loud boom, he chopped a tree at the side in half. Yichen, what are you doing? Zhang Lai asked suspiciously. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. In an instant, he chopped 4 or 5 trees on both sides in half. As Xiao Chen chopped down more and more trees, the originally confused crowd finally understood why Xiao Chen was doing this. Since they could not find the tree spirits, then they would chop down all the surrounding trees. Eventually, they would meet a hidden tree spirit. After a while, all the trees around them were chopped down. However, they still did not meet any tree spirits. However, their field of vision had broadened significantly. When Gao Xiang saw the situation, he could not help but want to go over and help. However, he was not in a rush this time. He first asked for Yun Kersen's opinion. Yun Kersen thought for a while and nodded in agreement to Gao Xiang's method. Gao Xiang was not weak. Furthermore, his martial techniques were more suitable for fighting with the tree spirits. After he discovered the tree spirits, he would be able to use Chenduan Peak's ferocious martial techniques to kill the tree spirits in one move. Who? Gao Xiang pulled out the huge saber from his back and revealed an excited expression. He stomped on the ground and shouted loudly. Then he landed beside a tree. The huge saber carried a huge force as it hacked at the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud sound. Strangely, the tree was not chopped down by Gao Xiang. Chapter 246. Gao Xiang had a surprised expression on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, just as he was feeling suspicious, a human face suddenly appeared on the tree trunk. It opened its huge mouth and cried out in pain. The tree shook violently. 2 branches hung down and lifted Gao Xiang up like hands, sending him into the huge mouth. Gao Xiang had no time to react. His body struggled violently in the air, crying out loudly. However, there was no place for him to push himself off, so he was fearless. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt it was funny. He had chopped down at least 100 trees and had yet to meet a tree spirit. The moment Gao Xiang made a move, he found a tree spirit. He did not know if his luck was good or bad. Lightning evasion. Xiao Chen shouted and a bolt of lightning flashed beside Gao Xiang. Xiao Chen's figure appeared. The lunar shadow saber flashed with a cold light as it chopped down on the 2 branches that were grabbing Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang immediately landed on the ground with a furious expression on his face. A fiery red glow burned on his huge saber as he hacked at the huge mouth of the tree spirit. Hu Qi! 2 branches suddenly extended from the ground and grabbed Gao Xiang, who was not paying attention. They lifted him back into the air. Boom! The surging saber light deviated and hacked at another tree. That tree instantly turned into a ball of fire and burned to ashes. It was clear how horrifying the might of this saber was. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This person was a classic example of someone who had combat prowess but lacked intelligence. Pooh! A scarlet branch shot out from the huge mouth of the tree spirit. It pierced through the air and gave off a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had experienced this move before. Back then in Gloomy Forest, he could only flee. However, at this moment it was not worth mentioning. Drawing the saber, there was a flash of cold light. The branch that was flying at supersonic speed was chopped in half by Xiao Chen. It was fast, but Xiao Chen was faster. Flight on wings, 1-line chop. Break for me. The light on the snow-white saber was withdrawn. Xiao Chen's figure moved quickly in the air. The few tree branches that tried to grab him all missed. Xiao Chen brushed past the tree spirit. A moment later, the tree spirit exploded and split into 2, turning back into an ordinary tree. The tree spirit died and the branches on the ground that were grabbing onto Gao Xiang also fell down. Gao Xiang removed the 2 branches that were wrapped around his ankles and felt extremely depressed. However, when he saw that Xiao Chen was still making his move, he had no choice but to pull himself together and stand up. Next, the 2 of them used the same method to chop down the surrounding trees one by one, finding the tree spirits hidden in the middle one by one. After that experience, Gao Xiang had learned his lesson. Before he attacked, he would pay attention to the branches on the ground and in the air. Only when he got close would he attack with his full strength. Fire-attributed essence was the nemesis of the tree spirits. Furthermore, with the ferocious martial techniques of Qinduan Peak, Gao Xiang could easily kill a tree spirit. As for Xiao Chun, it was even easier. His figure disappeared without a trace in the air. The tree spirit's branches could not catch him at all. When he got close, he chopped them in half. Although the tree spirits were hard to deal with, they were only peak rank for demonic beasts. If they were not very secretive, they would not have much of an advantage against a martial saint. With the addition of Yun Kursen and the others after 4 hours, all the surrounding tree spirits were pulled out and eliminated one by one. A Gongyu Peak disciple looked at the 2 disciples who had died first. His expression was somewhat grave. How unfortunate, junior brother Wang and senior brother Lu. Their deaths were not worth it. Indeed, their deaths were not worth it. If they had not let their guard down, they could have avoided the sudden attack of the tree spirit. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After resting for a while and recovering their essence, the group continued on their way. This time, no one dared to disobey Yun Kursen's words. They maintained their guard at all times. After all, there was already a living example. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. He muttered to himself, strange, why has that black figure not appeared yet? Never mind, it will appear eventually. I just have to keep an eye out for it, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The instant he withdrew his spiritual sense, a clump of black smoke appeared on the ground. A person with a pale face slowly appeared. The black figure muttered, "What a strong perception! I was nearly discovered. I have to be more careful later. Otherwise, I will not be able to complete Master's mission. Big brother, it is just a few human martial saints. Is there a need for us to be so vigilant?" Another 9 clumps of black smoke appeared on the ground. A shadow demon could not help but ask. A trace of anger flashed on the pale face of the shadow demon that wanted to appear the most. He scolded, "Shut up! I already said not to make a move before they meet the scarlet demonic snake. You still dare to disobey my orders and control the tree spirit to make a move." A horrifying killing chi was emitted from this person. The shadow demon that spoke could not help but tremble. He did not dare to say anything more. In the dark forest, 10 shadow fiends appeared respectfully in front of a man in blood-red clothes. However, when one looked carefully, it was not a scarlet shirt. It was clearly a layer of squirming blood. His face and body were very blurry. The scarlet-clothed man said in a hoarse voice, "I remember I said to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. I only left for a while. Who made that decision?" One of the shadow demons could not help but feel fear. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Master, I acted blindly without thinking. I wanted to capture them all and offer them to Master. It has nothing to do with Big Brother." The scarlet-clothed man said, "Never mind, give me the 2 corpses. You can only make a move when you reach the scarlet demonic snake. Those people are not ordinary humans. If you are not confident, do not show yourself. Remember, in this space, for every single one of you who dies, the Lord Devil General's strength will be weakened. Your lives are for the Lord Devil General, not for yourselves." The shadow demon kneeling on the ground felt like he had been pardoned. He said continuously, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. These are their corpses. After we dug them out, we used a secret technique to preserve them. They are absolutely fresh." The scarlet-clothed man laughed a few times and pointed at the corpses. After a while, the blood from the corpses spurted out and returned to the scarlet-clothed man's body. A burst of red light flashed continuously and the blood on the surface of the man in blood-red clothes kept surging. The man in blood-red clothes kept gurgling. After a while, the 2 corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. The scene was very strange. The 2 cultivators who were originally Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciples looked at the scarlet-clothed man. Their eyes were unfocused as they trembled and said, Pretty good material. It is worth it for me to spend some effort to modify you." The scarlet-clothed man laughed strangely. He stretched out his hand and shot out 2 scarlet blood pearls at the 2 corpses. Blood Demon Secret Technique. Little Heavenly Demon Transformation. The scarlet blood pearls instantly merged into the two's foreheads. The originally pale faces of the two turned lustrous at a visible rate. The color in their eyes became denser and denser. The wounds on their bodies healed up and they looked no different from a normal person. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the scarlet-clothed man. "Master, what instructions do you have?" The scarlet-clothed man waved his hand and said to the leader of the shadow demons, "I will temporarily hand over the control of these two blood corpses to you. You have to bring back all of those people. Especially the girl in white clothes and the man with purple light. Their corpses must be complete. They cannot be missing limbs. It would be best if they could be captured alive." "Yes, I promise to complete Master's instructions." After Xiao Chen and the others dealt with the tree spirits, they got closer to the core area of the forest. Finally, they met with the obstruction of demonic beasts. However, with the help of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, everyone was able to prepare in advance. It was daunting but not dangerous. Gao Xiang used his saber to take out a rank 5 demonic beast demonic core. He revealed a satisfied expression as he smiled. "Even if we cannot kill the demons, these demonic cores are enough to break even. There should be no problem exchanging them for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic beast would be good." The value of a demonic core was no less than a spirit core. It might even be slightly higher. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the demonic core, the greater the difference in value between it and a spirit core of the same rank. A complete rank 5 demonic core was worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic core was worth 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A rank 6 demonic core would be worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for a peak rank 6 demonic core, its value would skyrocket to a horrifying level. It would require 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, along the way, the group only met early rank 5 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a medial grade martial saint. There were also a few rank 5 medial grade demonic beasts. However, they did not meet any peak rank 5 demonic beasts. Mu Heng cursed. "You really jinxed it. A peak rank 5 demonic beast is equivalent to an inferior grade martial king. In this space, its strength would increase explosively. At the very least, it would be equal to a medial grade martial king. If we really meet one, it would be a problem if we can escape unscathed. You want to kill it? You must be tired of living." Gao Xiang put away the demonic core and smiled embarrassedly. "I was just joking. We will not really meet one. If we do, my huge saber is not to be trifled with." Along the way, they met all sorts of demonic beasts. Finally, Gao Xiang had a place to display his strength. It had to be said that the might of Qianduan Peak's martial techniques were extremely ferocious. When Gao Xiang, who was a medial grade martial saint, attacked at full power, even a medial grade 5 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with. If an early rank 5 demonic beast was struck by him, it would be severely injured. Xiao Chen's desperate fighting style changed everyone's impression of him. They were no longer as bad as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored the two of them bickering. He had gained a lot as well. He had personally killed an early rank 5 demonic beast. He had personally killed 20 early rank 5 demonic beasts and 1 medial grade 5 demonic beast. If all of them were exchanged for spirit stones, he would get 2 or 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Seeing Yun Kursen standing guard at the side, Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, "Senior Sister Yun, are you not going to take some demonic cores?" Yun Kursen said indifferently, "A rank 5 demonic core cannot be exchanged for many spirit stones. You can split it among yourselves. There is no need to care about me." Chapter 247. Everyone blushed with shame. This was already a few thousand inferior grade spirit stones, yet Yun Kursen did not care about it at all. This was very strange. After they cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Chen continued to scout ahead. Now, everyone knew that Xiao Chen had a martial technique with outstanding perception, so they were at ease with him scouting ahead. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. His originally calm face revealed a grave expression. Yun Kursen saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there a demonic beast blocking the way?" Xiao Chen nodded silently and smiled bitterly. The jinx came true. There is a demonic beast in front. Based on its aura, it is at least a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might even be an early rank 6 demonic beast. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Gao Xiang with a murderous gaze. Zhang Lai said unhappily, "Your chance to shine is here. Go and kill it. We will wait for your good news." Gao Xiang said embarrassedly, "I was really just saying it casually. You can't blame me for this." Yun Kursen's expression did not change. She asked calmly, "Can you see what demonic beast it is? Can we go around it?" Xiao Chan shook his head. "I can't see what demonic beast it is. I only know that it is a huge snake. Its aura covers a large area. If we want to go around it without alerting it, we will need at least a day." Due to the aura of some demonic beasts being too strong, they would cause their spiritual sense to be blurry. So, Xiao Chan could not see what demonic beast it was. Yun Kursen thought for 10 seconds and quickly made a decision. "Since we cannot go around it, then let's fight it. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Xiang and Yi Chan follow me. The rest of you wait here for further orders." Of the 8 of them, the 5 of them were the strongest. The other 3 were slightly weaker. If they met a peak rank 5 or rank 6 demonic beast, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Sometimes, a large number of people wouldn't be able to produce a big advantage, and they might even become a burden. The 3 of them understood Yun Kursen's intentions. They were not unhappy and stayed where they were. Under Yun Kursen's lead, the 5 of them carefully made their way towards the unknown demonic beast. As they got closer, the aura and pressure of a peak rank 5 demonic beast became more obvious. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. Gao Xiang said with an unsightly expression, "This might not be a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might be an early rank 6 demonic beast. It's impossible for a rank 5 demonic beast's aura to be so terrifying. It's suffocating." Zhang Lai smiled faintly and said, "In that case, what do you think we should do? If you are timid, no one will care about you." Gao Xiang argued, "When did I say I was afraid? I was just stating a fact." Before the battle started, the 2 of them started arguing. Yun Kursen frowned and said in a cold voice, "All of you shut up. The battle has not started yet, and you are already arguing. You are messing things up. Are you tired of living?" Yun Kursen's words had always been effective. After she spoke, Zhang Lai and Gao Xiang immediately shut up. They only glared at each other. "Yi Chun, what do you think our chances of victory are?" Yun Kursen turned her head and asked Xiao Chan, who was leading the way. Xiao Chan thought for a while and said, "If it is a peak rank 5 demonic beast, we have a 50% chance of victory. If it is an early rank 6 demonic beast, we only have a 40% chance of victory." Actually, Xiao Chan did not say anything. If they included the sneak attacks from the shadows in the darkness, their chances of victory would be even lower. A look of worry flashed on Yun Kursen's delicate face. She muttered, "I hope it is only a peak rank 5 demonic beast." Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly started to tremble. The 4 of them quickly circulated their chi to stabilize their bodies. They were extremely focused. Kase, kase. The sound of trees breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Unfortunately, they could clearly feel a huge creature quickly approaching them. Yun Kursen said calmly, "Danger, retreat." Everyone executed their movement techniques and retreated in the forest. Hu Qi. A black shadow smashed at the slowest person, Mu Heng. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He shouted and executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared at the top of a tree. Bang! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared in the flat ground. It was 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. As for its depth, it was impossible to see with one's eyes. Mu Heng took in a deep breath of cold air. If this had struck him, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Taking advantage of this, everyone saw the demonic beast's body clearly. It was a black snake more than 200 meters tall. The scales on its body flickered with a cold black light. Its upper body was upright. Its scarlet eyes were like 2 bright lanterns in the dark night sky. It opened its huge mouth and flicked its red tongue in and out continuously. When it stood upright, it was more than 100 meters tall. It was taller than the trees in the forest. In front of it, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Xiao Chun was startled. He muttered, "This is a scarlet-crowned snake. That's not right. It has not grown a crown yet. It is still immature. Even so, after it turned into a demonic beast, it has the strength of an early rank 6 demonic beast." When the scarlet demonic snake saw Mu Heng suddenly disappear, it was clearly enraged. Its scarlet eyes swept across the ground and saw Gao Xiang, who was holding an eye-catching huge saber. "Damn it! Stop staring at me." When Gao Xiang felt the scarlet demonic snake's gaze, he said gloomily and quickly retreated. "Who?" The scarlet demonic snake's huge body shot up from the ground. Speed was not slow at all. It opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the retreating Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was startled. He did not expect the scarlet demonic snake's speed to be so horrifying. When the huge mouth approached, Xiao Chun did a roll and dodged to the side. However, before Gao Xiang could relax, the scarlet demonic snake's red tongue shot out and lashed out at him. Lone Peak fatal blow. At the critical moment, Zhang Lai executed the 15th move of the Lingyun saber technique. The saber light that filled the sky turned into a huge mountain. It descended from the sky and pressed down on the scarlet demonic snake's body. Chi! Chi! The scarlet demonic snake felt pain and withdrew its long snake. With a flip, it spat out a black flame at Zhang Lai. The black flame dragged a long tail as it moved around in the air. Everywhere it passed, even the air was burned into nothingness. The mountain immediately melted. The mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken. Zhang Lai vomited a large mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale as he fell from the sky. Gao Xiang stopped retreating. He did not expect that Zhang Lai, who had been bickering with him, would save him at the most critical moment. Seeing Zhang Lai injured, Gao Xiang roared angrily, "Damn beast! I'll fight it out with you." 3,000 blazing flames covered the sun, pouring into the saber. Heavenly flame clouds. In the crimson sky, 3,000 flaming clouds burned in the sky. Suddenly it looked boundless. Even the clouds covered the sun, and the raging flames reflected the entire forest red. The unending flaming clouds gathered in the air and formed a huge flaming whirlpool. With a so sound, it merged into Gao Xiang's huge saber. Boom! In that instant, Zhang Lai's body burned with a red flame. He looked like a flaming giant. The long saber wrapped in flame swung forward ferociously. The red flame was like a roaring flood dragon. The horrifying temperature melted all the trees within 100 meters. It rushed towards the scarlet demonic snake's head. The scarlet demonic snake's red eyes flickered continuously. It opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at the flame Zhang Lai sent out. Bang! 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 The red flame and black flame clashed in the air. A huge energy exploded in the air, creating a surging shockwave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere the shockwave passed, the ground was scorched. The two flames started to burn in the air. However, not long after, the black flame suddenly increased in size. It immediately shattered the red flame Zhang Lai sent out and continued to roar at him. Zhang Lai did not dare to be careless, but he did not retreat. He sent out flames continuously from his huge saber. After a few breaths, he finally managed to block the flames the scarlet demonic snake spat out. Swift horizontal saber. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to spit out another mouthful of black flame, Mu Heng, who was standing on the top of the tree, suddenly made his move. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He was like a steed flashing in the air. His entire body turned into a treasured saber, giving off a dazzling light. Bang! Mu Heng's palm turned into a saber and chopped down on the scarlet demonic snake's head. This was a saber that could split mountains. He chopped down without holding anything back. There was a muffled sound. The scarlet demonic snake's upright body was actually chopped down by this saber. However, that was all. This saber still did not manage to break through the scarlet demonic snake's skin. The instant the scarlet demonic snake landed on the ground, its huge tail gave off a thunderous sound as it tore through the air and swept at Mu Heng. Mu Heng, who was in the air, had no place to borrow strength from. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to strike him, his figure strangely disappeared in the air again. Pu-ci. The huge snake tail gave off another thunderous sound in the air. Soon it sensed Mu Heng's figure. With a schwa sound, it swept at him again. Speed was much faster than before. Mu Heng's expression turned grave as he executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure flashed 7 times in the air. Every time his figure flashed in the air, the huge tail would follow closely behind. Each time it would be faster and more dangerous than the one before. Swirling peaks scatter clouds. Zhang Lai, who had swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill, stood up once again with his saber in hand. His eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. He stood up once again. The peak small perfection saber intent infused into the Lingyun saber technique, turned into a lone peak. It created a boundless strong wind as it smashed towards the scarlet demonic snake. Mu Heng gained a chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed in the air again and he finally managed to dodge the scarlet demonic snake's tail that he could not avoid. The rolling cloud-crushing mountain infused with the small perfection saber intent crashed into the scarlet demonic snake's body. This time it finally broke through the scarlet demonic snake's tough scales. The strong wind was like a saber, causing black blood to spurt out in the air and cover the entire forest. The heavenly flames connected to the clouds and a huge flaming whirlpool formed in the air once again. Chapter 248. Holding his saber horizontally, Mu Heng, who had recovered for a while, gave off a resplendent purple light. He turned into a treasured saber and attacked again. When the 3 of them met this early rank 6 demonic beast, they did not dare to make any probing attacks. They all brought out their full essence, sending out all sorts of powerful moves. The 3 of them did not care about their essence and attacked with all their might. The horrifying rank 6 demonic beast, the scarlet demonic snake, was unable to take them down in a short period of time. The aftershocks of the intense battle spread throughout the forest. Flames rushed to the sky, shock waves surged, and there were thunderous booms. Due to the shock waves of the battle, rows of tall and broad trees within a radius of 1,000 meters were directly burned to ashes. Deep pits appeared continuously on the ground, shaking and trembling non-stop. Xiao Chun and Yun Kursin were not in a rush to make a move. They continued to gather their auras and placed their fingers on the saber hilt. Xiao Chun placed his finger on the hilt of his saber and stared at the battlefield, prepared to deal a fatal blow at any moment. The 2 of them knew that although Mu Heng and the other 2 looked like they were locked in a stalemate with the scarlet demonic snake, the scarlet demonic snake was not injured at all. When the 3 of them exhausted their essence, the situation would turn around. Hence, the 2 of them were waiting for the best opportunity. When they made their move, they would decide the situation with one saber strike. The 3 people who remained in the forest looked at the fiery light and the surging shock waves of the battlefield. They were all shocked and horrified. What a horrifying battle! Could they have met with the rank 6 demonic beast? A Gongyu Peak female disciple said worriedly. Another person's face was filled with worry as well. He continued, "That should be it. Yun Kursin is already strong enough to fight against a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Adding in the others, they should have a 50% chance of killing it. Only a rank 6 demonic beast would cause such a huge commotion." The remaining person said, "An early rank 6 demonic beast is already as strong as a medial grade martial king. I wonder if Yun Kursin and the others can handle it." "I hope they can, right? Otherwise, with our strength, it will be very difficult to leave this place. If we leave this forest, only death awaits us." The female disciple of the Gongyu Peak thought for a moment before saying, "Should we go and take a look? If anything happens, we can go and help." The person next to him laughed and said, "Don't be silly. If it's an ordinary rank 5 demonic beast, it's naturally easier with more people. But it's a peak rank 5 demonic beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. We'll only cause more trouble if we go. Let's wait for their good news." Everyone stopped talking and began to wait anxiously. This was a battle that would decide their own fate. Senior Bai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the 3 of them. It was a female disciple from Gongyu Peak. Puzzled, he turned around and saw that his 2 companions, who had died earlier, were standing there with a smile. "Junior brother Wang, senior brother Liu, didn't you 2 die?" The 3 of them were puzzled. The 2 of them walked a few steps closer and explained, "We were lucky. We don't know what happened, but we suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The soil you buried was a little loose, so we climbed out on our own." "By the way, where are senior sister Yun and the others?" The 2 of them asked with puzzled expressions. This scene was incredibly strange. People who were clearly dead suddenly appeared before the three of them. This made them feel suspicious. They did not know what was going on. The three of them exchanged glances and communicated silently. Then they started to ask the two of them some questions. In the end, the two of them answered fluently without any hesitation. This continued for a long time before the three of them believed that the two of them were still the same people. The female disciple from Gongyu Peak revealed a joyful expression. She said, "That's great. The two of you are not dead. Senior Sister Yun and the others are in front." Before this female disciple could finish speaking, a short saber appeared on her chest. The smile on her face froze, and a life vanished just like that. "Junior Brother Wang, what are you doing?" another person exclaimed as he walked forward. However, before he could take a few steps, another person stabbed him in the back and pierced his heart. Before the last person could react, 4 shadow demons appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them executed a move, silently ending this person's life. Who? With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons burrowed into the 3 corpses. They stretched their limbs and smiled. Humans are really stupid creatures. When the leader of the shadow demons saw the scene of the battle, he said, "No wonder Master wanted us to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. These people are too strong. Indeed, I'm afraid the scarlet demonic snake will not be able to deal with them. However, with these corpses it should be much easier to deal with them." Bang! Gao Xiang's huge saber covered in boundless flames struck the scarlet demonic snake's tail violently. There was an explosive sound and Gao Xiang vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back. Gao Xiang fell to the ground and revealed a pained expression. He wanted to stand up, but he could no longer do so. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, was helpless as well. He sat cross-legged where he was. When his mysterious phenomenon was broken, he suffered many injuries. After that, he forced himself to continue fighting, adding injuries to his injuries. He was the first of the 3 to lose his ability to fight. 7 stars transposition, shifting stars. Mu Heng shouted and drew a circle in the air with his left hand. A strange ball of air formed in front of him and repelled the black flames that the scarlet demonic snake spat at him. The scarlet demonic snake could not dodge in time. The horrifying black flames burned its body, causing its huge body to roll on the ground. After Mu Heng made this move, the purple light on his body completely vanished. His complexion was incomparably pale and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Attack! Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen exchanged glances. They did not hesitate, and the aura that they had been gathering for a long time instantly soared into the sky. Heavenly music roar, piercing the heavens. Yun Kursen shouted and immediately drew her saber from its scabbard. The slender saber trembled continuously, giving off a drawn-out sound. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The sound was like thunder, unending. Finally, it gathered together and formed a heavenly sound that could break the heavens. The saber pointed at the scarlet demonic snake that had just gotten rid of the black flames. A soundwave-like saber chi descended from the sky and entered the scarlet demonic snake's body. Bang! 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 A muffled thunder-like sound came from the scarlet demonic snake's huge body. Its huge body bounced up and down from the explosions, causing the ground to tremble non-stop. Mu Heng and the other 2, who had exhausted their essence, staggered on the ground. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens, road twisting around peak. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground gently and his figure flashed into the air, rising higher and higher. In the sky, the layers of white clouds suddenly rolled and surged. Xiao Chun appeared indistinctly within the white clouds. Dang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the churning white clouds. All the white clouds scattered in an instant. Xiao Chun's body moved in an arc in the air. As Xiao Chun slid down the arc, a mountain peak slowly appeared from the top to the bottom. Clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. There were birds, beasts, flowers, trees, pavilions, and everything else. It was like a real mountain peak had appeared above everyone's heads. Zhang Lai, who was on the ground, looked at the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chun executed. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he muttered, "There are mountains and clouds. However, this is not the true state of mountains and clouds. Clouds need to be accompanied by thunder. Mountains need to be accompanied by flowers, birds, and trees. Not a single one can be missing. 9 heaven-soaring clouds rode twisting around peak. So this is the true 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique. Shua! Just as Zhang Lai was exclaiming in surprise, the Great Perfection mountain peak suddenly disappeared and merged into Xiao Qian's body. In that instant, Xiao Qian's aura suddenly changed. It had the grandeur of a mountain and the faintness of clouds. This saber strike also became very strange. Zhang Lai was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he said excitedly, "Road twisting around peak. Road twisting around peak. How laughable! How laughable! I thought I understood it. I did not expect that I was still tricked in the end." The scarlet demonic snake on the ground, who was in unbearable pain, felt a dangerous aura. It endured the pain in its body as it swung its huge tail in the air. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out in the air as the giant tail swung horizontally. The shock waves from the explosions drained the essence of the 3 people on the ground. They could not retaliate at all. Their qi and blood surged and they vomited another large mouthful of blood. Bang! The saber and the snake tail clashed in the air. A shockwave immediately exploded, creating a visible shockwave that spread out in all directions like water. Xiao Qian's body was like a mountain. Under the huge force of the scarlet demonic snake, he did not move at all. He did not show any signs of moving back. Under the huge force, the qi and blood in his body surged. Xiao Qian did his best to circulate his essence. His heart was not in a mess. The mysterious phenomenon that had already merged into his body was unleashed through the saber. Wuxia! A bloody wound appeared on the scarlet demonic snake's huge tail. Its huge body was actually knocked into the air by this saber strike infused with the state of mountain. Black blood dripped down like rain. Xiao Qian's essence trembled, and the corrosive black blood was blocked outside his body. Rumble! The huge scarlet demonic snake was like a sandbag. After it flew far away, it landed heavily on the ground and rolled for a long time. Its mountain-like body caused the ground to tremble continuously. So, Xiao Qian and Yun Kursen did not stop moving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity. The scarlet demonic snake's recovery ability and life force were very shocking. They could not give it too much time to recover. The scarlet demonic snake had already received countless attacks from Mu Heng and the other 2. However, it did not suffer any serious injuries. Now that the 2 of them managed to sneak attack it, it was severely injured. Naturally, they had to grab hold of this opportunity and not give it a chance to make a comeback. The 2 of them instantly rushed to the scarlet demonic snake's side and used all sorts of martial techniques to attack it. Every saber strike from Xiao Qian left a deep wound on the scarlet demonic snake's body, causing it unbearable pain. However, when Yun Kursen's slender saber struck the scarlet demonic snake, she could only leave a shallow mark. Her saber seemed to be a superior grade profound rank spirit weapon. It could not break through the scarlet demonic snake's defense. Chapter 249. Xiao Qian found an opening and took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring. He tossed it to Yun Kursen and said, "Use my saber first." Yun Kursen nodded her thanks and caught the roaming dragon saber. The instant her right hand grasped the saber hilt, a ripple appeared on her previously calm face. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a heaven-ranked spirit weapon." Yun Kursen's stable mental state actually wavered for a moment. She suspected that Xiao Qian had tossed the wrong spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, he casually tossed out a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Bang! A strong wind blew and a dangerous aura arrived. Yun Kursen suddenly recovered her wits. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, dodging the scarlet demonic snake's swing. The scarlet demonic snake, which had recovered from the 2 fatal strikes, was thoroughly enraged by the endless attacks of the 2. Its 100-meter-tall upper body stood upright and its huge tail spun around in the air. Unexpectedly, it actually grew longer. In the end, the tail grew longer and sharper. The sharp tail tore through the air and gave off ear-piercing sonic booms. It stabbed at Xiao Qian continuously. It was as fast as lightning, startling Xiao Qian and causing him to quickly retreat. Bang! 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 There was a loud sound where Xiao Qian was standing earlier. A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Qian retreated continuously. That all-like tail chased after him relentlessly. Bottomless holes appeared on the ground. The speed of the snake tail increased every time. Xiao Chun did not even have the chance to turn around. While the snake tail attacked Xiao Chun, the scarlet demonic snake did not stop opening its mouth. Streams of horrifying black flames flew towards Yun Kursen. However, Yun Kursen's situation was slightly better than Xiao Chen's. She had obtained the inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, the roaming dragon saber. Even if she could not dodge the black flames, she could still knock them away with a full-powered strike. Wong! There was a dragon roar and Yun Kursen suddenly stopped dodging while holding the roaming dragon saber. The cold saber suddenly lit up with a boundless brilliance. There seemed to be a swimming dragon circling around the saber in the brilliance. Bang! The saber light chopped the black flames in half. Yun Kursen did not hesitate to charge at the scarlet demonic snake. Under the huge body of the scarlet demonic snake, Yun Kursen's body was like that of a baby. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Yun Kursen rushing at it, a cruel light flashed in its green eyes. The huge mouth stopped swallowing the black flames and swallowed it. Yun Kursen Dragon Kursen. Yun Kursen nimbly dodged and easily dodged. It was like she had eyes on the back of her head. She swung her saber and the sharp saber blade chopped the long red tongue in half. Tianling to Xiao Xiao Tian He Yun Xiao Sovereign Chan Tian. Kuan Yun. Star is Yang and Xiao Chun. Kuan Yun in Dragon. Flight on wings horizontal slash. The light on the snow-white lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and a cold light flashed. With a schwa sound it chopped off the scarlet demonic snake's 3-meter-long tail. After they landed, Yun Kursen's and Xiao Chen's gazes met. The two of them smiled at each other. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They knew that this scarlet demonic snake was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was time to launch its final counterattack. Even if it was an early rank 6 demonic beast, after being struck by the 2 peak earth-ranked martial techniques, it would suffer from severe internal injuries. Coupled with the relentless attacks from before, every strike of his blade had drawn blood. It was not a joke. The scarlet demonic snake's continuous and terrifying attacks were actually the scarlet demonic snake's final attack. If the two of them could persevere, the scarlet demonic snake would definitely lose. It was only a matter of time. If the scarlet demonic snake could not endure this ferocious attack, it would obtain the final victory. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat to it. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun brandished his saber and brought out the Lingyun saber technique state of mountain to its limits. He was as stable as Mount Tai, blocking all the scarlet demonic snake's attacks. This created opportunities for Yun Kursen, who was wielding a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, to attack. One was in charge of defense and the other was in charge of offense. They worked very well together. The scales of the battlefield started to tilt in favor of Xiao Chun and the others. The signs of the scarlet demonic snake's defeat became increasingly obvious. Senior Brother Mu, Senior Brother Zhang, are you alright? The 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples controlled by the shadow demons suddenly walked over. They had nervous expressions as they headed for Gao Xiang and the others. Zhonglai felt it was strange and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? We saw that the commotion here was too big and were worried about you, so we rushed over." The female disciple from the Gongyu Peak helped Gao Xiang up from the ground. "What's the situation now?" Gao Xiang thanked her and said, "It's about time. The scarlet demonic snake is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yi Chun and Yun Kursen should be ending their battle soon." Pusiai. The opportunity that Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen had been searching for crossed paths in the air. 2 resplendent saber lights lit up in the air, and a large amount of black blood spurted out. The scarlet demonic snake's huge body was struck by the 2 of them at the same time. It was instantly split in half. Heavenly melody burst. Yun Kursen shouted and pointed the roaming dragon saber in her hand into the air. A formless saber chi infused into the scarlet demonic snake's broken body. Bang! 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 The sound wave infused into the scarlet demonic snake's upper body exploded. The upper half of its body, which was more than 100 meters long, was blasted beyond recognition. It was covered in blood. It could not be more dead. Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and took out the scarlet demonic beast's rank 6 demonic core. She casually tossed it to Xiao Chen and said, "This is for you, I don't need it." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and caught it. He was in slight disbelief. A rank 6 demonic core that was worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Yun Kursen casually tossed it over as if it was just a worthless rock. Yun Kursen explained, I do not lack spirit stones. You can just split it with them later. As for how to split it, you can decide. Xiao Chun was not a pretentious person. He nodded and thanked her before putting it away. Yun Kursen did not lack spirit stones. Actually, Xiao Chun did not lack spirit stones either. However, spirit stones were like banknotes in his previous life. The more the better. Xiao Chun would not dislike having too many. The two of them each swallowed a medicinal pill and took out an inferior grade spirit stone. Then they sat down and adjusted themselves. They finally managed to kill the rank 6 demonic core in front of them without any mishaps. They relaxed slightly. After a while, the essence in the spirit stone was completely absorbed. The two of them stood up at the same time. With their current cultivation, one inferior grade spirit stone could only recover half of their peak essence. The two of them knew that they did not have enough time to recover. Hence, they did not intend to waste any more time recovering their essence. Seeing Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen stand up, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who were possessed by the shadow demon followed them. Zhang Lai and the other 2 had suffered significant internal injuries. After resting for a while, they were barely able to suppress their injuries. When Yun Kursen saw the other 3, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She vaguely gave Xiao Chun a look. Xiao Chun was mildly astonished. He scanned the 3 of them with his spiritual sense. After a while, he understood what was going on. Why are the 3 of you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? Yun Kursen asked the 3 of them calmly. The female disciple from Gongyu Peak replied, the commotion from the battle was too big. We were worried, so we rushed over. Yun Kursen did not continue to pursue the matter. She said, never mind, there is no danger now. However, we cannot continue on our way. Let's go back and rest first. The 3 of them did not suspect anything. They turned around and headed back the way they came. Wuxia, Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen attacked at the same time. The roaming dragon saber in Yun Kursen's hand flashed with a cold light in the air. She stabbed the chest of a shadow demon from behind. Xiao Chun's figure flashed in the air. He punched a shadow demon with a heavy force. The two of them continued, one saber and one fist, striking the final shadow demon. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 3 shadow demons did not even have time to react before they were struck. Mu Heng and the other 2 looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Senior Sister Yun and Yi-chan, what are you doing? Yun Kursen did not reply. She said indifferently, you will understand in a while. The 3 people on the ground let out pained cries. Zhang Lai and the others watched in astonishment as black smoke came out from their bodies. The 3 shadow demons had pained expressions on their faces as they fell to the ground. Clearly, they were severely injured. Hu Qi. Seeing that their companions' identities were exposed, the other shadow demons stopped hiding and came out from the ground. 7 pale shadow demons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3 shadow demons did not hesitate to charge at Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others. The remaining 4 surrounded Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen. The 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had already turned into blood corpses also slowly appeared. They charged at Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen. The battle had just ended. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength when they were in danger again. This was especially so for Mu Heng and the other 2. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength. Under the attacks of the 3 shadow demons, they were in danger. Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen's situation was not very optimistic either. The 2 of them had to deal with 2 shadow demons and a blood corpse respectively. Furthermore, they had only recovered half of their strength. They could not find the time to help Mu Heng and the others. The attacks of the shadow demons were very strange. They were different from the martial techniques of the Tianwu continent. They relied on their instincts to attack. They were very direct and did not have any fancy moves. They were like demonic beasts that stood upright. However, if that was all, it would not be a problem for Xiao Chun. The most troublesome thing was that their movement techniques were very strange. There were no traces to be found. Sometimes when Xiao Chun clearly struck with his saber, he would discover that he only struck a clump of formless black smoke. If he could strike them, Xiao-Chun was confident that he could kill them in one strike. Unfortunately, they were everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. It was very troublesome. There was also the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had been turned into blood corpses. Not only did their strength increase by 20%, they did not feel any pain when they struck them. They continued to attack you. I can't conserve my strength anymore. Otherwise, even if I can escape, Mu Heng and the others will die here, Xiao-Chun thought quickly. Chapter 250. After making up his mind, Xiao-Chun circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as he fought. Instantly, all the bones in his body started to crackle. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the tiger and dragon slowly formed. Xiao-Chun suddenly stopped his move and did not dodge the attack of a shadow demon. When the shadow demon saw that Xiao-Chun's movements suddenly slowed down, it thought that his essence could not keep up and an opening appeared. A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its 5 sharp fingers quickly stabbed forward. Kung Chang! The sharp fingers immediately tore through Xiao-Chun's clothes. However, when they made contact with his flesh, they gave off a metallic sound and were unable to advance any further. How can this be? The shadow demon thought it was very strange. Although this attack did not pierce into Xiao-Chun's heart, it shook his heart, affecting his internal organs. Xiao-Chun endured the feeling of his qi and blood surging. Xiao-Chun suddenly shouted and the image of a tiger and dragon flew out from his body. The tiger and dragon roared, and in an instant, his entire body was filled with a horrifying force. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. There was a tiger's roar. Before the shadow demon could retreat, its head was crushed by Xiao-Chun's horrifying punch of 6,000 kilograms of force. It was dead. Seeing the remaining shadow demon and blood corpse rushing over to save the situation, Xiao-Chun smiled coldly. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun twice. A surging and pure lightning-attributed essence flowed through his meridians and into the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. A resplendent purple light flickered in the dark forest. It was very dazzling. Drawing the saber. This was the first time Xiao-Chun infused the pure state of thunder into the rushing thunder saber technique. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared endlessly. It was like a huge army galloping. Xiao-Chun's original attribute was the lightning attribute. After he advanced to martial saint, the essence in his body had completely turned into the purest lightning-attributed essence. In such a state, when Xiao-Chun used the rushing thunder saber technique, the strength he could bring out was even stronger than the Lingyun saber technique, which required the state of mountains and the state of clouds. 3 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky and gathered on Xiao-Chun's saber. Xiao-Chun's figure flashed in the air and the other shadow demon was instantly chopped in half. The essence containing the state of thunder still flickered in the wound, not disappearing even after a long time. Arclight slash. Xiao-Chun did not stop moving. Thunder roared in the sky again. Xiao-Chun's saber moved in an arc in the air, chopping the fleeing blood corpse in half. It could not resist at all. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao-Chun pushed off the ground and pointed his lunar shadow saber at the sky. Then he soared into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried an indomitable and boundless aura. Qi, qi, qi. Xiao-Chun's body was like a bolt of lightning, flashing in the air. With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons surrounding Mu Heng and the others were pierced through, dying in that instant. Xiao-Chun's body paused in the air, and the unceasing rumbling of thunder suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before the storm. It was extremely quiet in an instant. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao-Chun shouted. He held his saber with both hands and chopped down at the blood corpse surrounding Yun Kursin. Pu Si. A resplendent saber light tore through the water-like air and appeared above the blood corpse's head. In the next moment, the intense electric light on the saber light exploded. There was a clap of thunder that was even more intense than any of the previous ones. With a schwa sound, the blood corpse was chopped in half by this horrifying saber strike. Then the electric light blasted it into nothing. The rushing thunder second chain chop, the energy accumulated from the 4 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique, was unleashed without any restraint. The shadow demon that Xiao-Chun struck did not even have the chance to cry out miserably. The shadow demon that was struck by Xiao Chun was immediately chopped into a pool of blood. The remaining shadow demon was horrified. It decisively gave up on attacking Yun Kursen. Its body turned into a clump of black smoke and quickly flew backward. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and snorted coldly as he watched the fleeing shadow demon. A boundless purple flame started to burn in Xiao Chun's right eye. With one glance, it looked like a sea of flames. The blazing flames started to slowly gather together. Finally, they gathered into a clump and formed a strange purple flame in Xiao Chun's right eye. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! The strange purple flame formed a purple arrow in the air. It was like a shooting star, silently catching up to the shadow demon that had already fled 1,000 meters away. Explode! A horrifying explosion came from the distance. The purple flame suddenly flashed, and the origin of lightning in the flame blossomed. Countless arcs of electricity filled the entire space. Aside from Yun Kursen, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. They did not dare believe this was real. Xiao Chun stood still and withdrew his hand. He had already expected the rushing thunder saber technique to be very strong after it grasped the state of thunder. However, he was still shocked at its might. He believed that if he completely grasped this saber technique, aside from some peak late-stage martial saints, no one within the martial saint realm would be his match. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun turned his head and discovered Gao Xiang clutching his chest. He was lying on the ground in pain. His lips were black and he was trembling non-stop. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. Xiao Chun quickly walked over and asked Zhang Lai, "What's going on with him?" Zhang Lai had an extremely sad expression on his face. His voice trembled as he explained what happened to Xiao Chun. It turned out that when the shadow demon suddenly attacked, Gao Xiang, who was the slowest among the three of them, had yet to recover from his injuries. As a result, he was immediately stabbed in the chest by the sharp fingers of a shadow demon. Originally, the wound was not very deep. At first, Gao Xiang did not pay much attention to it. He often went out for experiential training and had encountered many similar wounds. With the physique of a cultivator, this was not a fatal wound. However, he did not expect the shadow demon's attack to contain a slow-acting poison. By the time he reacted, the poison had already spread throughout his body, and he was unable to force it out. Mu Heng asked from the side, "Yi Chun, do you have a solution?" Xiao Chun shook his head. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there was a medicinal pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun did not have the time to refine it. It was impossible for him to find a cultivation technique. Maybe Yun Kursen has a solution. This thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. This feeling was very strange. It was purely a feeling of intuition. Yun Kursen had rushed over a long time ago. However, she was observing Gao Xiang's situation from the side. She did not say anything. At this moment she felt Xiao Chun's gaze. She shook her head and said, "I do have a rank 6 detoxification pill. However, the poison has already permeated his bones and heart vessels. Unless someone from the medical sage clan comes personally, or an immortal grade holy herb that is at least 1,000 years old, there is no way to save him." When Gao Xiang heard this, his pained face slowly revealed a gentle expression. He smiled bitterly. "I started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the age of 16. Now, I am 26 and am already a medial grade martial saint. I am not satisfied to die like this." It was like the final radiance of a setting sun. The pained expression on Gao Xiang's face suddenly vanished. His complexion started to turn rosy. He took off the bag on his back and handed it to Zhang Lai. He muttered, "These are the demonic cores that I obtained along the way. I originally thought I could exchange them for some medial grade spirit stones after I got out and raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial saint. Now, I can only let you guys benefit from it." The path of a cultivator has always been rugged. Everyone who has taken this path should have expected such a day. My misfortune should serve as a reminder to all of you. No matter when you fight, you cannot be careless. After Gao Xiang spoke, his eyes revealed a look of determination. In the next moment, he circulated the last of his essence and shattered his heart, dying from it. Gao Xiang chose to end his own life. This was a somewhat tragic way of dying. Gao Xiang's death caused everyone to feel melancholy. While they felt pity and sorrow, they also thought of themselves. In the Tianwu continent, the strong were revered. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants. If they wanted to kill them, they could do so at will. If they were unhappy, they could trample on your dignity. Under such cruel circumstances, every cultivator would use all sorts of methods to cultivate diligently in order to pursue the path of the strong. However, this path was too difficult. Aside from having to face all sorts of open and secret fights, they also had to be careful during experiential training to avoid dying in the hands of demonic beasts. Life was too fragile on this path. This mission was also a form of experiential training. However, in the end, before they even reached the halfway point, 6 people in the group had already lost their lives. Xiao Chun casually sent out a clump of purple thunder true fire and covered Gao Xiang's corpse. The corpse immediately started burning. Burying the corpse in the forest had already been proven to be a mistake. It would only be used by the enemy. Hence, no one felt that Xiao Qin's actions were inappropriate. When Yun Kersen saw Gao Xiang's burning corpse, an undetectable, complicated look flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. No one noticed it. After a while, Yun Kersen said calmly, "Rest for an hour. After that, we will continue on our way." Similar massacres were taking place in other places in the forest. Murong Chang's figure moved erratically in the air, creating a cool breeze. After a while, a saber light flashed and a scarlet-clothed man was chopped into pieces. The blood demon's body, which could have merged back together, could no longer do so. It had turned into a corpse. Murong Chang's stern face was expressionless as he wiped off the blood on his saber. Then he sheathed his saber with a schwa sound. The blood demon's corpse on the ground exploded, turning into pools of blood that shot into the air. Behind Murong Chong, there were 2 members of the blood demon. Their lips had turned black and their expressions were unsightly as they fell to the ground. They had also been inflicted with the shadow demon's slow-acting poison. It had spread throughout their entire body. There was no way to save them. "Senior brother Murong, do you have any way to save my junior brother? He is about to die," a Gongyu Peak disciple said anxiously. Murong Chong shook his head and did not say anything. He carefully put away the demon core that the blood demon left behind. Then he hugged his saber and sat to the side. He closed his eyes and recovered his strength. Chapter 251. The life of a cultivator was like that of an ant. If they were not strong, they could only be used as cannon fodder by others. Murong Chong thought to himself. Hence, aside from becoming strong, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would end up like these people. On a cliff in a majestic palace on a blood-red throne. The blood demon general, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, held a golden wine cup in his hand. He sat expressionlessly on the throne. If one looked carefully, the blood demon general's appearance was not much different from that of a human youth. However, his scarlet eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent on his pale face, causing one to tremble in fear. Below the great hall, there were 12 tall pillars on both sides. 10 blood demons wearing scarlet clothes stood on both sides of the pillars. The blood demon general brought the golden wine cup to his lips and took a sip, leaving a scarlet mark on his lips. It turned out that this was not some fine wine. It was a cup of scarlet human blood. It was very likely that it was left behind by the captured disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The blood demon general wiped the blood off his lips and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said indifferently, "What delicious human blood! I have not tasted it in this space for more than 20 years. Dang! Dang!" Suddenly, a blood demon covered in blood walked over anxiously from the great hall. When he walked forward, he knelt before the throne. He said respectfully, "Lord Demon General, the shadow demons that we sent out have been completely annihilated. According to your instructions, I sent out all the blood demons in the palace 6 hours ago. Because Lord Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, I could only inform you now." The blood demon general revealed a faint smile. He placed the golden wine cup on the table beside the throne and said indifferently, "No matter, it is within my expectations. Dogs. I did not expect it to be of any use. Why bother being a projection? They are not even comparable to dogs, all the more I would not care." You may withdraw first. You have done well. As long as you can block that group of people for one day and wait for the ceremony to be over, everything else will be fine. The person kneeling on the ground quickly got up and left the Great Hall after thanking the Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General picked up the wine cup again. There was a frightening light in his scarlet eyes. He drained the cup of blood in one gulp and said coldly, "One day, I only need one day to turn the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back into rubble." "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance?" A cold mocking voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Within the gloomy forest, Xiao Qin's group of 4 continued forward. The scarlet demonic snake's territory in this forest was very large. Even after walking for an hour, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts. After walking out of the scarlet demonic snake's territory, they once again encountered various kinds of demonic beasts. The weakest was a rank 5 primary demonic beast. Occasionally, they would encounter a rank 5 intermediate demonic beast. They even encountered a peak 5th order demonic beast. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the 6th order. Although everyone had a hard time fighting it, it could be considered daunting but not dangerous. Along the way, there were also the constant sneak attacks of various shadow demons, causing everyone to be exhausted from dealing with them. It could be said that every step they took was filled with killing intent, and every step they took was extremely dangerous. As they continued forward, they finally met the master of the shadow demon. It was a demonic person made of blood. Its ability to hide itself was even more horrifying than the shadow demons. Its attacks were even more strange and varied. The most important thing was that its body was a pile of liquid. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill it. Even if one exploded its head or chopped it into pieces, there was nothing to fear. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's lightning-attributed essence could restrain it. His essence contained the state of thunder. After Xiao Qin injured it, the electric light lingered for a long time, preventing it from healing. Yun Kursen's heavenly melody saber technique was even more horrifying. When the sound wave entered the blood demon's body, it could instantly infuse every drop of blood in the blood demon's body, blasting it into nothing. Lone Peak fatal blow. Zhang Lai shouted explosively, and a chain of saber strikes formed a mountain, instantly killing a shadow demon. After that, he extracted the demon core from its body with a schwa sound. "Senior Sister Yun, how much longer before we can get out?" Zhang Lai asked as he lay down on a tree after he finished what he was doing. His breathing was somewhat hurried. Along the way there were endless battles. Aside from the various demonic beasts, they also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the shadow demons and blood demons. Everyone was constantly on high alert. However, the path in the forest seemed endless. No matter how they walked, the scene in front of them was always the same. Large patches of black trees. Even Zhang Lai, who comprehended saber intent and had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators, felt somewhat frustrated. Yun Kursen tossed an inferior grade spirit stone to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. She said, "It will not be long. We are walking in a straight line. We should be able to get out by dusk." Yun Kursen seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inferior grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. After every battle, she would give everyone medicinal pills for treating injuries and recovering essence. If Yun Kursen exhausted too much essence, she would just give everyone inferior grade spirit stones. If it were not for Yun Kursen's resources, even if they wanted to fight, they would not be able to. Mu Heng sat down cross-legged and smiled faintly. "Just treat it as cultivation. After fighting continuously for a day, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 50%. I also made some breakthroughs in some martial techniques that I could not comprehend normally. The increase in my cultivation is even greater than cultivating in the back mountains for 3 months. Indeed, compared to bitter cultivation, one's cultivation would advance much faster when they went through life and death experiential training. However, there were pros and cons to both. Bitter cultivation was stable and did not endanger one's life. Experiential training could increase one's cultivation, but it was too dangerous. There were too many uncertainties. Overall, both were indispensable. Bitter cultivation and experiential training were not desirable. Only a reasonable arrangement of bitter cultivation and experience could allow one's cultivation to grow at the fastest speed. Wuxia. Xiao Qin, who had gone out to scout, jumped down from a tree and said, "We can rest for a while." There are no demonic beasts in the surroundings. The closest group of demonic beasts is about 1,000 meters ahead. They are early rank 5 demonic wolves. If they were alone, they would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these demonic beasts live in packs. There are about 500 of them. We will have to fight a tough battle later. Yun Kursen muttered to herself, let's do it the same way. The 3 of us will be responsible for dealing with the demonic wolves. Yi-chan will hold the line and prevent the shadow demons and blood demons from sneak attacking us. After an hour, the group had already recovered their essence and started their journey. Sweeping mountain destroys clouds. Zhang Lai shouted, and a strong wind blew. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, and the continuous saber aura turned into a lone peak, charging at the pack of rank 5 demonic wolves on the ground. Horizontal saber stance, 7 stars transposition. Mu Heng was not willing to fall behind. A purple light burst out from his body and he turned into a saber. His figure flickered continuously in the pack of wolves. With each rise and fall, his palm slashed through the air, and a wolf head would be sent flying. Within the pack of wolves, the huge wolf king stared at the group with its scarlet eyes as it howled ferociously. It was like they were in a formation. Every time it howled, the formation of the pack of wolves would change. After a while, under the command of the Wolf King, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were advancing like a hot knife through butter, received an intense counterattack. As the pack of wolves advanced and retreated, they managed to block the attacks of the 2 of them. They retaliated without fear of death and even left some wounds on the 2 of them. Chi! Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom on the battlefield. A white figure moved in an arc in the air and landed in front of the Wolf King. The slender saber in Yun Kursen's hand trembled slightly. The huge body of the Wolf King was immediately knocked back. The formation of the pack of wolves immediately turned chaotic. After Yun Kursen delayed the Wolf King, the pressure on Zhang Lai and Mu Heng decreased. Xiao Chun hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes. He spread his spiritual sense to every corner of the battlefield, especially the surroundings of Yun Kursen and the other 2. They were constantly on guard against the attacks of the demons. Compared to the demonic beasts, these cunning demons knew how to hide themselves. They were the greatest threat to the group. Shua. In the world of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a figure that was different from the demonic wolves and humans appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A pool of blood quickly shot towards Yun Kursen from the ground. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Xiao Chun drew his saber with a huangdang sound. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a light that was even more resplendent than the lightning. It was bright and dazzling. Wuxia. A cold light flashed in the air and the saber stabbed into the pool of blood on the ground. It was so fast that the lightning in the sky did not even have time to disappear. A miserable shriek came from the ground. The pool of blood on the ground turned into a human figure. It grabbed the lunar shadow saber, flickering with electricity with both hands as it roared ferociously. Despicable human. Sooner or later, I will eat up all your blood and marrow. I will let you experience the most painful torture in this world. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said softly, sorry, you no longer have this chance. Explode. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the blood demon's chest suddenly burst out with a horrifying electric light. Pili Pala. There were crackling sounds as the electric snakes danced around. The blood demon's body exploded into tiny blood droplets in the air before finally disappearing. Suddenly, 4 shadow demons flew over. They quickly launched themselves at Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were engaged in an intense battle. The timing of the shadow demons was very accurate. It happened to be when the 2 of them were surrounded by a pack of wolves and could not extricate themselves. A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. It condensed into a clump of purple lightning fire. The flame quickly elongated and turned into a sharp purple arrow. Wuxia. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, illuminating the dark forest. It moved faster than the speed of sound and silently pierced through the bodies of the 4 shadow demons. The shadow demons exploded and turned into a black rain of blood, covering the entire sky. In the palace on the cliff, the blood demon general on the throne could not help but be stunned when he heard the sudden mocking. Unexpectedly, someone managed to hide from his perception and sneak into the palace. Wuxia. In the great hall, The 10 blood demons standing on either side of the throne all cried out miserably. Their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lu Chan, Lu Ruyue, and the others slowly revealed themselves in the great hall. They released their auras and their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the blood demon general on the throne. This was the dream demon that once brought disaster to the heavenly saber pavilion. When the blood demon general saw the 10 of them, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. I was wondering how high your cultivation was to be able to hide from my perception. It turns out you only used an aura-concealing talisman. Chapter 252. Is there no one else in the heavenly saber pavilion? Why did they send you all to die? Lu Chan said calmly, you are just a projection. It is enough to kill you. The blood demon general's scarlet eyes revealed a cold light. He said indifferently, originally, I was a little worried about what kind of people the heavenly saber pavilion would send. It looks like I was worrying for nothing. Coincidentally, the ceremony requires some nourishment. Since you all delivered yourselves to me, I will not stand on ceremony. Boom! Right after the blood demon general spoke, a red light soared into the sky from his body. A horrifying killing chi surged towards the crowd like a flood. His eyes were filled with a scene of purgatory. Countless aggrieved spirits cried out miserably. A horrifying illusion appeared before the crowd. In this strange space, it was hard to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Huang dang! Everyone drew their sabers at the same time. An orderly sound reverberated in the air. With a schwa sound, the illusion instantly vanished. In the forest, after Yun Kursen killed the Wolf King, the remaining demonic wolves were defeated. Under the attacks of the crowd, they fled in all directions. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng started to clean up the battlefield, extracting the demonic cores of the demonic wolves. Xiao Chun continued to be on guard, preventing any more demons from launching sneak attacks. Boom! Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky under the bright red moon in the distant sky. A horrifying aura spread out from afar. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were cleaning up the battlefield, felt a chill and could not help but tremble. Mu Heng stopped what he was doing and looked at the scarlet light under the full moon. He muttered, "What is this? What a horrifying aura. Who is it?" Actually, everyone had a guess in their hearts. However, they did not dare to confirm it. They could not help but look at Yun Kursen. When Yun Kursen saw that scarlet light, a grave expression appeared on her calm face. When she felt everyone's gaze, she turned around and said slowly, "Your mission is already complete. If you have a divine flame talisman, you may leave now. If you do not, I can give you one." When Zhang Lai and Mu Heng heard this, they were stunned. Doubt filled their faces. They did not understand what was going on. "Senior Sister Yun, didn't you say we were going to meet up with the other teams through the forest?" "Indeed, we are almost at our destination. Why are we not leaving?" Yun Kursen's unexpected words caught the two of them off guard. They could not understand what was going on. The plan was to walk out of the forest, but why was the mission completed before they even got out? When Xiao Chan heard Yun Kursen suddenly say that the mission was completed, he was somewhat stunned. However, when he looked at the top of the mountain, he saw the red light soaring into the sky and the aura filling the entire space. After a while, Xiao Chun understood the crux of the matter. He looked at the sky with a calm face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Chun slowly got up and said to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, "Go out. After all, each of you has collected 10 demon cores. You have already completed half of the task. 100 medial grade spirit stones is guaranteed. There is also a large number of demonic cores. You have already gained quite a lot." After a pause, Xiao Chan continued, "There is an even more important harvest. After such an intense battle, Zhang Lai, after you go out and cultivate bitterly, your cultivation should be able to reach peak inferior grade martial saint. That should not be a problem." Xiao Chun looked at Mu Heng and said, "There is also Mu Heng. Although your cultivation realm will not increase by leaps and bounds, your strength will probably increase even more than Zhang Lai's." Zhang Lai thought for a long time. At this moment, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He revealed a complicated expression and said, "Yi Chun, that is not what I meant. Gao Xiang and the others." Xiao Chen's calm gaze suddenly gave off a sharp light. He said, Experiential training is filled with danger in the first place. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go. Mu Heng looked deeply at the calm Yun Kursen and did not say anything. He took out the divine flame talisman from his bosom. After a while, his body slowly turned into a ball of fiery light and disappeared from this space. Zhang Lai was shocked by the sudden look in Xiao Qin's eyes. He did not say anything more and took out the divine flame talisman as well. Then he turned into a ball of fiery light and slowly disappeared from this space. After the two of them left, the atmosphere between Xiao Qian and Yun Kursen slowly turned strange. Neither of them spoke. The forest was extremely quiet. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth began to shake. No, it wasn't the entire earth that was shaking, it was the entire space that was shaking. Trees collapsed one after another. Countless demonic beasts ran around in panic. The entire forest instantly turned chaotic. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was still incredibly quiet. The surrounding chaos did not affect the two of them at all. After a long time, Yun Kursen sighed gently and said, "Are you still not leaving? If you do not have a divine flame talisman, I can give you one." Xiao Qian shook his head and said, "There is no need. Can I ask you a few questions?" Yun Kursen's calm face did not change at all. She nodded and said, "I knew you would blame me. I also know what you want to ask. I can tell you the answer." "That's right, from the very start, the Elders' Assembly did not intend for you people to complete the mission. The ones who completed the mission were Lu Chen's group. The main mission of our 10 teams was to attract the Blood Demon General's attention, so that he would send out all the blood demons from the palace. This would allow Lu Chen and the others to use the aura-concealing talisman to sneak into the palace. Then, they would be able to focus on fighting the Blood Demon General." Xiao Qian said indifferently, "I guessed that. You misunderstood me. I do not blame you. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are Lu Chen and the others in killing the Blood Demon General?" Based on what Yun Kursen said, Xiao Qian had already guessed most of it. To put it simply, the Elders' Assembly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to attract the firepower and create an opportunity for Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Lai could not understand why the Elders' Assembly did not make it clear in advance. Instead, they sent the others to die for no reason. That was why he was dissatisfied when he found out the answer. However, Xiao Qian did not dwell on this problem. It was a very simple logic. If the Elders' Assembly had told them in advance, not even half of them would have participated in the mission. Out of 100 people, less than half would participate in the mission. No one would be stupid enough to volunteer to be cannon fodder. Similarly, this matter could not be blamed on Yun Kursen. At the very least, she was not the one who initiated the mission. As a team leader, she had already done her duty. Every time there was a battle, Yun Kursen would charge to the front lines. When someone got injured, she would distribute spirit stones and medicinal pills to everyone. She did her best to ensure everyone's safety. That was why Xiao Qian used his strong mental energy to calm Zhang Lai down when his emotions were fluctuating. The strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one was just a chess piece in the eyes of those in power. If one was strong enough to become a core disciple, they would naturally give one a divine flame talisman to ensure one's safety. Xiao Qian did not blame anyone, nor did he resent anyone. This matter only allowed him to see the nature of this world more clearly. Without sufficient strength, every step he took was filled with danger. So he had to become stronger and stronger. Only then would he be able to grasp his own fate in his own hands. Right now, Xiao Qian was only concerned about whether Lu Chen and the others could kill the Blood Demon General. If they could kill him easily, then there would be no need for him to worry about the mission that Lu Qianyu gave him. He could just leave this place. If there was not a high chance of success, he would still make a trip. At the very least, he had to use the heaven-splitting saber technique that Lu Tianyu had hidden in the lunar shadow saber before leaving. When Yun Kursen saw Xiao Qian being so calm, she was somewhat surprised. She muttered to herself for a while before saying, "There is a 60% chance of success. Among Lu Chen's group, there are 7 people who have grasped the blood demon body disintegration technique. They can burn their life force and instantly increase their combat prowess. These 7 people did not intend to leave this place alive in the first place. They are the death-sworn soldiers of the Divine Saber Camp. In a situation where there are no losses, They can increase their combat prowess by up to 10 times. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. Lu Ruyue was among the 10. If Lu Ruyue was among the 7, he could not just sit by and do nothing. Sorry, I have to go first. The silver warship flew out from Xiao Chun's right eye. Xiao Chun quickly leaped onto it. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. You have already done very well." Right after he spoke, Xiao Chun piloted the silver warship and sped through the air towards the palace at the top of the cliff. It was like lightning disappearing in a flash. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Chun left. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She shook the roaming dragon saber in her hand and muttered to herself, "Interesting. What is so urgent that he is even abandoning his heaven-rank spirit weapon?" In the forest, Murong Chong looked at the red light soaring into the sky. He slowly stopped and thought for a long time. "Senior brother Murong, why did you stop?" one of the team members asked, feeling confused. Murong Chong did not reply. He turned around and walked over to a severely injured core disciple. Then, he slowly placed the divine flame talisman on his chest. After that, under the astonished gazes of the others, that person slowly turned into a clump of flames and disappeared from this space. After doing all this, Murong Chong took out another divine flame talisman. He said, "You all stay here. There is no need to advance any further. I only have one divine flame talisman left. I'll leave it to you to make your own arrangements." Murong Chong gently pushed off the ground. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. His body moved through the air, creating intense sonic booms. He quickly flew towards the palace in front. "Senior brother Murong, don't go." When the group of people saw Murong Chong leave behind a divine flame talisman and leave, they could not help but cry out in panic. For them to be able to travel so far with only 3 deaths, it could be said that it was all because of Murong Chong's ability. When Murong Chong left, everyone immediately panicked. The same scene happened in the other teams in the forest. When the core disciples who were leading the teams saw the red light soaring into the sky, they all stopped. However, what these people did was very different from what Murong Chong and Yun Kursen did. They directly used their divine flame talismans and left this space, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded core disciples. A strong wind blew past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes fluttered continuously. Chapter 253. Xiao Chun had an anxious expression on his face as he activated the flying formation on the warship with all his might. He rushed towards the palace without caring about his essence consumption. Xiao Chun consoled himself, elder sister Ryue should not use the blood demon body disintegration technique. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu would not have let her enter this subspace. After all, she was Lu Tianyu's daughter. No matter how much of a bastard Lu Tianyu was, he would not joke around with his own daughter. However, Xiao Chun thought about it. Perhaps that old man had guessed that I was worried about Lu Ruyue. That old man might have purposely used this method to force me to stay in the subspace and kill the blood demon general according to his rules. Given that old fox's character, he might really be able to do that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun could not help but increase the speed of the silver warship. Xiao Chen's speed was already very close to the speed of sound. The cold wind felt like knives when it blew on his face. This made Xiao Chun feel some pain. He had to use his essence to block it off. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, intense sonic booms came from behind Xiao Chun, exploding in the air. A figure quickly caught up and landed steadily on the stern of the ship. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. When he saw who it was, he said in surprise, "Murong Chong." Murong Chong held his saber in his left hand and met Xiao Chen's gaze. He said mockingly, "Why are you in such a rush to die?" When Xiao Chun heard this, his face slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "I have no time to waste with you. This is my warship. Please get off." Murong Chong looked like he had heard a joke. He had an extremely amused expression as he said, "Please get off? What if I don't want to? Then I can only chase you off." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, smiled coldly. "I want to see how capable you are to dare to make a move against me, your former senior brother." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chun did not reply. He shouted and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and clear wind chop at the same time. Suddenly, 9 cool winds blew in the sky. Xiao Qin's figure split into 9. Hu Qi. Amid the cool breeze, the snow-white lunar shadow saber in Xiao Qin's hand vanished. He withdrew all his killing qi and combined it with the 9 images. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Just as the saber light was about to strike Murongchong, something strange happened. A cool breeze blew and Murongchong's body suddenly disappeared from Xiao Qin's sight. Xiao Qin remained calm. His spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the area within 200 meters of him. In the haze, a black dot appeared on the lower right side of Xiao Qin, 100 meters away, and was captured by Xiao Qin's spiritual awareness. Found it merge. The 9 phantoms in the sky overlapped, and Xiao Qin's speed doubled. The friction in the air created a violent sonic boom. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple electric light, illuminating the scarlet sky. The saber tore through the air and hacked at the black dot at lightning speed. Hu! When the saber struck the air, it gave off a thunderous sound. However, aside from the cool breeze, there was no sign of Murongchong. Xiao Qin frowned and felt suspicious in his heart. What's going on? Even if he hit himself in the cool breeze, he did not really turn into the air. If I can find the right position, I can still attack. Hu! Hu! A cool breeze blew behind Xiao Qin. Murongchong's unhurried voice could be heard. Little junior brother, don't look for the wrong place. I am here. The voice moved with the cool breeze and circled around Xiao Qin. After that, it reverberated in the surroundings. It made it impossible to determine where the person who spoke was. Xiao Qin revealed a cautious expression. He slowly closed his eyes and sheathed the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Murongchong had already practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. He had also comprehended the state of wind of the clear wind chop to consummation. The two complemented each other. In a contest of the clear wind chop, Xiao Qin was indeed inferior to him. If Xiao Qin wanted to find Murongchong, it would be difficult. Before Murongchong attacked, he would not be able to find an opening. Xiao Qin could only wait for the instant Murongchong attacked. Only then would he have a chance of finding his position. At that time, he would use the strength of his physical body to make an opening appear. After that, he would use the rushing thunder saber technique to launch an unending chain of attacks and completely defeat him. As long as Murongchong retreated, he would not be able to dodge the rushing thunder saber technique. A weak cool breeze blew on Xiao Qin's face. The gentle energy caused his nervous expression to relax. It's coming. Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. They were as sharp as a saber. Xiao Qin shouted, and all the bones in his body crackled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, 100 beasts wave. A force of 6,000 kilograms struck the cool breeze, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Even the invisible wind exploded from this punch. Murongchong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, had a shocked expression on his face. He was mildly astonished. He decisively revealed himself and gave up on attacking. Then, he removed his hand from the saber hilt. He sent out a palm strike. The palm wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and reverberate endlessly. Surging shockwaves spread out in all directions like the tide. The two of them retreated 5 steps in the air at the same time. One stood at the bow and the other at the stern. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched in this punch and palm strike. The qi and blood in Xiao Qin's body surged. His internal organs were shaken. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Xiao Qin did not suppress it. He opened his mouth and vomited. Xiao Qin had not expected such a result. His physical body had already reached a horrifying level. His full-powered strike was 6,000 kilograms of force. With such a sudden attack, he could kill a superior-grade martial saint. However, not only was Murongchong fine, he even managed to fight to a draw. The silver warship continued to fly in the sky under the bright red full moon. A strong wind blew past the two of them. Their long black hair and clothes fluttered in the air, making loud sounds. Blood leaked out of the corner of Murongchong's mouth. His complexion was somewhat pale. He had used essence to execute this palm strike. The quality of his physical body was much weaker than Xiao Chen's. The internal injuries he suffered were even more severe than Xiao Chen's. Murongchong slowly wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He revealed a faint smile on his stern face. You are able to force me to withdraw my saber. You already possess the qualifications to challenge me. However, if this is all you have, it is far from enough to chase me back. Hey! Just as Murongchong was about to make another move, an azure leaf appeared in the air above the silver warship at some point in time. The leaf drifted in the wind. It looked weak and unremarkable, but strangely it maintained an incredible speed in the wind. It was neither fast nor slow, giving off a soothing feeling. However, in an instant it moved more than 100 meters. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Xiao Chen's silver warship. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the leaf. He felt somewhat suspicious. Who is this? To think that he released his life martial spirit here. Based on the strangeness of this martial spirit, it might be an inherited martial spirit. The azure leaf slowly landed between the two of them. The azure leaf glowed with a white light. Yun Kursen, dressed in white and holding the roaming dragon saber, appeared before the two of them with a calm expression. The two of you, are you still in the mood for a showdown at this moment? Yun Kursen's delicate face did not reveal any expression as she spoke indifferently. It is actually Yun Kursen. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, Yun Kursen was a peak inferior grade martial spirit, yet she was terrifyingly strong. If it was an inherited martial spirit, then it could be explained. Furthermore, along the way, only someone from an inherited clan would not care about these inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "This is my warship. I do not welcome people looking for trouble." Murongchong ignored him and placed his saber at the side. Then, he sat at the stern and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chan was anxious about Lu Riyue's matter. He did not want to waste any more time with Murongchong. He turned around and said, "Senior Sister Yun, why are you here as well?" Yun Kursen looked at the palace in the distance, which was glowing with a red light and filled with killing qi. She said, "I have the same goal as you." Xiao Chen found it funny. He said indifferently, "You don't even know what my goal is. How can you say it's the same as me?" Yun Kursen glanced at Murongchong before looking at Xiao Chan. She said, "Actually, the three of us have the same goal." Xiao Chan shook his head slightly and no longer bothered with this question. He controlled the silver warship at full speed and flew at lightning speed towards the palace. Bang! 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 Inside the palace, the 7 divine saber camp bladesmen, whose combat prowess had increased after the blood demon body disintegration, were filled with killing qi. Boundless scarlet saber qi flew around the palace. Every strand of saber qi was more than 100 meters long. They were incomparably horrifying and contained horrifying energy. When the saber qi struck the blood demon general's body, it forced him to retreat. Wounds appeared all over his body. After the 7 of them underwent the blood demon body disintegration, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular medial grade martial king. Furthermore, with the cooperation of Lu Chan and the other 2, they caught the blood demon general off guard. After that, they suppressed the blood demon general, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Angry Azure River. The 7 of them shouted and a scarlet light surged around their bodies. 7 strands of red saber qi merged into one in the air and turned into a vast scarlet river, surging towards the blood demon general. The blood demon general revealed a grave expression on his pale face. He pushed his palms in the air and a spherical scarlet ball appeared, encasing him within it. Seeing the cool breeze but not the saber, a cool breeze blew in the great hall. Lu Riyue's nimble body flew quickly in the cool breeze. There was a flash of saber light and a crack immediately appeared in the scarlet ball that the blood demon general condensed. Boom! The surging scarlet river entered the crack with a schwa sound. Miserable cries came from the scarlet ball of light. In the next instant, the scarlet ball of light exploded. The blood demon general's body turned into countless tiny blood droplets and disappeared into the air. Is it over? Lu Chan said with a bewildered expression as he watched the blood demon general disappear. The others did not let their guard down. It was not easy for them to get to this point. If they were careless, all their efforts would go to waste. None of them could afford to lose. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement in the majestic palace. The great hall was silent, only the continuous breathing of the crowd could be heard. Chapter 254. Lu Qian muttered to himself for a while before saying, "He should be dead already. After all, it is just a projection. Go and kill the remaining blood demons, and this space will disappear." When the others heard this, they nodded. The blood demon general was indeed horrifying. However, he was just a projection in this space. He did not even have a tenth of his strength. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, countless blood droplets suddenly appeared in the hall. The blood droplets quickly gathered at a certain point in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the blood droplets gathered together. The blood demon general's figure appeared behind a bladesman who had executed the blood demon self-disintegration technique. Wuxia. There was a horrifying, miserable shriek. That bladesman's body emitted a walla sound. The blood demon general sucked all the blood in his body. Soon he turned into a sheet of human skin. High up in the sky, the scarlet full moon shone down a beam of red light. The blood demon general's weakened body looked solid once again. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Everyone had no time to react. They were all astonished. The blood demon general casually tossed away the human skin in his hand. His pale lips were covered in blood. He revealed a sinister smile. "Foolish humans, do you think I will die so easily?" As the silver warship got closer and closer to the palace on the edge of the cliff, the terrifying murderous aura brought more and more pressure to the crowd. Yun Kursen said indifferently, "Even if it is just a projection, this blood demon general is probably as strong as a peak medial grade martial king." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and said, "I'm afraid it is not just that. Coupled with his identity as a demon, his true combat prowess is probably that of a superior grade martial king. In the Great Qin nation, a person with the cultivation of a martial saint could be considered as a minor expert. They could become an overlord in a small place like Mo City, receiving invitations and hospitality from various powers. After martial saint, every increase in cultivation realm would result in a qualitative increase in strength. Furthermore, it was incomparably difficult. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to become a martial saint before the age of 30. Furthermore, to become a true expert in the Great Qin nation, one had to be a martial king. After one became a martial king, one would be the target of all the clans in the Great Qin nation. To a large extent, a clan's true strength was reflected in the number and quality of martial kings that the clan possessed. Quantity naturally referred to the number of people, while quality referred to the martial king realm. Once a cultivator reached the martial king realm, even a small advantage would immediately determine the victor, not to mention the difference in cultivation realm. That was because it was simply too difficult to increase one's strength at this level. Everyone clearly knew that the difference between peak medial grade martial saint and superior grade martial saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference in combat prowess was tenfold. When Xiaochun heard Murongchang's words, his face remained calm. However, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He could only pray that nothing happened to Lu Ruyue. Xiaochun finally understood why Lu Tianyu left such a huge force in the lunar shadow saber. It was because he had expected that the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be a match for the Blood Demon General. Murongchang's expression suddenly changed. He felt it was strange as he said, "What's going on?" That Blood Demon General's aura suddenly disappeared. Xiaochun and Yun Kursen also felt it at the same time. That overwhelming aura actually disappeared in an instant. Furthermore, they could not feel it at all. Yun Kursen guessed suspiciously, could it be that the Blood Demon General was already killed? When a person's aura disappeared, aside from hiding it on purpose, there was only one explanation: death. Given the Blood Demon General's style, there was no way he would hide it on purpose. The only explanation left was death. Who? A beam of red light descended from the full moon. Everyone felt the Blood Demon General's horrifying aura once again. Yun Kursen frowned and said, "Why does this feel like he revived from the dead? What exactly happened in that palace?" The silhouette of the palace had already appeared in everyone's vision. It did not look very far away, but they would need some time to reach it. Xiaochun remained silent as he stared at the scarlet full moon above him. He had felt that there was something wrong with this scarlet moon a long time ago. The scarlet light that descended from the scarlet moon confirmed Xiao Qin's guess. That scarlet light contained a surging life force. Murong Chong said indifferently, "This moon is a little strange. I am sure that the blood demon general was indeed killed to a certain extent. However, the scarlet light of this moon revived him." Eternal life under the full moon? Xiao Qin frowned and thought doubtfully. Xiao Qin did not say anything more. The most important thing now was to fly to the palace. That was the most important thing. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After Xiao Qin absorbed all the energy in the spirit stone, the qi whirlpool in his dantian started to spin rapidly. He used his essence without caring about the expenditure. The speed of the silver warship increased explosively again. After 10 minutes, the three of them finally arrived above the palace. Rumble! The intense sounds of fighting passed through the obstruction of the palace and resounded in everyone's ears. Hu Qi! Murong Chong leaped into the air and jumped off the stern of the warship. He quickly descended to the top of the palace. He sent out a palm strike and a large hole immediately appeared in the roof of the palace. Murong Chong did not hesitate to jump in. Xiao Qin did not hesitate either. He recalled the silver warship into his right eye, and jumped into the hole that Murong Chong created with Yun Kursen. Bang! While the two of them were still in the air, they saw Murong Chong turn into a cool breeze and blow towards the blood demon general silently. With a Schwa saber strike, he left a horrifying wound on the blood demon general's body. Anger breaks the Azure River. The horrifying scarlet saber chi merged with the Tao in the Great Hall once again and formed a scarlet river. It carried a boundless aura as it surged towards the blood demon general. Anger breaks the Azure River was originally a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. With so many people working together, the might of this move was already at the level of an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Wuxia! Wuxia! An intense explosion resounded in the Great Hall. The entire Great Hall started to shake. With a loud bang, this move killed the blood demon general once again. He turned into countless blood droplets and disappeared from the Great Hall. When Lu Riyue saw Xiao Qin, she quickly leaped over. She revealed an anxious expression on her pretty face as she said quickly, "Yi Qin, why are you here? Didn't I give you the divine flame talisman?" Xiao Qin said in a soft voice, "There is no need to be anxious. Your father told me to come. He already expected that you are not a match for the blood demon general. He sealed a martial technique in the lunar shadow saber. It should be able to kill him." The blood demon general was killed by the crowd once again. However, this time, no one showed any signs of relaxation on their faces. Instead, they were incomparably anxious. Senior brother Lu. The blood demon body disintegration technique's duration is almost up. Everyone's strength has already been exhausted. If we use anger breaks the Azure River again, its might will decrease significantly. If the blood demon general revives again, the situation will not be good. A divine saber camp bladesman said anxiously to Lu Qin. Lu Qin's expression turned sullen. He already knew what the other party said. However, the situation this time was completely out of his expectations. Originally, by relying on the tenfold increase in combat prowess of the blood demon body disintegration technique, as well as the joint attack, anger breaks the Azure River, when all the other blood demons had left the palace, it should not be too difficult to kill the blood demon general's projection. It should not be too difficult to kill the blood demon general's projection. However, Xiao Qin did not expect it to reach such a stage where the blood demon general could not be killed. Murong Chong glanced at Xiao Qin, who was standing with Lu Riyue. A barely detectable rage flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked over to Lu Chen's side and said, "His original body should be that scarlet moon in the sky. There is no such thing as an unlimited revival in this world. If we continue killing him, he will eventually collapse." Lu Chen smiled bitterly and pointed to the 3 human skins on the ground. He said, "I'm afraid that before he collapses we will not be able to hold on. Let's kill him one more time. If he still does not die, we can only choose to retreat." Wuxia! Wuxia! A dense number of scarlet pearls appeared in the hall. They quickly gathered at a certain point. After a while, the blood demon general's figure formed again. However, this time everyone was more careful. No one was caught in a sneak attack. A scarlet light descended from the scarlet moon again. The Blood Demon General's originally weak figure instantly became stronger under the illumination of the scarlet light. The Blood Demon General grinned and revealed a cruel smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chan and the other two and said, "Another 3 people coming to die? Kill." The Blood Demon self-disintegration technique could only last for a limited time. Lu Chun did not want to waste time. The moment the Blood Demon General's figure appeared, he led the others to charge over. Lu Ruyue, who was beside Xiao Chan, told them to be careful. Then, she charged into the battlefield and fought with the Blood Demon General. After a few big battles, the 7 people in the battlefield were very well coordinated with each other. It was not good for Xiao Chan and the other 2 to interfere. Otherwise, they would disrupt their rhythm. They could only wait and see, waiting for an opportunity. Blood Demon Death Spear. The Blood Demon General shouted and a scarlet ball condensed in his hand. The scarlet ball quickly elongated and turned into a spear. It left a scarlet mark in the air as it flew towards the crowd. The speed of the spear